Good afternoon, good evening. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm going to call to order the work session for the Pflugerville City Council on this Tuesday, June 9th. With that, we'll move into our second item on the agenda, public comment. A member of the public may address City Council regarding an item on this agenda. Comments must be relevant to the agenda item. Citizens wishing to speak during work session shall submit a completed speaker request form to the city secretary. Before the work session begins, each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Trista, do we have anyone signed up? Thank you for that. Moving on to our regular agenda, item 3A is to discuss is a discussion regarding fiscal year 2027 budget preparation and budget assumptions for general fund, Pflugerville Community Development Corporation, General Debt Service, and Hotel Occupancy Tax Fund. Looks like we've got our Finance Director, Tracy Waldron, here.
Yes, good evening.
Always good to see you.
I'm happy and excited to kick off this budget season. Even though we're kicking off the process tonight, we've been working on this for months. Starting with the retreat with council in January. So lots of months have gone into all of this information. So agenda tonight, we'll be covering property values, tax rates, debt service fund, sales tax, general fund assumptions, hotel occupancy tax, and PCDC. So on the property tax value, I really like to reiterate these are preliminary. So even though I'm giving you a number, it's a preliminary number. But it does consist of new valuation revenue of $262 million. That's compared to previous year of 159. There is an increase in how much the TERS will capture on any increase in valuation at 132 million. And loss in personnel property exemption, 74 million. We call this out because we have talked about this. We even had the tax assessor, give us an estimate last year on what she felt like the amount would be. That amount was $209 million. So I did reach out to her when we got the $74 million to say, that's a pretty good gap. And what she explained was that they were able to group some related properties within the law to reduce the impact of the loss. So that is all good news for us. But as you can see, the total valuation is showing a decrease on the preliminary numbers. So as we had been experiencing pretty good growth over the years, slowed down a little bit the last couple years, we're actually showing a negative growth this year. So just keep all of these things in mind as we move forward. So from a dollar perspective, the maintenance and operation portion of the tax, which supports the general fund, we budgeted $29 million for fiscal 26. The projection is coming in right at about 28.7, and our preliminary projection is 29.7. This is an increase of $639,000 in revenue over fiscal 26 budget. We will be receiving the certified rolls around the 25th of July. Usually I see them a few days earlier than that, but that's when we'll get those preliminary numbers, those final numbers, and we'll be able to run those final rates. I do want to point out with the valuation going down, it's very likely that when we do run the no new revenue rate and the voter approval rate, that we will see the no new revenue rate rise. That's just how the math works. The tax calculation allows us to receive the same revenue year over year from the same property. Just kind of looking at the process. So we've received the preliminary evaluations. When we do receive the certified, we will send everything over to the tax assessor and they will calculate the rates. The governing body will propose a rate by motion on August 11th. We'll hold a public hearing on September 8th and adopt the tax rate on September 8th. So just kind of reviewing the truth in taxation process. This was created to create more transparency. So the taxing unit, we will have to publish our new revenue rate and our voter approval rates. All of that will be available to the public. And there will be special notices, and there will be one public hearing held during this process. And the last bullet just identifies if we were to approve or want to approve a rate that's over the 3.5% M&O growth increase, that would require an election. Two parts of the tax rate: the maintenance and operation, which is our general fund portion, and the debt rate, which is the INS rate. And so the no new revenue rate, which will be calculated, is just basically that. It's the rate that is calculated from the same properties year over year. As I always say, it's not really that simple. There's a lot of things that go into that calculation, including lawsuits, exemptions, all of those things. So, but the slide makes it look really simple. The voter approval rate is the 3.5% over the no new revenue rate. That is on the M&O side. I do want to point that out. The debt rate is calculated straight from what debt we are going to owe the next fiscal year. So in that, the property tax revenue generated for the debt service fund, which is the INS rate, for fiscal 26, we budgeted a little over $33 million. We're projecting 32.8. The preliminary numbers are 32.7. I did want to point out that in the calculation currently, we are using $4.85 million to basically stabilize the rate and bring back the same rate that we stepped out with in fiscal 26. So we are using available fund balance. The total debt is going up by $1.3 million from 26 to 27. That's with no new issuance. That's just the way the debt is currently structured.
How many more years can we do this? Because I'm having a let's have a frank conversation about it. I mean, we're trying our best to make sure our citizens are able to afford the houses they're in right now. Make sure that we understand what the state of the economy is, but at the same time, we keep using those funds to keep that at that level. At some point, we're going to run out of those funds, and that's where my concern comes from right there as well. And I think that I say it you've heard me say it every year, Tracy. Like, this is one of the most important meetings we have to explain to the citizens.
Yeah.
Here are the facts. You make from what they are, but this is what we're trying to do to make sure that your lifestyle, your convenience is as best we can possible here to manage those.
Yeah, the only change would be the valuations, which we don't have control over.
Can you take me back one slide real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You said that the debt service, our costs are going up 1.3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
year
we're showing collecting 32.7, but really it's costing us $34 million in debt service.
Yeah, I think it is
roughly. Okay. It looked like I was confused on the next slide with the way the bar chart landed.
So our debt service in totality, the way it's calculated, I think this is just the INS portion of the debt. So our debt service will include debt that's covered by other sources like TERS and PCDC, because we have to include all of that debt in that service, but you'll see that revenue come in to offset that. So the tax rate is only covering the INS portion of the debt.
All right, and the dollars that you're using to offset the rate here, how much is left after this?
Good
I think we still have about $5 million.
So in theory, we could do this again next year, but then we're going to see a
couple of years is about all we'll.
Okay.
Yeah. The only thing that will change the calculation is I can't change what we've already stepped out with for debt, so that's not changing. Really, the only change is where the valuations fall.
Yeah, or if we refinance some at better rates.
Yes.
Which depends on the market.
It does.
Which I did reach out to our financial advisor just to see kind of where we were with the refunding. We're still
But this is a
Holding
great
steady.
visualization. Thank you for
You're
putting
welcome.
this together.
So just to clarify, the fund balance in the debt service fund can only be used for debt service, and we do not have a policy to reserve any in that fund balance.
I don't believe so.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Waldron. My memory is that we have currently, right now, with all of our outstanding debt, we have very competitive rates. So we don't have anything that we're paying more than 5% on, do we?
I would have to go back and look, but I do believe we've gotten very good rates when we've gone out.
So it's unless we go back to the 2020, 2021, rates are almost zero era. It's unlikely that we're going to get into that situation where we're going to save a lot by refinancing. Is that right?
I mean, we're still looking at doing a refunding this year. It may be reduced as to what we can refund based on the savings that we can get, but yeah, it's getting kind of tight. It's not that market anymore.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's the conversation we have with the citizens. I think we had a good conversation. I'm tired. What was that last night? School board. About that. About where the growth is, how that's occurring, and how we manage that with the expectation with our citizens. Because I think some people think that we still have that opportunity. So we're 2017, 2018, 2020 or so. Others, they're feeling it. And so while they're feeling it, we also have to explain to them that everybody's feeling it. Like all these entities that are trying to service you are feeling it too as well. And it doesn't look, would you put it, David? It doesn't look too clear the next couple of years that anything significantly is going to change one way or the other regarding where the trend lines are going right now.
Right. So that takes us to our other positive topic, sales tax. So we budgeted 20.3 in 2026. We're projecting 19.7-ish. And we've built this budget flat. We're keeping it 0% growth over fiscal 26's projection. We feel like this is the safe thing to do. I will say, I really wanted to dig into the numbers. And anytime they do audit credits on sales tax, it really throws our year-over-year evaluation. And so the software that we used did allow me to strip out the audit and just compare year-over-year. And when you do that, we actually do have a 3% increase year-over-year, which is good because that's current collections year-over-year. So I feel like that's a nugget of positivity. Even with that information, we're not going to budget more than 0% increase. So, but I was glad to see that.
So there was a sales tax audit where sales tax was actually reduced rather than...
We've had it go both ways.
Yeah.
There was a large one last year, which means every time we compare last year to this year, it looks as though we're negative on the growth. But if you peel that audit out, it's really a 3% growth year-over-year. So just a chart to kind of note that.
So is the audit credit in like the February timeframe?
The February is
Christmas.
is December. Yeah. Yeah. I want to say it was in May. But, so on general fund, we're providing a fund summary. It's a very high level. We're projecting that at the end of 26, we will have $19.8 million in fund balance, projecting $65.3 million in revenue. and about the same for expenditures. We are looking at using some of our available fund balance to transfer a lump sum into the vehicle equipment and replacement fund. We've been working with fleet and with all departments to review our fleet and equipment schedules, and we feel comfortable with the 1.6 being able to replace the fleet and equipment that needs to be replaced. We're still looking to refine that number. It may change a little bit by the time we get to proposed, just based on.
Refined up or down?
I know there's a piece of equipment they're going to give me, so that might go up. But I was going to say down too, because we need to factor in the sale of what we have, the auction of vehicles that we have, and also just interest in the fund. So this is a new fund. We're still building it out and figuring out what it's going to look like long term. And then we've got a list of capital outlay and one-times, which we will cover in another slide. So after all of this, it brings us down to 27% fund balance reserve, which we're still very comfortable with. Our policy is 25%.
Can we back up a little bit? I want to ask you a couple of questions about the sales tax
Roll
estimate.
backwards. Okay.
Because obviously that's that's a critical piece of all of this. So I was looking at the comptroller's website earlier today, and of course, Rudy, Councilman Matera, worked there back in the day. And the biennial revenue estimate at the comptroller's website suggested a 3.9% increase in sales tax collection in the state over next year, which is down from what it was this year. Now, that part of that is based on population growth. So if you throw that out, we're still looking at the state estimate of somewhere between 2.5 2.7% sales tax growth. And I'm wondering why you think that Pflugerville sales tax growth is going to be so substantially below the state projection.
Well, didn't you say 3%?
Our year over year is showing
Yeah,
3%.
but we're
Last year was a 3% projection, but the,
No. She said this year.
this year.
Is 3%, except if you take out the audit collection, which we had to give money back.
Yeah,
then
Unless it was a one-time thing.
0% over FY26.
she's just being
Right.
conservative.
Yeah.
So it's we can do it a lot of ways, but I would caution us to step out with too much of an increase just because of the trend that we're seeing, even though I think some of that trend is related to audits. It's strategic, so if we build the budget and balance it based on an increase in sales tax and it doesn't materialize like it did this year,
Right.
then we're looking at, you can see the projections for, let me go back.
I understand
Yeah.
the small c conservative approach. I'm just curious as to what is underlying your assumptions about what the growth is going to be.
What we're seeing this year.
So it's
Compared to
local
last year.
what we're seeing this year, as opposed to, and we're substantially below the state growth in sales tax.
I think
This year.
our year over year, we are
Okay.
in a negative.
But the year before that, we were above the state average. Do you know why there's a? Do you have any explanation
every
for that?
jurisdiction is very different in
Right.
how they grow, who's
Tra-
affecting that growth.
Tracy,
Okay.
I'm curious, when you're estimating sales tax, do you work with our planning department to understand any new commercial entities that are coming online?
I definitely reach out and see if there's anything. If it's not something that's going to be a large sales tax
I mean, a
producer,
Costco or a Target
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah.
So you're not
so there
seeing
was
anything
nothing. Yeah,
that would move the needle on sales tax that's
Correct.
new development. It would purely be, I'm going to call it inflationary growth.
right.
because part of the conversation, David, I mean, because of some of the boards I'm on, I'm paying acute attention to what's going on in Austin and their budget and what's going on. That aspect is that it's that
Yeah,
way for
Austin's having worse problems than we are.
It's that way for everybody. Like, I mean, Central Texas in general, this is what you're looking at. And that 3.9, that main projection, I'm guessing that some of the more substantial entities are going on in and around the state and other different regions to help compensate for that. It made sense to me because I thought about it when I saw the 0%. But what Tracy was saying is that because we finally have the software, thank you, Serena, to actually go ahead and look back on these things, that actually we really do trend with 3%, and we have been, even when you take out the stuff for audits. But I just, given how things are, I'm comfortable with 0, just so it's like, okay, listen, if we get something on the back end, Merry Christmas, right? We get a surprise on that. But in general, it is, I mean, it's why, I'm not going to name names, but certain entities that were antagonistic to businesses before, because I think this council has proved time and time again there can be a win for the business community as well as for the public, have changed their tune, because this is what we're looking at, and we're looking at that. I think the projection, what is it? So we're going to 2027. I think it's that way until close to 2030 is when they think it's going to pick up. So
Okay.
it's rough.
So going over some of the
Let's get
highlights
Disney
of the
World to
general
expand
fund. On revenue side, on the increase side, we will have an increase in property tax, which should be pretty much just the new value that we're gaining. There is a transfer of tree escrow funds. That is offset by expenditures that are 1-to-1. So I just want to point that out. Same with the Travis County EMS. We've built that in, but we've also built in the increase in the contract itself. So that's a 1-for-1 change on that. On the decrease side, and it's budget to budget, which is what I'm calling decrease. Sales tax would be budgeted lower than it was in 26. Interest is less, and recreation fees will be less for the general fund because some of that is being reverted over to the Monarch Enterprise Fund.
Okay, that makes,
Okay.
that makes
So
more
just-
sense. I was like, wait a minute.
Right,
Calling
okay.
out the differences
That's fine,
in
that's
the fund. On
So
the
the-
And then
permanent,
the expenses will go into that
The
fund. too.
overall revenue for recreation we expect to go up, but it's not going into the general fund.
say that again.
I just want to make sure I understand that correctly. We expect the overall revenue for recreation fees to actually rise,
Yes, it will
but it
just
won't
not
go in the
benefit
general
general fund.
fund. It's going to
Correct.
go into the Monarch Enterprise Fund.
Correct.
So I don't want anybody to look
Right.
at that and say, wait, we're building this new center and
Yeah.
our income's going down. No, it's not going down. It's going in a different bucket.
Correct. And we're not covering the Monarch tonight, but it will be on the July 14th
Okay.
meeting to
Part of the
talk
way we're
about.
saving money is that we're having Caesar show up at 6 a.m. and open the place and make sure everything goes right.
Thank goodness.
So some of the
No, they're going to be there all night as well.
some of the personnel highlights, total full-time equivalents decreased by 20 in the general fund. 15 were transferred in from utility fund. This comes from a reorg of our public works departments as a whole. So just for an example, inspectors were kind of scattered across several different departments, including some in utilities. We've centralized those all under one umbrella. So we physically moved those positions to the general fund. Then 15 positions went out of the general fund to go over to the Monarch. And then 9 vacant positions were eliminated in the budget. They span from multiple departments. It's not any one department. And then there was one vacant. There was one position that was moved to a vacant position in another division. So that's your 10 eliminated positions. Cost estimates, we do have a 3% COLA built into the budget, and we have an 8% employee health insurance cost increase.
May I ask just for clarity? Been a long day. When you say 10 eliminated positions, are those people or positions?
They are vacancies. They are positions, but they were all vacant except for that one that I mentioned.
Thank you.
Yeah, quick question on insurance. How much did we? I know this year we were anticipating to be pretty bad. How much did it actually go up?
We don't know,
Okay.
which is why we always have to estimate.
Oh,
Our insurance runs
mean, this
on a
past
yeah,
calendar.
this past year.
We stayed within the amount we budgeted.
Okay.
So I think we did a 5%. And when it came in, we were able to make a few adjustments and keep it within the amount we budgeted. Yep. So on expenses that increased, the obvious one that stands out is any expenses associated with our new facilities. So utilities, janitorial services, property insurance have all been estimated and put into the budget.
How much is property insurance?
Property insurance?
Yeah. How much was it?
I mean,
Yeah.
if you go
It's
to
a big old
56,000
building.
square
It's,
feet.
I know. I'm just like,
It's a
I mean,
new
I'm
facility.
kind of intrigued to see how much it was.
Insurance has gone up extreme.
I feel
so
like insurance
high.
on a
Oh my
new
gosh.
facility should be less than insurance on the facilities that we're currently in.
You feel like
I hope that works out.
Yeah.
Replacement facility.
I hope that
Yeah.
works out.
Yeah, I don't. I
it goes on the
remember.
cost to rebuild and things
I
like
remember
that.
off the top of my head what the city hall quote was. I don't remember what the public works one was,
Wow.
but I
Okay.
think I think the city hall one was 118,000 for a year's worth of premium. Which,
No, we have can't we go to Jeff Coleman and see what they got?
so the emergency medical services in the proposed budget, it was at 1.3. It is now 1.9 in the budget. Computer replacement. So we kicked the can last year. We took all the computer replacement out of last year's budget in order to get a balanced budget. Obviously, we cannot do that 2 years in a row. And so we are putting the necessary replacements back into the budget. And we kind of split it up. We were given what we should have done last year, what we should have done this year. What we need to do in fiscal 27, we have placed in the operating budget. The catch up from last year, we're actually putting it on the one-time capital list. So we'll cover that when I get there. Citywide software, it just in general, like someone was like, well, what is it specifically? I mean, there are a few new asks, which we always evaluate and make sure that it's needed, it's not being duplicated somewhere else in the city. But also just a general 3 to 5% increase on software is pretty much a standard with any software.
Unfortunately.
And we use a lot of software. I will say the software that finance uses, I mean, saves a lot of time for us. So,
Well, that's the catch-22, right? Like, we use a lot, but we for years, we've been asking for a way. We always have data. How much actionable data do we have? And you just gave a perfect example of that when you were talking about what our actually sales tax was. You're like, hey, I was able to use the actual,
Right.
software to be able to calculate that and get that.
and then cost allocation, you'll see an increase in that. Part of it is when you peel the Monarch out, and now it is not a part of the general fund. There is a cost allocation to that enterprise fund. But also just some of the restructuring with utility fund, that cost allocation has changed as well. On the capital and one-time requests, this is the assumption that we are using available fund balance for these purchases. Our senior advisor, the computer replacement prior year, so we split those up. Computer upgrade for engineering. So this is an upgrade to much faster computers for several of the engineers in order for them to run a particular software that allows us to not have to consult that out. So it made a lot of sense to bring that in-house. Old Town Playground replacement. That
Hold on, I want to back up a minute there. When I saw that about the computer replacement, I'm like, well, how often are we doing that? And I'm thinking that there's obviously the need for that is greater in some departments than others. Engineering, for instance, I would assume that they would be replacing their computers more frequently than a lot of the other departments. Finance would also, I would think, would be one where,
I think it's the computers might be different, but the replacement schedule is usually
is the
around
replacement schedule the same in
five
every
or 6
department?
years.
Yeah.
That
I mean, I'd have to defer to our IT department. I don't have that schedule, but whatever they step forward with, and these computers are up for replacement.
every 5 years.
what?
Every 5 years.
5 or 6.
Generally
is it
speaking,
an
in my
every
experience,
5-year replacement?
yeah. Generally,
Okay,
I'm under the impression
that's pretty-
we run a
pretty
3-year
infrequent.
warranty, and then we hang on to it a little bit longer than that. And if
Yeah.
it fails in there, we maybe have to replace it early. But our goal is 5 years.
It makes,
Right.
it makes you feel any better. I've had this iPad for like 7.
I've had this laptop right here for 4, and I was just wondering, is it a 3? Is it a 5? Is it a
Like
2?
replacing.
on this is such
I know some people, replace every year.
Yeah, I do
like
believe we're on
clockwork.
a
Yeah,
5-year
crazy.
turnaround.
But I was just curious what our speed of replacement is for that, and
Is
it's
that a
interesting that
policy
there's
that,
just
that
a
we
single
establish?
schedule.
Yeah, I believe I've seen that policy come across our desk before. So that is a policy we established. So, all right, I'm curious about the Old Town Playground replacement. Do you happen to know how much that is?
It was 200 and something thousand, I think.
Are we replacing equipment there when we're also considering making this a new park? Can you help? Am I in
Great
line
question.
with the question?
Great question.
That would be a question.
I think that's a question
She's
for
like, I
us.
put the numbers in. You
It's
ask.
okay. You can pause it. I think I just
them in the
wanted
right
to
bucket.
to make
Yep.
it make sense for myself.
Yeah.
Hi, Shane.
Who's this random guy with the beard coming out?
Hey, Shane.
Whoa,
You knew you weren't going to get away with
this
calling
guy
him up
looks
here.
like he's here to replace some playground equipment.
So we did a master plan, if y'all remember, for Old Town Park. And we've kicked that pretty far back into the CIP because of some feedback we got from y'all and the feedback y'all heard from the neighborhood. Old Town Park the playground at Old Town Park is over 20 years old. There are a lot of cities that carry a lot of deferred maintenance. We do not. As far as the Parks and Rec Department, pretty proud of the fact that, let's say like Austin has close to $1 billion in deferred maintenance in their park system, and we have probably 25 benches or picnic tables that are still wood, and this playground that's over 20 years old. After that, the playground at the lake is 16 years old, which will be taken care of in the next round of the lake improvements. And then I don't think we have a playground over 10 years old. So this would be $220,000, something like that. And if that is the will of council, that we abandon the master plan and we go back to just replacing this playground, that's something I think we have shown that we can do pretty well. If you want a playground in a shade, something unique to that neighborhood with maybe a trail around it, and it's not this connection of this space over here, which is the old water tower and this really unique thing that's different and one-off than anywhere else we have in the city. If that's no longer the interest, then we just need to deal with the fact that we do have some deferred maintenance left. It is that playground, and it's whatever the staff put in, 200 and something.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Shane. I wanted to say with that, like, do the residents that live over there know that we have paused that?
Oh yeah.
They do now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I haven't talked to
I
each
know
one
they know
individually.
now.
Yeah.
I think some do, some don't, probably.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think some people would be happy about that. And so I'm excited to know that we are still not abandoning Old Town Playground where I used to take my preschoolers to play because it was quiet. And there was no one there.
It was very quiet.
It was.
Very quiet. So I loved it, but it's good to know that you're going to do a playground replacement, and if and when, because there still should be something there, we decide to move forward, can any of this replacement items be used in the cost
Yeah.
and worked in
Absolutely.
to that?
Yeah, the conceptual plan would be altered to acknowledge the fact that we've updated the playground and maybe it's now not a pavilion with a restroom, it's just the playground's already there and there's this trail connection, and maybe it still goes above, maybe it doesn't, maybe you're still burying the power lines, maybe you're not. There's still a way in the future to do this playground request and to take parts that are maybe still palatable to this board and anybody in the community, and make this one unique space and kind of highlight what that water tower meant for this community a long time and this playground. It doesn't have to be the thing that ultimately came of that study to still see some sort of improvement over there.
Thank you so much for that. And I think it's really important for the residents of Old Town to hear that you heard them and that we have pivoted at this time. So I'm doing a Rudy, just making sure we state that for the 4 that are actually listening so that they can go out and get the word out. And I thank you still for giving attention to this particular area.
Well, I'd like to go back to 2020. At that time, Councilman Marsh, he had some
Opinions?
opposition
Strong opinions.
to this because, in his words, I live there, I pass by it every day, and as long as I've known, there's never been a kid playing in that playground. Now,
He did
his
say that.
argument was, do we need to spend the money there now? And I'm channeling my Councilman Rogers and Ryan. Do we need to spend the money there now if it gets so little use?
But why? But if
Well-
we say that all of our parks are at a certain level, then why should this one not get the same attention?
That's the part too that comes to me is to think about. Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
No, what I wanted to say to piggyback off of that is, if we are pivoting, or this could be a mini phase 1, I would like to see some more, stakeholders from the neighborhood involved in, like learning more about the vision or the design of this. Because if it can, 220,000 I think is a lot of money. So hopefully it will be something more substantial and more desirable than what there is now. So I think if we involve the community in that neighborhood, hopefully then it will be used more.
So Shane, are we building a zip line and a 50-foot climbing wall
like that
that they can climb up to the, thing and then jump off bungee cord
No,
off?
the hill with the
Right.
the slide, like at the Central Park.
I think what I love that y'all have mentioned is y'all have mentioned different unique components from each unique playground. We have not previously in my 7 years reached out to a community and said, here's what we're doing for this playground replacement. What do you think? Part of the reason is because I've worked in previous cities where you had, and what you tend to do is alienate folks. If you give them 2 or 3 votes and someone likes one and one wins, but another group like 2 or 3, then they go past this playground. It's not the playground they liked anymore. It's the playground they wish I wanted option C the whole time and they went with A or whatever. And so in areas where we're replacing a playground, we've always as staff just worked with vendors to try to bring the best, most unique, creative playground that we can afford to y'all, where y'all see it before we pull the trigger on it. And we're able there to talk about the uniqueness of it. But if y'all want us to put something up that
It's not you.
doesn't,
Something's happening behind you.
whoa, we can do it.
Thank you.
Awesome.
No, I like that idea of asking the.
Yeah.
the
Or
community.
then we
I think it's
just
just initial not showing concepts. Or there may be a way to
Yeah.
just sort of
Yeah.
realign them on.
And that master plan we did
plan.
covered the city, and we've used that master plan that we did a couple years ago that we brought to y'all.
The
Not
locals, we
the
just want benches.
not the Old Town master plan, the Parks and Rec open space master plan to build a lot of our playground concepts.
I think I was really excited when we cut the ribbon on the playground at Heritage Park, where we've got the little tractor
Yeah.
and the little picnic table and everything in there. And I feel as though staff has done a good job of recognizing the area, recognizing what's appropriate for that area. If we do need to get some feedback from the neighborhood, it would likely need to be limited to vision, not specifics.
Yeah.
And yeah, make the playground that is most appropriate to the history of the space.
Are there any stray tractors in Old Town that you can script us?
I don't know. Those would be safe.
We'll find something.
Well, and make sure it lives up to the UDC.
Okay.
Shots fired. Not at y'all. No, so-
Appreciate that. No, you.
All right, what else you got?
I did have a question about what is senior advisor?
That's
That's the one to the right of me.
transition. City manager transition.
Oh, as a one-time, okay.
Yes.
Who is
Okay.
that?
So, okay, thank you.
I thought we just pushed him off the cliff or something like that.
We also
I
have
was thinking someone
security,
old. You're a senior.
additional security cameras at the library. Temporary trailer removal. So we have trailers out at Public Works, and they don't just come get them and you stop paying the lease.
Oh, you explained that a couple years ago. We were
Unfortunately,
surprised. I remember
and
that.
so we have one-time removal costs
That was
built
a big
in,
deal. We were surprised.
and then we do have the fleet replacement to
So
transfer
can
to
you-
the VERF, which we covered.
Somebody asked the
sorry.
question. They're like, why don't we just keep it there?
So security cameras at the library. Are you able to expand on the need for that?
Their request, if she's here, she could expound.
Just an upgrade or?
I know there's some additional ones.
Are we talking about interior or exterior cameras?
These are going to be interior.
Okay.
And we've had some incidents at the library, and we would like to offer more secure space for our people.
That's all we need to know.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, that's all we need to know.
This was pretty low cost too. Yeah,
Ring.
Thank you.
Thank you.
not that low.
Whatever the librarian says.
Yeah. If you can't be safe at the library and you need the police chief to make arrests at the library, you're living in Austin.
Dang.
It's moving on.
So the hotel occupancy tax, really not a lot of changes on this fund. Revenue is trending pretty flat, so we're not
We're not adding any more
increasing
rooms.
that revenue. I don't know of any new hotels.
Are we
we
seeing
are-
Maybe
good
with our
revenue
new
from our
tourism
Airbnbs?
So we do get revenue from short-term rentals, and we do monitor that and attempt to enforce that on a regular basis.
Objective, non-responsive, but your answer is an answer. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So we do follow these criteria when we are setting up this budget and following the guidance of the local government code on how to spend hotel tax. The categories of the expenditures are the same. Public arts, economic incentives, the promotion and marketing, tourism training, the memberships, and the short-term rental software that we use. I just am putting a plug in here. I know we've talked about the tourism PID recently. That would look a lot like our hotel occupancy tax. It would be a separate fund. So,
And separately controlled.
correct, like it would be a whole different fund. So PCDC, this is a overview of their fund summary. The proposed available net position at the end of fiscal 26 is showing 10.2 million. We're doing the assumptions of their revenue the same as for the city. So whatever their projections are for sales tax of 26, that's what we're projecting for 27.
She should. Yeah.
Does the expenditures include renewing their office lease for next year? Do you know
They
if that
do.
assumption was in there? It is in there.
It is built in there, yes. I did pull out the community support just so it's not buried, just to call out the city support community grants. And
That they do. Okay. Cool.
yes,
That's good, actually. That's good to show.
That's a chunk of change.
Yeah,
You'll
that's good to
see
show the
the-
public that we reinvest in them.
you'll see the non-operating
$100,000.
expenditures goes down quite a bit in 27. Their big capital projects are over. And we'll go over what the 2 million encompasses. And so the projection of the net position at the end of fiscal 27 would be almost 5.2 million.
So I'm a little curious there. It looks like the personnel services is increasing. I'm going to say about 8% over the current budget.
So no new personnel requests, but there have been some market increases mid fiscal 26. We do have the same built-in 3% COLA and 8% health insurance in their budget as well. On the operating expenses, just a few noted, not a lot of changes on the operating expenditures. I should have called out, I did not call out, marketing studies, strategic plan, site tours, and recruitment programs. The budget also includes the request of the city for the 2.1. I should have listed that on here. It's a big number, but it is called out on the summary page. And then on the capital outlay side, Innovation Hub for 500,000, Project Nexus for $1 million, and Wet Labs for 500,000.
Tracy, I'm curious on the previous one about the personnel. We barely had any personnel in FY26 until very recently. So I'm wondering, was that an actual material difference for the 2, maybe 3 people that were over there versus the whatever it is now, 7 or 8?
Yeah, you go back and look at
Yeah.
can we look at the
Out of
previous slide?
stipend Rather than,
Well, it looks
the
like-
positions were budgeted, even if they weren't
But
filled.
they
Yeah.
weren't.
Yeah, if you go back one more slide, you'll see.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out like
Uh,
if there was like a,
So you will see a difference
Well, it's
between
like if
the
you add
projected and the
11%,
and the
you get
budgeted, where
975.
we were about $200,000 lower than budgeted because those positions weren't filled.
yeah.
Yeah, really your
I guess I'm
variances
curious
between the
about-
2 budgets.
No, it makes sense, and that's what Caesar said makes sense. You make sense.
Like
of what
in
you said
an
makes sense.
off cycle, because normally an
Well, so
adjustment would be made.
I just want to make sure I understand. Are you saying because there were out of cycle increases, the 3% COLA may not be appropriate?
For those individuals, yeah, potentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How do we
that's a
do
fair
that?
point.
Do we do it by anniversary or do we do it by fiscal year?
I think we did it by fiscal
Fiscal
year.
year.
Serena,
And is it
fiscal year?
prorated for people who start half or partway through the year?
I don't know. Maybe we can have the guy who does this come up
There
here.
is some stipulation of if they were hired really recently. I don't think it applies, but
Jerry?
Well, no, I think this
Well,
is
that's
this
a
is more
city
payroll
policy.
based, a more payroll based question, right?
Yeah.
Well,
If
No, it's
someone
a-
in our department is hired in the last 3 months of the fiscal year, it's potential they wouldn't get that 3% because they got their salary
They got their
established.
raise.
but do we
there is
leave it
a
up to the
cutoff
manager?
period. I'm not sure if it's 3 months,
Okay.
but there is a cutoff period
cutoff.
of when it would
I
apply.
was about to say because I remember explicitly. I can't believe he brought that up. When I got hired at the comptroller's office, it's true. This is a true story, bro. I got hired I don't know, it was like June 1st or something like that. Well, fiscal year for the state is September, and I got the pay increase for the state over there as well. And I just assumed, oh, you always get a pay increase because that's what happens.
That's
Well, it was
government
that
for you.
stupid. Yeah. Yeah, apparently that wasn't true.
Yeah, and that's why I was.
No, it's
No,
a good.
no, good.
It's a good. No, it's a good question.
11%.
They got a raise not on the regular schedule. then
Yeah.
We should. Yeah.
I mean, that would go with a bunch of positions across the city
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
So, but when I added 11% to the budget, that was 974,000 and that was 953. So that's in line with the COLA and the employee increase for the insurance.
I'm sorry, before you move to that slide. The Innovation Hub, Project Nexus, and Wet Lab Space, are there active projects for that, or is that perspective?
Those look like estimate numbers to me.
I mean, they're awfully round numbers, so I wasn't sure if there was something specifically related to Project Nexus that's going to cost $1 million in the next year.
Right.
And
Is that
I've got someone
is that more design?
throwing up the
stuff?
horns. You know why? That's what I saw.
Whoa! Who do you think you're coming up to speak to? Don't get
I-
crazy around here.
I saw a horn.
Hey, you got it.
I stay completely out of Texas and Texas A&M.
You got a seat, counselor.
Oh,
I was trying to make it short. That way I don't have.
No, we want to keep it. We got
made it short. You can make it short.
30 minutes.
I'm sorry, Innovation Hub, Project Nexus, Wet Lab in 30 seconds. Go.
Okay, so there is a project that's pending for the Innovation Hub. We're working through that RFP right now. Project Nexus is ongoing. So we pull the money from the from this line item to fund the project with JLL. And there are next steps that we have to go in going forward. Okay.
Is JLL's contract for that amount?
Is that estimate to be?
No, this is an estimated amount. So last year we did $1 million. We're asking for $1 million this year coming up in 2027. Last year we did $1 million for Innovation Hub. We're asking for $500,000 this year. And there were wet labs last year that we did $1 million, and we're asking for $500,000 this
So-
year. We actually did not spend the money for the wet lab space or the innovation hub, but we did spend money on the Project Nexus.
So my core question for all three of these is, what are we actually going to get and see? It sounds like these are still consulting phase projects. Correct me. Hopefully I'm wrong, and we're actually going to get something beyond consulting for these.
Yeah, what's the work product from spending this
So
money?
that's the resolution that you all approved a couple of weeks ago. That's the work that Project Nexus is doing. So that requires there to be additional steps where they're going to have to now go after developers for whatever the final approved project is for Project Nexus. But we are quite some ways away from that taking place.
What's the price tag on the JLL, the owner's rep contract?
400,000.
400,000. Okay.
And you're wanting to give them another $1 million next year. Is that right?
We didn't give them, no. The short answer is no. We didn't give them $1 million this year because it was funded.
Yeah, but we paid them $400,000 for their agreement.
And that's fine. But
then you're expecting, based on the outcome of their market study that they're going through right now and the goals and objectives that we established, that there are going to be activities that we are going to accomplish with this money, or is this going to be, they're going to create a phase 2 that then they're going to be uniquely qualified to consult for us?
Does this get us to the point where we have a developer partner on board?
Well, let me make sure I answer your question. I don't do the whole uniquely qualified thing. I kind of find it disingenuous.
Indeed.
He was joking.
I was being facetious.
I've been in cases where it is the uniquely qualified.
If you hire someone to write the contract for the next someone,
correct,
they can write it for themselves pretty easily, and we want to.
But this is really creating, like, I was just received some of the preliminary information from their work that they're doing now that I'm in review of. But once we get to a point, they're going to have to cart this off to trying to attract developers. But we are a ways away from that.
Well, then we are the ones attracting developers, and we're using this $1 million to attract them.
We got some time before we get, because we have to review these documents, we have to agree with these documents. Then it continues to go in phase. We're still talking to the public about what they would like to see on that site. So we have some ways to go.
I think some amount of discovery work around a next phase of moving this forward is fine. I personally am feeling like $1 million could be better spent attracting businesses that can open in the next year instead of this 5-7 year project. Not that we shouldn't continue to invest in it in some amount, but spending the bulk of our money on that project that right now is so far out when we need sales tax revenue literally right now, seems like that could be a better option potentially.
So my only question is this: is that how far out are we? Because you said 5-7 years.
I mean,
yeah. I mean, I know JLL is being aggressive with their timeline. They're supposed to come back to us at the end of the summer or something like that, which I was really surprised about. I was like, huh.
You're not alone.
Yeah, and then they said start, and if I recall correctly, January is when, like, boom, get boots on the ground, start working on this. I mean, you do this for a living, but he brings up a good point. So that's what I want to hear about. Like, how far out do you think that before we get an ROI on what we're trying to do here?
I think what you will see at the end of this fiscal year is the completed documentation according to the agreement that they have. I think going into the 2027 phase, it's going to really depend solely on what the market is showing. Wow. And then also on the backside, how creative PCDC and the council really want to be in order to make whatever the project outcomes look like become a reality. So
and that's part of what worries me a little bit is, like, I know part of the plan is like a hotel. We have site-ready locations if the market was going to support a hotel already. So that's part of what is concerning me a little bit about our performing arts center. Like, all of the ideas that are in the initial visioning are all things that, I mean, we're investing because the market's not ready. Yes, right, but I still just I'm not seeing a path in this plan to get us an actual usable property by the residents anytime soon.
So I think my question to you, Jerry, when we talk about putting these things in budgets, and I'm a big fan of establishing a budget to set the expectation that, this is likely what it could take. But do you expect these to be project based? And by project, I mean type B, 501, 505. Are these 505 projects, or are these?
So
Is this marketing? Is this outreach?
no, this is actual projects.
And then projects come back to us for approval, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So I guess I just want to make sure, because I like to set expectations. I like budgets. I like to understand, hey, this is how much of what we have we're committed to pushing towards, this goal. But I want to make sure we're not going to spend that money without us seeing specific projects that move the needle. And I think, to Jonathan's point, when this money is spent, we should see outcomes. We should be able to see something measurable. And
I mean, I think another year of paperwork is probably not.
No, definitely not. Definitely not another year.
Capital outlay has certain definitions. So, I mean, if it's in the capital outlay, it would need to qualify under the capital outlay definition. So I'm assuming that it's the same types of things that would be included in any CIP project that we would do.
I guess you could do a minimal amount of moving some dirt around and leveling or something.
Well, and let me set the stage here for a little bit.
If it's
This project is going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars. We're talking about the land by itself was around 25 million, and when you add the interest on it, it turns to 33 million. So we're not talking about a half an acre building that we can build tomorrow. This is a lot of infrastructure. It's going to take significant dollars. So the planning effort has to be right. We're talking about how do you layer the incentive packages, because it's going to take different types of incentive uses. It's going to take PIDs. It's going to take TERS. It could possibly take some other economic development related tools. So we don't know what we don't know, which is why all of this is taking place right now. So I understand that there may be some desire to see the project move faster and less planning take place, but we're talking millions of dollars, and so we have to get it right.
So I'll say so that's great. Appreciate you explaining that. I think my concern is actually that it's both moving too fast and too slow, because if the residents aren't going to see anything for 5, 7, whatever, however many years, and we're getting slideware and marketing materials and maybe a couple site visits to get some developers excited next year, we're really not advancing the ball that much. And on the other hand, there's so many other places, especially given this a $200 million project. We have $1 billion worth of projects just about that are supposed to be finished up this year. Are we really ready to take on another $200 million project in 27?
I yield that question to the council.
I want to pose the question.
Yeah, I yield that to and quite honestly, when we were talking about this budget, we could literally, and I'm not saying this to be facetious, but we could zero out all 3 items. But when the opportunity comes, we still got to come back to you anyway.
Yeah, throw it into fund balance and bring it back. But it sounds like you've got to come back to us anyway. Is what I heard. But I heard 3 different things
right.
there, and
Either way it goes,
I'm a little
I have
concerned.
to come back to the body. So.
I'm a little concerned that I heard 3 different things, because I heard capital outlay, I heard engineering, I heard site work, I hear projects. Maybe that was 4 different things.
That's all part of capital outlay.
So projects have to come back to us.
Yes.
But other things that are approved in your budget are approved in your budget. And so
These particular items.
So if you expect these to be things that come back to us, I would much prefer you throw it into fund balance and come back with the amendments when you've got something identified, so that we can evaluate it and say, yeah, absolutely, go get it done.
I think just like our CIP project, it is worthy of a prioritization conversation amongst all of us on where to invest, what our immediate needs are, medium, long-term needs.
Well, I think we need to wait for the the report from our consultants.
Agreed.
So I think it's premature for us to talk about this now until we get that back. The other thing, just logistically and how the budget works. If it was included in this year's budget and we don't spend it, it goes to fund balance, but then we can come back and get it, because otherwise we're just putting it in the budget every year until we get it done.
So I know
Correct? Like,
Yes,
we can
and-
put it
and
in
the-
fund balance, like,
And just to give you some history to why we put it like this last year, when I come to a community and they say that this is what they're passionate about, or this is what they're saying, hey, we need to go and kind of channel and make this particular stuff happen. When I reviewed the SEDS document, or when I reviewed the Aspire plan, they point to Innovation Entrepreneurship Hub. Both of them do. They point to going in and doing mixed-use development and creating 10-minute walkable communities. Both documents point to that. They point to life science. And so both documents point to all three.
No.
And so my statement was, if you believe that strongly in the Aspire plan, if you believe that strongly in the SEDS plan, you will put your money where you say they are. And so we put money aside to show that. And then we ended up using that money when we went to pay for JLL for that Nexus project.
So my opinion is that the Innovation Hub in particular, I mean, we hear about this often from a lot of people. We've tried different methods to try to support our, because I mean, you know, the mayor brought it up. Doug says it often. It's not like, you know, how many patents, everything else that come from that as well. So that makes sense to me. Project Nexus, you already named out what the contract's going to be for JLL's 400,000.
Yes.
Is that so? So maybe it's a number you want to revisit to see what actually happens from that, you know, from there. But I think Melody's right though too about that we don't know until we actually get that product from them at that. And I know in the wet labs, I mean that's something that again we put out there for years ago, and I think that's a great idea, and I think it's important. I know that I've talked to universities and other folks about that. But is that something that we need to go ahead and put out there now, as opposed to whenever something does come up? Because there are some things that are cooking along 973 very quickly that may affect the growth and development for that.
so what I'm thinking.
You know, speaking of, so in that scenario, are we splitting our bets here when really, if say Innovation Hub is the number one thing, spending $1.5 million on that and actually getting a minimum viable product of an Innovation Hub and not just paperwork about an Innovation Hub in a year sounds a heck of a lot better than moving these three projects slowly.
Well,
We can
Well, what
price
about
this.
we as council told PCDC and the SEDS that we wanted these things, including wet lab. We said we want
I completely
you to start
agree.
working on it.
These are all great ideas. I agree.
It's just how it comes.
It sounds like we need a mini CIP for these capital outlays that shows it over multiple
Yeah.
years, because because there are many phases to this,
Yeah.
and so you know, you can make estimates on what's phase one or phase two
Agreed.
or design or whatever. So that's how I'm thinking about it, and so like, because maybe we actually should say, well, what is it going to be in total, not just this year?
Right.
And then how do we think the timeline, the design, and the construction, or whatever we're going to be doing, is going to play out over those next 5 years?
I think that's an excellent point. Is there a possibility for you getting that to us?
Yes.
Sooner?
There's
Wait,
some-
it's only. I keep thinking it's already August.
It's early.
Okay, yeah, I forgot. Okay.
Thank you for
Yeah.
being early.
Yeah.
And there's some projects, there's some things that we did last year in the budget and in previous years. This year we sit down and met with Serena and a team and said, hey, we need to zero that out, and if there's an opportunity that comes.
Oh, wait. No, I want to make sure I said this publicly. I want to be clear. Yes, I heard y'all had a very good meeting. This is exactly what we talk about. So that's great to hear about that. I just think that Melody's idea is a really good one. So then we see, okay, we have this money allocated. What does this look like in the future? And so, to Jonathan's point, should we really be even caring about this amount right now as opposed to?
I like the idea. I want to see some predictability. I also want to recognize that economic development is a different animal. There's a lot of unpredictability in this. A lot of things are going to change. The reason we have an organization, a Type B, is so they can pivot as quickly as necessary.
To be nimble.
Which is one more reason why I think it should likely just all go into general fund and come forward when it's a project. Serena?
Right, it's just a different philosophy. Yes, I have run economic development before. We do not suggest doing what ifs to show, highlight what you want to do. When you want to show what you want to do and you want to show the values of the community, if you want to show what you want them to do, those are in policy decisions, those are in documents, those are in SEDS, I wouldn't put placeholders in the budget. You would say this and build out a plan, a 5-year plan, and this year is going to be designed, and then every year you're voting on the piece of it. Because what you saw in this last year's budget was an idea of buying land for $1 million, right?
Yeah, that was.
And it didn't happen. And another one didn't happen. So it looks like in the budget that it's going to happen. If it's not guaranteed and it's a what if, you leave it in fund balance until you come forward and you take that money. This is I absolutely oppose the way that this is budgeted in the what if scenario. You want to highlight something, keep talking about it. Put it on social media, put it in your SEDS, do it other ways. You don't tie up budget money for a what if game plan. I definitely disagree with
And
this.
I totally hear you, and I like the idea. I just want to go back to the fact that not too long ago, within this past year, we had a conversation with PCDC, and we told them we wanted to march east to buy land. We wanted wet labs, and Jerry's bringing that. He's budgeting it. So my point is, if we want them to do something, we need to tell them, because Jerry is doing
100%.
exactly what we asked him to do.
100%.
And Jerry, you've heard that, right?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. So I will
I think
say
you missed what I said.
no.
I'd be
absolutely.
happy to clarify.
Yeah, no.
No,
I
so-
can give examples.
So yes, we say we want wet labs. I was not so excited about wet labs, but we passed the
remember that
SEDS that includes those things. You watched all the videos before you got here.
I remember that.
I know you did. Yeah, so we want wet labs. We want to say we want wet labs. I should see it in the budget when we have a contract
When it's
or
ready.
a development
And I agree with
project.
that.
It's not ready.
Yeah, so if it's a placeholder, I think to Melody's point, a CIP, a capital improvement plan, not a program, but a plan in that scenario makes a lot of sense. Tell me, put your money where your mouth is. These are the things we're planning to spend money on. It's not in the budget yet. It's not in the budget, but it's the things that we plan to do, and this is, the vision. I think articulating the vision in that something similar to a capital improvement plan makes a lot of sense. So I think that's what I'll be looking for over the next several months while we firm up the budget. That makes sense?
That seems like a different way of writing the same idea, but that seems like a reasonable variation.
Well, it's
We need to know what we're going to get.
I
though.
have a question about the Innovation Hub. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Jones, but the Innovation Hub is actually something that it looks like is going to break ground this year, or am I overly optimistic about that?
I wouldn't say this year, but there is a RFP that we're responding to. We are competing with 3 other communities for this particular innovation hub. The decision will be made this year as to where it will go.
Okay.
And when it will land in the particular community. We're working really hard to attract them.
So this is, sorry.
By this year, do you mean this calendar year, or you mean this fiscal year?
The decision will be made where they locate this fiscal year.
This fiscal
So
year.
before October.
Yes.
And are you
20
referring to
20
the group
wait.
that was in
Yes.
town? So this is a specific project, not really a Pflugerville Innovation Hub. This is we are
Councilman, I
trying
apologize.
to attract somebody who.
Yes.
No.
No, this is not. Yes, you are right.
Okay,
I
okay.
apologize. This is not a.
This is in
we're
support
going
of-
to chase after, an innovation hub, and this is the money that we're going to use specifically. What the whole purpose behind putting, and again, I want to be very clear. This was $1 million last year, and what we did was we went out and said, hey, we have this amount of money set aside for this to attract this particular indefinitely. Now, we didn't do that for Nexus because I didn't want JLL to know how much money we had in the line item, so we definitely didn't tell them that. But it is a different philosophy. I do agree. I can stand on both sides of the table when it comes to what Serena just said. I can agree with it, her philosophy. Either way it goes, right? You either can say, hey, we have a set of funds set aside for this particular endeavor. It's a fund. I'm seeing other economic development organizations try that approach. Or we could say, hey, we have an opportunity to incentivize, come to us with the idea, and we will go to our fund balance and grab the monies.
Sure.
I think
so I'll go back
it
to
can
what.
go either way. I'm not really caught up on
I'll go
how
back to what the mayor was saying,
it's
where I
done.
think, again, so if we're really talking about a specific project that we may or may not win in the next couple of months, and they're investing, we'd probably have some sort of incentive structure. That's
Absolutely.
fine. But I don't know if $500,000 is that incentive structure, or again, it goes back to the
Right,
question
until
if we need an
until that
actual
project is
plan.
that project,
Yeah.
it doesn't need to be in here.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, because if that project, if we don't win that RFP, then there's the potential that you're going to build your own, right? There may be office space available that you can lease for some portion or more of that money, right? So you may be building your own until we know what we're doing. I'd love to see it in a plan. I don't want to see it in the budget.
Yeah.
I think we're good on that. David, you got
You think
a little more clarity?
Well, I was just going to say, speaking of building our own, I mean, it might possibly be that the Innovation Hub goes inside Project Nexus. I mean, I assume that's one of the options that y'all are looking at.
Yes. That was a quick and short answer, wasn't it?
Nexus or downtown east.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Jerry.
Thank y'all.
Tracy, thank
So
you
to
for
wrap up our budget
Yeah.
work session,
She was like, I was almost done.
so close, right at the end. So just pointing out, in July, we'll have another work session. It will focus on utilities, Monarch, and any changes in fees. In August, we will be bringing back the proposed tax rates for the governing body to vote on a proposed tax rate. And in September, we will have the public hearing and the approval of the tax rate.
Tracy, question on that. Do you have an idea in mind of how you might use the Finance and Budget Resident Committee? Sorry.
We've met with them, so they got this presentation last week.
Okay.
We meet again with them August 19th to go over the proposed budget. They will receive the document the same day you do, so that they have 19 days or so, 18 days to look at the document before we come together. We're actually extending that meeting to an hour and a half because an hour is not quite long enough to go over a 200-page budget. But anyway, they will see the proposed budget on
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was
August
just
19th.
curious
Yep.
how you were integrating them into the process. Sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you, Tracy. That brings us to the next item on our agenda. This is discussion regarding the 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 27 to 31, with emphasis on the projects and priorities to be considered for fiscal year 27. We've got Director Rector, and here comes Assistant Director O'Shea.
Guess you're driving. Nope, that's you. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we have presented the CIP multiple times. We've presented it in multiple ways. So we're going to try it one more time. This one, I'm going to push a little bit because I need some clear direction, because you'll see at the very end of my presentation, we're going to expect you guys to take a formal vote at our next meeting to actually lock this thing in.
Yeah, my hope tonight, Mr. Rector, is that we have the different funds, the different sections, and we can each point at the items we think should move up, move down, move in, move out.
Has any of our feedback from the last review been taken into consideration here? Because we did spend an
some
hour or
time.
more last time providing ideas, feedback.
We will be doing our best to build consensus tonight.
And he's going to discuss.
Yeah. Go for it. Thanks, sir.
just didn't want to lose all of the.
Yeah, because I didn't take notes,
Things that we need
so I hope someone did.
It's on video.
So
Crystal took notes.
before we get too far into things, I did want to point out that we are pushing 3 items out of the CIP. That's FA 2702, FA 2701B, and FA 2801. Those we do not anticipate happening in the 5 years, so we've removed those.
So that,
I'm sorry.
Do you want?
back up just for a second?
Do we want discussion slide by slide? How do you want to manage this?
Yeah. I think we're. I want us to have the opportunity to talk about this because these are things that have been pushed beyond the 5-year CIP.
Yes.
But I thought some of these were originally scheduled within 1 or 2 years, so we pushed some of them pretty far out.
So, tell us about why they. What was it? I know we talked about it at length, but I'm slept since then. Why was it that we pushed the SCADA project out?
So the rationale behind the SCADA project originally was created by prior staff to completely air gap the SCADA system. And in multiple conversations with our IT team and current staff and city management office, we have determined that that is not the best path forward. So we have put that project on hold.
So that was
for a
private
period
fiber
to be-
loop for security reasons.
Yes.
Okay.
But we believe we can accomplish the same thing by working with IT and
I
creating the
agree,
firewalls.
and with encryption and
Yes.
okay.
And then I'm just going to keep going. So the Justice Center, we didn't see that one would happen within the next 5 years. Most likely it's going to require some future bond election. And so to do a full expansion of this, we figured it would be better to push that out beyond the 5-year window. Let us finish the projects we're working on, see how this current bond election plays out, and then reevaluate things a little further down the road.
So does that mean we wouldn't get things like the expanded evidence processing area, the renovations to this room? Are those still
Those are separate projects.
still? Okay.
Can you just? I want to make sure that wasn't lost. I believe there's going to be some confusion. So maybe identify those projects that are still going to happen and what the definition of that one was.
Sure. So
I imagine you'll get to the ones that are still going to happen as we
Yes.
go through the individuals, but this one in particular, with expansion, I'd heard rumors about closing in the courtyard before. What were we getting for $21.7 million?
So this was basically adding additional square footage to this building, whether it be closing in the courtyard, adding additional levels to facilitate additional growth and expansion of staff for the police department, moving the evidence building out of their exterior building into a new evidence location inside the building, adding more office space. I can't remember all the things off the top of my head.
But square footage here.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And then same thing for the library expansion. We didn't see that one was necessarily going to happen within the next 5-year window. And so
Is that one
that
that
does
you would
not
also
eliminate the potential roof replacement project. It's just for the
just square footage?
Yes.
And is that one also, you mentioned with the first one that it could require a potential bond election. Would the library also be a potential bond?
I mean, any bond election is council's prerogative, but yes, I would assume that's the way you would want to go.
And so
about it.
these two were not recommended by the current bond advisory commission to move forward in 26?
That's correct. They are not on the current bond advisory, and you'll see that recommendation coming soon.
We didn't go back and ask to delay these. I would say the bond committee wasn't trying to get
They
these
were
done
not. They were
anytime
not
soon.
pushing those forward.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
One thing I want to say, especially for the library expansion and/or the Justice Center expansion, is: do we really think that those it's going to be 5 years? Is it good to keep them on the list even if they're in FY30 for now, considering we refresh this every year, so that we're continually updating our expectations and it doesn't get lost in the wind, so to speak? That's probably a question for us. I don't know if anybody has.
How often do we do bond elections? As often as we want traditionally?
I mean, if we even have one this year.
Every
It's been
4,
6 years since the
6.
last one, then it was 2 years, then it was 3 years, and then it was however long.
So it's not as
So it was
frequent.
14, 15, it was 20. So I could see leaving that in at year 5, just to demonstrate that we know it needs to happen.
It's going to be a need, yeah.
Does that make sense? I want to see if we get consensus. You don't want it in 2030,
If
2031?
if they don't feel that it's going to be accomplished in 5 years, then we shouldn't include it.
I think we should include it when we expect there could be a potential future bond election, which
And this would be a starting, not a, right, we wouldn't start it for 5 years.
So that's a different criterion, though. That's interesting.
okay.
What he said. I mean, if that's the case, then absolutely, because I think at that point we'll be in a better financial situation.
so it sounds like 31.
Is that?
I'm
gonna push.
I'm
Is that-
counting at
is that
least 4 head
consensus?
nods.
Yeah.
So
I don't think we've got consensus about that.
Well-
We may have a majority about
Okay,
it. but
do
I
we,
don't
do we
think
have a majority
consensus.
saying to put it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay.
Moving on.
All right, so some things you're going to need to know as we walk through this one, because this is going to be a little different. We have tried to simplify and give you a lot of information. So you'll see a single dollar sign in a circle. That means it's funded in FY27. A double dollar sign in a circle means it's completely funded. The little bank columns there means that it's future debt.
Why
And
didn't you do a dollar sign with a check mark to be completely funded?
Yeah,
next time.
I appreciate.
Let's do our
the
best to get
icons.
through.
Yes.
Green font is the funded amount. For abbreviations, which you know I love to use, GF means general fund, UF is utility fund, CO is a certificate of obligation, GO is a general obligation. Orange font is the 2020 bond funds, or bond projects. Blue font is the 2026 recommended bond projects. And then you have the project phases. So the little stop button is not started. The yellow triangle means it's on hold. The little magnifying glass over the paper is studying. Land acquisition with the handshake in LA above
This
it.
is pretty impressive.
I love it.
Yeah.
We tried to get a little more creative, but it was getting a little too, too.
We don't want to overdo it.
Real small,
Yeah.
it's going to be hard to read.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on. So here's where you're going to see everything start coming together. So these are your drainage projects that we're recommending.
Okay.
You can see that none of them have started. Some of them are fully funded. Some of them are partially funded for the FY27, and then the majority of them we would need future debt. Now, one of the things that I want to point out is we've presented the CIP to you in a manner of these are bond funds, these are construction projects, these based on where they're at, so kind of a timeline. We've presented them to you in map format, so it's a geographical thing. Now we're focusing in on the funding aspect. So this is a slightly different order than what you've seen them in the past. But this is where we're at today, and this is where we're going to need feedback from council as far as what you want us to change before we bring draft 6 to you in July for a final, yes, this is the CIP move forward conversation. So you have the drainage master plan update. That's the one that's fully funded right there at the top. And then you have the Emmanuel Road, Pecan Park improvements to Gilliland Creek Channel, and then the Caldwell Elementary Upper Gilliland Creek Channel improvements. We did discuss these last time about potentially shifting them around. I don't know that we ever got a clear direction.
I want to make sure that I understand. Obviously, the drainage master plan has to come first. And we don't know what we're doing if we don't have a roadmap. We've got to build that first. My understanding from our previous discussion is that the primary reason that the top two, the Emmanuel Road and the Caldwell Elementary channel improvements, are priority items is because those are items where we're concerned about the potential for flooding and damage to homes now, next year, 2 years from now. And if we don't get on top of this right now, we're looking at the possibility that water issues will impact existing homes. Am I wrong about that?
No.
No, I'm wrong about that? No, I'm not wrong about that.
So the reason why you are correct, we're concerned about flooding. That's why we're recommending these. These are from the current drainage master plan. The reason why we pushed the Caldwell Elementary particular project to be recommended for next year was because there were so many homes and a school that were impacted. Typically, and I shared this with you last time, when you work on drainage projects, you work from downstream to upstream. So based on the drainage master plan, the most downstream project is the Emmanuel Road at Pecan Park project. So that is the logical, normal, typical place you would start, because when you start freeing up flow upstream, all you're going to do is make flooding worse downstream. But because of the safety factor and the impacts to property, we determined that Caldwell Creek was of high enough priority to go ahead and, or Caldwell Elementary, was high enough priority to go ahead and prioritize that one as well. So you're starting on the opposite ends of the channel that's in the drainage master plan.
Probably an immaterial idea, but I like the ability for comms to be clear for our residents of potentially moving the Caldwell up into the number 2 spot, because it is directly homes and a school, as opposed to generalized improvements that will help people for sure. But I just, from a prioritization perspective, and again, maybe immaterial because both of them are starting this
I was about to say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're tied for second. Yeah. Right.
So I have a question about the drainage master plan, what we talked about last time, as far as some of these lower items about regional detention basin. Will that include analysis about a drainage fee if we are doing any of these regional detention basins?
Yes. Yeah, that's one of the goals of the drainage master plan update, is to look at how to pay for projects and what type of recommendation to make to the city council about a drainage fee, whether that be in the form of a utility drainage fee or a drainage impact fee or some other format. That's to be determined, but that's one of the goals of the update.
Matt, who does that now?
I'm sorry, who does what?
Yeah, just
Yeah, are there other cities that have implemented utility drainage or drainage impact fees?
Yeah.
Yes. The city I came from, which I won't name,
Appreciate that.
they have a utility fee that they charge in their monthly utility bills every month. They use a flat fee formula. There are cities that don't have a flat fee; they have a graduated fee formula
Based on impervious
based on
surface.
impervious cover. There are cities also that, when you have developers come in that can prove up that they don't, that they can quote unquote beat the peak, and that's usually projects that are on a creek bed that can prove that there's no adverse impact for them to not detain. I know of several cities very close to us that have implemented requirements that all development projects will detain on-site, will detain off-site, or will pay a fee in lieu of detention. And then they use that fee to help pay for drainage projects.
Regional.
Specifically because that development is dumping a bunch of extra water into a creek, and we're trying to solve problems on the creek. So why should they not have to pay their fair share to help mitigate for that?
And we've had a conversation previously about utility drainage fees, and I think the drainage impact fee sounds like it's likely a very interesting concept for us to pursue.
Yeah, and especially as we look at the collection of impact fees that we have and our economic development needs as well, right?
And
There's a balance there.
And the source of those fees.
Yeah.
All right, so before I move on, I want to make sure that I heard
Cool.
direction correctly. We're going to
Go ahead and swap Caldwell to number 2, so we demonstrate that it's a higher priority, even though they're both happening simultaneously.
Okay.
That's the only
Okay.
optics.
All right, moving on. 2 facilities. So this gets back to the conversation we were having about the Justice Center renovation. You can see those are still here. Justice Center renovation is still here. The evidence processing is still here. Library roof replacement is still here. And so this is, again, this put in priority order of funding mostly, but also it just so happens that funding lines up with the status of being in construction or not yet started.
So I'm sure you can predict what I'm about to say, in that we should know what our overall plan is for the downtown before we go buy property for a parking garage and then build a parking garage. We may or may not need one, but I think we need, given what we've seen in the market study, that we're at least several years away from having our existing property leased out fully, renovated, or replaced. It makes me nervous to go ahead and bank even more land than we already have when we're not quite sure what's going to happen with the stuff that we already own.
Remind me that that blue color is
That is projects that you will be seeing in the bond advisory recommendations.
Okay.
So those are 2026.
so those are
bonds.
dependent
2026
upon
bonds.
upon
The citizens.
a bond election call.
Yes.
Well, it depended on the council, whether they put it forward for a bond.
Yeah, we
Well, yeah,
They're
but
not
Yeah.
like
it's a,
the
but it's a,
But-
yeah,
we don't
like
have
so.
to put those forward if
It,
they're
yeah.
recommended.
Well, I mean, I think the part the only retort I'd have for Jonathan is that if it's not going to get cheaper, so if we're going to look at something, own the chessboard. I think it's proven well to own the chessboard. I think owning the chessboard in a depressed market makes sense too. I know a lot of people who are buying a lot of property right now, at very cheap prices because of that. But ultimately, I think we've all talked about the parking garage. Like we're like, okay, that's another story. Because I mean, does that property truly have to be dedicated to a parking garage, or can that just be property for something we ultimately build?
Would it potentially fit on something
Exactly.
that is existing? And I think we're yet to see how Downtown East does, right?
Yeah.
Maybe there's a solution where we don't need a parking garage in core downtown because it's so accessible going back and forth. Or I think there's
Yeah.
again, we
Is he
may ultimately
recommending
need
Google
one.
Trade?
I don't know that it makes sense to get started on it this year.
I concur. I don't believe that putting it in 2027, I don't agree with that.
I'm sorry.
But I mean, and I'm not sure that what the need is, given the same things that Jonathan said. I have another item on the Justice Center court renovation because previously it says, well, this is our estimate. I'm not sure that the design and 100% construction can all happen in 2027. If we feel that, this area needs to be renovated, but I feel it's more appropriate to put design dollars in 27 and construction in 28. And I still am leery of why it would cost $2.2 million to renovate 2,600 square feet.
I'm telling you, I don't know how to. I just can't wait till that bid comes back, and you're like, dude, it's government. I'm telling you.
Well, based on the need of like offices or renovating things, I don't know.
I know.
And I'm not sure.
I know,
but I don't think it's going to get done in 2027.
I think so I agree with you on the former, not on the latter. I think that makes sense to split the cost if realistically speaking, how long it's going to take for us to design and ultimately construction. That makes sense, unless we have something on the shelves right now that we're just going to pull and be like, dude, we're ready to go.
You must
But
have
if
put
we
it
do, we
in
could give
a
an
1 year
estimate.
for a reason,
Yeah.
presumably.
Well, I would assume that reason is because it's already fully funded. If we split it into more years, we'd look at, are we reallocating money or are we just holding on to money
Or it might be a design build contract where they're incentivized to
to get it done?
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. I mean, it's
Yeah.
good
I
question.
just don't think there's enough information to justify $2.2 million.
Well, I mean, I think that's a very unique. It's not like he threw out like a round number, so he didn't pull that out of nowhere. So, I mean, there has to be a rationale to that.
Do you have backup for that number? You can provide.
Yeah,
weekly?
so we actually have a firm that's working on our facilities assessment.
Just send the background in the weekly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah. Just to go back real quick to the downtown core public parking improvements. I heard some desire to push that out further. I also, so my stance on that is that we wait and see what the bond advisory commission says, and then determine whether or not that's getting pushed out or not. So, bond advisory commission is going to give us advice, and then we're going to make a decision whether we move forward with it. I think it would be out of order to make the decision that we're going to wait on it before we hear back from the bond advisory
But
commission.
I
to
think it
Jonathan,
sets expectations, though, either way. Now, one of the things if we don't do something, and if there's not consensus, fine. But if we don't do something, Director Rector is going to come back in our next meeting and ask us to approve the plan. And if the bond commission, I don't know when they're scheduled to finish, if they're finished or not, that is another.
Well, they got to be
decision point
finished
there.
by July because we have to set what language for the
Yeah.
bond in August, something like that. Yeah.
And I don't, if there is general agreement that this should get pushed out by at least a year, then we save the bond commission's effort in continuing to debate it.
Yeah.
And actually, I don't think they're supportive of it. But
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're debating the timing, but again, I just I hesitate to see that, there's the bond in November, then you have, I don't see it happening, even if all things aligned.
I'm looking around, so I've got 2 to push it.
I like letting the public talk and the commission.
Yeah.
They speak through our commission, so I'm good with waiting.
When did
The
they-
commission should be back Monday.
Okay.
Yeah. So then we get our answer in July.
We'll know at our
address-
next meeting.
if the timeline works,
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have.
Yep.
Yeah. No, it's fine. We'll get our answer in July.
All right. So leave it there for now.
Okay, so did we have a,
I
Agreement
heard
on-
no changes at this point.
Leave it the way it is. Just perfect.
so on this one, this is just the utility fund portion of the facilities. So we've already got the Public Works facility that's in construction. The only one that's added here is the Public Works building number 6, which that is that's where the main tranche of staff is at the Public Works building. So they will all be relocated out of there. And then the idea is to renovate that building to convert it into a lab and office space so that we can vacate the final trailer on the Public Works or the wastewater treatment plant side.
And that'd be specifically for the folks who need to work there on site with the wastewater treatment plant.
Correct.
So are we getting trailers?
Getting rid of trailers.
We would be getting rid of. We've got a trailer for them now.
Well, we're moving, because we're moving them out for a hot minute and then we're moving them back in.
No, so we currently have 4 trailers. When we move to the Public Works building, we will be vacating 3 of those 4 trailers and getting them removed. The staff that's staying in the wastewater treatment plant would stay in the 4th trailer until this
Until
building is
that's done.
renovated, and then they would move out of that trailer into this building, and then that 4th trailer could be removed.
How many buildings do we have at the Public Works? There's 6 are listed, so what about the other 5?
Building 1 is where Parks is going to be going. And then the rest of them are warehouses and like storage type buildings. So they're not set up currently for people to occupy. on a
Chemicals and
regular basis.
equipment.
What about the building where there's current offices? I mean, there's 2 buildings that have current offices.
That's building 1 and building 6. Building 1 is where Parks is going to go. Building 6 is the one we're talking
What
about.
we're talking about for lab space.
Okay.
Any concerns, council, with this prioritization?
I think it's ridiculous. I'm joking.
All right. 6-1.
All right.
I was just here to say go Spurs go for the public record. But did y'all have questions? Just kidding. Not really. So Parks, we reprioritized a couple of these based on the conversation. I do want to highlight, though, that, our prioritization is based on the funding. So if you see it starting in 2027, we're prioritizing it pretty high. I think some of the ones we discussed last time were all starting to be funded in FY27. We did make some changes, but that's how we prioritize internally. We're wanting to start those earlier, obviously.
Did we include our conversation from last night regarding the Parks, Rec, and Open Space Master Plan?
In terms of, you have to remind me what the conversation was.
But what do you mean?
So this is a 2-part.
Because we talked about
slide,
if we're
correct?
talking about space in
Correct.
general.
Okay, so that's not the
And
whole
we're saying,
thing. That
what do we
continues.
need?
No, these are, some of these are in 27 as well, but then you've got the 3 at the end that are.
Okay. If you
At the
if
end.
you
Can you go
are
back
okay,
to the
can we go back
previous
to
slide?
There we go. I mean, I have.
Should we read?
I'm looking at Wells Point, Gilliland Creek, and the Park Rec. I mean, I see they're all fairly low, with the exception of Wells Point Park Improvement. I don't know. I guess my question is how necessary are they compared to some of the lower ones? I'm okay with leaving it how it is. I just wanted to have that conversation of those 3 right there. How necessary are they? I mean, I know Parks and Rec and Open Space Master Plan update is only, I should say only, it's pretty low compared to the others at 125 and then 150 above it, but I don't know. I mean, Is that as see Serena's?
Well, I'm hearing.
We might want to explain the necessity of
Yeah,
having
you're
a
asking
plan
about
and how
the
it ties
importance
to
of those
money.
three?
Well, I'm not saying take it out. I'm just saying put it at a lower.
You just move it down or move it out.
Move it down. All three
Move
of them.
it down,
I
but
think.
not
I don't
move it
know.
out.
Is it or yeah? Is it?
That's fine. I think that's an optics if we want to place other ones ahead of it. But again, when our staff, because we've got different staff that are going to be doing these projects. Obviously, we've got a park project manager, a planning manager. They're going to get started on all these simultaneously. So if we want to move things around to prioritize actually what we think is the most important, we certainly can do that. But
We want to demonstrate to you what our commitment is.
Well, you're going to get started on the first 5, but after that, everything's in blue. So that might take a little bit longer to get started on those. Correct.
correct. Obviously, we're not starting that in October because it's dependent on November.
So I have a question about the destination play space, because if I recall correctly, that that was going to be dependent or could not move forward until the Emmanuel Road was completed as far as the actual construction. And when I looked at the details of the 1.6 million, it was more than just design. So again, I have questions about how can we move forward with construction if Emmanuel Road isn't going to be done.
Yeah, no. So we're coordinating with the project team that's working on Emmanuel Road. We think that those can work concurrently. We're going to get our design teams together to also make sure that where they're putting, drives into Bowles Park makes sense with destination play. So we've got the first step of destination play on the agenda for later tonight. So as soon as we get that design team on board, they will start communicating with the design team on Emmanuel. We don't have any concerns. We didn't know about that, but we've talked about it since, and we don't have any concerns about those.
Okay, I would, to Caesar's point, I would like destination place, because this is phase 1, so obviously the other part, but phase 1, I think, is a priority because that was part of the 2020 bond, and we've promised it to our community, and so I would like to see that higher up, at least the phase 1 part.
Sure.
Yeah, where are you thinking? Line 3, line 4?
I was thinking 3 if we move the others. And actually, I wanted to talk about the annual trail improvements. I mean, that's 2.1 or almost 2.2.
Now that is potential bond funding,
Is
correct?
that a potential one? Okay.
It's in
All right,
blue.
then
So
never mind.
blues.
And I know I made a mention over here to the city manager. I do want to make sure when we're color coding things that we're mindful of accessibility requirements. We want to make sure that people can tell that they're color coded, even if they can't necessarily see all the colors. That is, but that one being blue means that it would be dependent upon an election in November.
Okay.
Potential election in November.
And the Lake Pflugerville Park Phase 2 development, 2027 is primarily the beach, and the $6 million in 2028 is, remind me again?
No, so that's just construction. It's not necessarily based on specific amenities within the project. It's just when we start. So design is going to take 12 months. We just kicked that off last month.
Okay.
And so that takes into account when we're going to start construction, not necessarily what we're constructing.
So what tranche of funds are
Right. So we're going to
applicable
start we're going to start getting into construction. It's going to be mostly designed through FY27, and then we're going to get into construction in the latter half of the fiscal year. So that's why you're seeing
And
low.
what are we constructing in 2028 that's going to cost us $6 million there?
Well, we've got to get more into the design to be able to determine what's going to be constructed when. So we're still in.
So it's too early to tell.
It's too early to tell. We're in environmental engineering and conceptual design right now.
There's beach and boardwalk and play spaces in there.
Right. So, to that point, I have no doubt we're going to spend what we're asking for in FY27. It may be a little more in FY29 and less in 28. We just don't know until we get further along in the schedule for design.
All right. Well, $6 million is a lot to commit to when you don't know what you're building with $6 million. So
Yeah,
I'm a little concerned about that number.
It's going to be all one construction contract. So the entirety of we're not going to build amenity by amenity. The entirety of the facility will be constructed.
So that's based
simultaneously.
on pay tranches, not on contracts.
Correct.
So the plan is to have one contractor handle all of the improvements in Lake Pflugerville?
Correct.
Yes, okay.
So on the annual trail improvements, do you have more information about the identified areas that we want to improve for the 2.2 million, or will we have it sometime in the near future?
Yeah, no, we have the trails identified all the way through 2031.
Okay.
Yeah,
But it's not
those are
listed in the CIP as far as.
Well,
Yeah,
I assume we have to put that forward as part of a potential bond proposition.
Well, it has a
right. We'll
a
have
green
details,
and
and you're
it's
gonna.
blue, so
That's gonna
it's
be
partially
information that's on the
Yeah, I don't know what that green's for.
the CIP as well. The dashboard as well as we go along. The problem with
Well, Jeff, answer me this. So I assume that's going before the bond advisory
It is.
commission, right? So do you have that list available to them right
they'll
now?
see the list.
Yeah.
Is it
Can
the
you give
same
that
We
to
can
us in the
provide
weekly?
we can provide the list in a weekly.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. Give that to
And
us in the weekly.
We
with
just
the,
want
the additional
y'all
information.
and the public to understand that can change.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Sure.
I mean,
Are
we
those
may
the-
change what projects we're working on next fiscal year.
Are
let
those
alone
the same
2031.
trail projects that you presented not too long ago that includes?
For 2026, it is. That was the 2026 projects.
Ah, okay.
Correct. But that team
Okay.
that we
So
presented
haven't
to work
seen
on
the
that
27.
to do the engineering also scheduled out the rest of the project, not the rest of them, but most of the projects on the mobility master plan through 2031. So that's why you see more specific amounts there than you've seen in the past on annual trail improvements.
Okay.
We actually have those scheduled out.
and
And
there's
that's
the
based on
second
the
page on
prioritization
this.
from the plan itself.
All right.
There's the second page, right, on this?
Yes.
Okay.
Six to number 3.
I heard
Mhm.
destination play
Yes.
space up to the third spot. And
sir.
other than that, I heard no other changes.
All right. Transportation. So we've got a lot on here. Again, remind you that the orange is the 2020 bond. Green means it's already funded in the year that it's showing green. And there are no blues in this one. So I'll leave it to the council for discussion.
Is there a reason the 2020 projects that the last two are not higher up on the list?
This was just by funding. So remember, we showed you prioritization based on status, and then we showed you geographically, and then this is just ranked by funding. So we can move them around however you want, but this was just
So they're all dedicated to 2027. Most of them being complete within that time frame. Anything we change now would be, I'm going to say, messaging. Melly, what would you like to see higher?
The 2020 bond project.
The orange ones, put
Yeah.
all the orange ones to the
Pfluger
top.
Farm and city intersection
Yeah.
improvements.
Can you well, so
I don't know what else is on the
So on the-
on the next slide.
hold on.
Yeah.
Go back there. So the hard hat in the first column
Yeah,
seems to be the way that these are grouped.
yes, they're
Alright.
Okay.
by
So it's
So those are already in construction.
those are already in construction.
okay.
And some of these at the bottom are, I guess, just still in design and about to move to construction.
They are in design. That is correct, and
Okay.
we're pushing to get them into construction.
Okay, so that is the reason why they were lower, because they're at the phase. that they are.
It's the phase.
Okay.
Yeah, they're sorted by phase.
Then are you okay with keeping them on draft?
Yeah. I just wanted to understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything on this slide?
I'm not sure about these specific projects, but I know that you had pulled the transportation projects out of the bond consideration. Are those same projects now, have you basically figured out a way to fund those in your prioritization that you've done the last month or so? Or did they get bumped down on the list? How did that work out, just strategically, high level?
So the short answer is yes.
Okay. Move on.
So we shifted money around to cover some of the projects, and then the ones that could not be funded, we shift those into the lower priority.
Okay. And I'll tell you, the question behind my question was that I believe those projects were largely 685 relief routes.
Mm-hmm.
And so didn't want us to lose sight of that, because that project's got to,
It's
Matt,
significant.
When are we looking to break ground on phase 3, Kelly Lane phase 3? I know it's still in design and everything else, but do we have a guesstimate of
Well, it looks
So-
like we're spending a lot of money in 2028, so I'm guessing.
Yeah,
Probably about halfway through.
we are actually getting close to 100% design. The thing that is slowing us down the most right now is utility
Don't tell us
coordination.
utilities.
Utility relocation, right away acquisition.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shock.
We're
So,
seeing them come
it's just the
forward.
courts.
Well, I was just gonna suggest that it's like we did in much of, was it phase two? But we did a lot of it here in the summer when activities were less in that area because Rudy will tell you, it's crazy right there during school.
Well, this is my frustration is that, and maybe we just need to do it again. Who's the problem? You can send it to us in our weekly.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to
yeah.
have calls with Encore.
Because we literally went through this last time. I thought we were quite clear with the entities to play nicer on this crap. Let's just get them. I mean, line them up again. Stupid.
No, if we're having, is it above ground, underground utilities?
They are, most of them are above ground right now.
Well, then we know who we're talking to.
And just for complete transparency, I have been having conversations with city attorney about trying to move things along.
Lean on us if we need to make calls.
Okay.
We have contacts too.
Again.
We know people who know people.
Okay.
I have a
We know
question.
people who carry big bats. Go ahead.
Okay. Weiss Lane widening, and I'm also looking at Limestone Commercial to Pfluger Farm Lane, which I guess I'm, based on some previous agenda items, I'm wondering if that's going to happen at that speed in 2027. But and Weiss Lane is also in the design phase, right? So just wondering why Weiss Lane is lower priority. Are there delays in the design that we think the other projects are going to happen first?
So, again, I'm having trouble with the. Weiss Lane is already in design. We're pushing forward with getting that one in particular. You may recall from one of my prior presentations, we slowed that one down because we're trying to align it with several utility projects that are happening.
Okay.
So we're trying to line all
answer.
those
Good
projects
answer.
up so we only cut it one time.
Cool.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, good
But-
answer.
It gets crazy at certain times of the day. I mean, really, it's not.
Yeah, so I mean, just as a citizen or, resident, to me, Weiss Lane seems more important than Limestone Commercial to Pfluger Farm. But I don't.
Man, you
I
know
don't
what?
know.
It,
'Cause there's gonna be-
it depends on the time of day.
Yeah, but if we're gonna have
End of
Pfluger
day.
Farm North, that's gonna be connected, and that was part of 2020 bond. That's gonna provide a lot of relief, I think. I'm just saying, but if that's the reason, I just
And
think
I mean-
Weiss Lane will be more impactful.
Yeah, just
No
like we
doubt.
said for other things, like this is primarily by funding and then by phase. And if for optics reasons,
I
the
think
council
we're
wants to
good.
move
I
things-
see you've. I mean, this is all still that design section. You've just got the one with the red light on it.
Yeah. It's
I
fine.
don't. I'm not seeing any reason to rearrange these.
I don't think. I mean, again,
All right.
optics only.
Yep.
Otherwise, it's fine.
And then now we're getting into all the ones who
We're getting
have-
into the ones that are in
Yes.
future years.
primarily, yes.
And why is the traffic signal system implementation stopped currently?
The
Second.
Second
This is not
line.
started.
1903.
Not
I mean,
started.
it has not started.
Okay.
What's the?
But that's
Sorry.
that's something you imagine that'll pick up at the beginning of the fiscal year.
Yes, we are trying to push as many of these forward that we already had funding and contracts for as quickly as we can.
Well, and it seems like that is something that would be something you'd work on concurrently with the other projects, because you've got to change the traffic signal implementation and coordination as traffic changes.
Right.
That's a continuous process, isn't it?
Fairly continuous, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I'm trying to wonder if I want to open Pandora's box and
Well,
38.
we're getting close on time. I want to make sure we
Yeah.
get through as much as we can. Do we have any other prioritization questions on this slide?
Yeah, I will about MoCan and 138, but we can try to see what we can squeeze in.
Reza, do you want to move it sooner or move it up?
Yeah, because I think MoCan's gonna take care of itself. So.
What part is this cover? Is this over there by Highland Park, or is it all the way over there by the downtown?
Great question.
Or is it the connection Kinnick Fort?
Yeah.
Great question.
I'd have to go back and look at the map.
It's too far out to worry about right now.
It's fine. I mean,
gotcha.
yeah, I just think that's an.
Do you think it's going to go away? You think Campo's going to take care of it for us?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I do.
That's good news.
And whatever it is it just design only that is gonna completely happen next year on 2410?
2410. So that is one that we are currently coordinating with Williamson County.
Is that our
Okay.
portion of the intersection improvements
Yes.
right there at Gaddis School?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, so this is my concern with this. And y'all remember that staff, so you remember I complained about it years ago. I feel like it's 6 years ago. It's a Bermuda Triangle up there, and it's a complete hot mess. And you have 5 different entities right there who's asking who's on first. And and I know we're trying to take care of our citizens. I want to be clear about that. What is Hutto doing in FY 2027 right there?
In this intersection?
Yes.
Nothing.
Well, it's Williamson
It's
County.
Williamson County who's doing the loop.
Williamson County has the.
But Williamson County, well, I'll let him answer that. Go ahead.
They have the East Wilco Highway.
Yes.
And then TxDOT has a project to look at widening things in that location.
Yes.
And then there's our project. I'm not aware that Travis County's involved, and last I had heard, there's nothing from HUD.
So the concern was from Williamson County standpoint was that Williamson County was not going to move forward until the Hutto portion was able to go ahead and go forward. That they're having this in the study of it, but ultimately Hutto is the one who's supposed to be stepping up in the first place with that. And that's and again, it's my frustration because we have citizens who live there and someone who had to drive there all the time for soccer practices. Like they look like 2 completely different areas because of the way Pflugerville's treating it and Hutto's treating it. So even if we're doing what we're doing, is that really going to be conducive to getting rid of that freaking Grand Central Station that's over there with that? And you know, again, you just walked into this,
Yeah.
and I know that you were on the other side of this.
So what I'm hearing is if you could go away and figure out if that is reasonable to occur in 2027.
Mhm.
Sounds like there's coordination efforts that we may be running up against. Melody, you had some questions?
I think that was
it
on this page.
All right.
I don't know how many more pages there
Do we have another slide?
67.
We do. This
Oh,
is
we
dope.
do.
We've got 3 more transportation
So I'm going to
slides.
reclaim water.
All right. I'm gonna ask us to go ahead and
there.
break for now.
Okay.
And we'll come back to this during the regular agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 6:57. We're going to take a few minutes, and before we convene our regular session, our work session is adjourned. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this regular meeting of the city of Pflugerville. It is 7:06. I'm going to call us to order, and I would ask that at this time you rise and join me in the pledge to the U.S. flag, the pledge to the Texas flag, and if you would remain standing following that for a brief moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Please take your seats. At this time, we move into item 3 on our agenda, public comment. In accordance with the Texas Attorney General opinion, any public comment that is made on an item that is not on the published final agenda will only be heard by the City Council. No formal action, discussion, deliberation, or comment will be made by the City Council. Each person providing public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone in attendance wishing to make public comment? I've received no advanced forms. I have one.
I see
Come on forward.
2, somebody else's.
Right. I have Jason Casey.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? My name's Jason Casey. I'm out there near the Hidden Lake Elementary School. I had a gentleman from our community approximately 2 years ago save my life. It got so bad that I couldn't feed myself. He made me a fajita, and I couldn't even keep the meat in the taco. Luckily, this man, I biked over to his house because I was having, quite honestly, an issue. And he was kind enough to take care of me, do what he could. And when I made the determination that I needed to go to the hospital, he drove me 50 miles up to Temple. And he stayed with me until I was taken care of. So, all of you guys, I see you praise people all the time. And I never really quite frankly thought of it about using it to give back to my community. If there is any way that this board could recognize that gentleman, he is not here today. I would greatly appreciate it. His name is Lonnie. He is a Pflugerville resident. And I don't think you guys really need to know where he lives if you don't mind. Other than that, I have one more small item, and that would be for Police Chief and his men. And ladies. They've helped me out on multiple occasions. And they've done their best to keep me out of jail. Didn't always work, but that's okay. I would like to say one thing. Mr. Police Chief, I've seen your men hunt. And I am not a hunter of animals, unfortunately. What I saw you guys do when some kids decided to, quite frankly, decide to get in a Darwin Award fight, I guess, and they stopped in my neighborhood. I inadvertently helped you guys, and I didn't mean to be there, if that makes sense. But I saw you guys go after these teenagers, and the way you did it, and the fact that you did your best not to keep everybody up and awake and sirens going and crazy, because it was probably about 2 or 3 in the morning. And nobody really knew what was going on. And I want to tell you, I didn't think they could do it because I was the guy that called in. I noticed the kid and he just wasn't acting normal. He was walking around outside without shoes. He was absolutely cogent and nice and all that other kind of stuff. But turns out he was involved. So, sir, by the fact that you have your men and they go out and nobody really knows what they do, but I just want to say, watching you do that and watching you hunt, that was glorious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
There, anyone else from the public wishing to speak? If you'd come forward. If you would state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
David Armistead. I live at 600 Valley Meadow Drive by Pflugerville Park. Good evening, Mayor Weiss, members of council, and city manager. I'm here to present a documented failure of administrative integrity and code enforcement at 511 City Park Road, case number 67306. When this council adopted City Ordinance 9208, you did so at face value with a clear intent to stop the open storage of discarded and broken items in public view and protect our city parks and protect our neighborhoods. You passed it expecting that to be enforced, and you think administration is doing its job. But tonight, if you look at your packet, I'm showing you they're not. On May 26th of this year, a code compliance officer officially logged this illegal storage case as abated. However, if you look at the packet I provided, Exhibit B is a photograph taken exactly 97 minutes before that closure. It shows the yard still with the broken seesaw, discarded household goods. Those items are still sitting there today. When I challenged the false closure, administration responded by shifting the goalposts. The written response claiming staff cannot definitively determine a violation because the items appear to be usable under a completely different code section. Those are two massive problems with this defense. First, the case was opened under Section 9208, the ordinance y'all approved, which explicitly bars open storage. It has no discretionary usability standard. Staff is retroactively inventing a loophole to justify why an officer rubber stamped a file closed on an untouched property. Second, the internal records say it was closed because it was abated, meaning the items were gone. Administration is now arguing it should stay closed because the items are usable. Which is it? Did the violation disappear? Or is code compliance simply rewriting the rules to avoid doing their job? The answer lies in Exhibit A of your packet. Our building official has certified under the Texas PIA Act that the Compliance Department possesses zero written standard operating procedures, zero guidelines for verification of abatement, and zero training materials for its staff. When a department operates with no written rules, the ordinance in this council passes are stripped of their intent. Cases are closed while violations sit plain as day. I formally escalated this packet to the city manager's office. I'm asking tonight for a formal supervised reinspection of 511 City Park Road under the correct ordinance 9208 and an internal audit of how a case can be closed as abated when the physical evidence proves otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Armstead.
Any questions?
We can't ask her questions. We can't discuss it this time. All right. Is there anyone else wishing to make a comment during this public comment period? Seeing none, we will move forward to item 4. I'm going to begin with a presentation. Well, good evening, Pflugerville. One of the things I am very, very proud of our city for doing is several years ago, we were, I think, the first in Central Texas who established a new holiday. And today we recognize that because on June 19th, 1865, Union Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston and issued a general order announcing that all enslaved people were free. Juneteenth has been celebrated for more than 150 years as a time for honoring the strength, resilience, and cultural contributions of African Americans. We recognize that this promise of freedom requires ongoing commitment, shared responsibility, and continued work and understanding. So I proclaim June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth in the city of Pflugerville. I have Ms. Coaxum here, if you would accept this proclamation for me.
I was like, I only see one Miss Coaxum out there, so she better get up and go ahead.
Will you join me?
She wants the armed husbands with her.
Yes.
They go.
The ombudsman. I like how you said the ombudsman.
Here first, I'll wait.
All right, we will now move to item 4B. This is to conduct the annual presentation of the Communications Department. We have Communications Interim Director Bates. Did I say that right? I always call you Candace.
Candace is good. I answer to most things.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and our wonderful Pflugerville community. As the Mayor said, I am Candace Munt-Bates, Interim Director for the city's Communication and Marketing Department, here with some of my amazing team, and I would like to introduce them to you. So going in the direction of the pictures, Angelique Romike Duran is our communications specialist. She manages the entirety of the social media ecosystem, and much more. Carla Grismola was recently promoted to tourism and downtown manager, and she basically built the Explore Pflugerville brand. Wade Manis is our videography multimedia specialist who has been with the city for 12 glorious years. He's the man behind such beloved series as That's My Pflugerville and produced all of the videos that you all saw during the State of the City this year and probably previous years too. Ty Bishop is the most recent member of our team, but she is a longtime Pflugervillian. She is our public information officer, and in less than 3 months of being with us, has already made a huge impact for our team and the police department. Tim Maloney, who's not here but pictured in the top right, is our webmaster who builds and manages all of the city websites. And Nathan Richardson, who is not in this room but is always here in a closet in the back, is running the live stream for this meeting and pretty much almost all other public meetings as well. And he is our part-time broadcast assistant who we could not live without. So, as public communicators, one of the perks and sometimes downsides is that our work is very visible. As you can see, we have lots of responsibilities and channels to try and meet our community wherever they are and however they get their information. Our goal is always to present the city's messages with accuracy, clarity, consistency, and timeliness. Whether we're crafting straightforward messages for social media, our Key to the City weekly e-newsletter, or the flyer, which is monthly and in the utility bills, or if we're working with local media to get the news in our community's living rooms. So across all of our platforms, we reach an audience of about 28 million people. That doesn't super line up with our population numbers, and we're aware of that. The duplication means that we are reaching people outside of the city in addition to inside of the city, and that people are interested in hearing from us from multiple platforms. So that means that if they're following us or subscribed to us in 5 different places, we get to share this news with them 5 different times, and that just helps us keep them informed and reinforce the messaging that we have. It's great that we have multiple platforms for them to engage with us on and learn about what's going on in the city and what we need to hear from them as well. So time for some humble bragging right here. I have our most recent award that we won last week at the Texas Association of Municipal Information Officers TAMI Awards. So that was the award of honor for Best Social Media Campaign Unplanned. You might remember that there was a street sign on Finning Lane. So we got to play a little fun with that, show some personality and transparency and adaptability for the city, while also raising funds for our animal shelter. You can see we also earned the Gold Award for our annual report from Hermes. That is an international award. And then also honorable mention for our video series, Pflugerville Finds, which was a new one this year, and highlights some really great tourist attractions, including this past season, the Heritage House, some downtown businesses, and other businesses around the city. We are working on season 2 with Explore Pflugerville. We also had an article featured in this year's TML Texas Town and City Tourism edition of their magazine, and that one focused on the trail system as being the trails capital of Texas, but also how those trails and mobility is really baked into our values and culture here in the city of Pflugerville. And this year we also helped the city earn the Brew City, Texas designation. So speaking strategically, when people typically talk about the strategic action plan and comms, they think that we're majorly focused on brand and reputation. And while we are certainly proud to continue building and maintaining that brand and reputation, it's important for people to realize that comms falls under every pillar. So, for example, community, social fabric, and neighborhood character. The example that we have pictured up there is from our recent Arbor Day, where the city and community came together to literally paint one of the murals in Windermere Park, adding to our Art in Public Places program, and planted dozens of trees around the park as well. For mobility, infrastructure, and connectivity, of course, I already mentioned one of the ways that we highlight our trail system, but we're also sharing information about road improvements, whether that's major road construction or neighborhood street reconstruction. Community events and amenities is one that is probably a little bit more obvious on how it ties into comms. We do our best to promote as many of the just so many wonderful events around the city. Not only are we making sure that the new people that come into the city are aware of these events that are happening. A lot of folks know that we have Tuition Fest and Slice every year, but we're really trying to continue to build excitement and help grow attendance for these events that our departments work so hard to put on. And then The residential and node development and economic and business development, we work very closely with planning and development services to help promote those. So for residential and node, we do help promote their surveys and meetings that support that pillar. And for economic and business, we share what has occurred and what's on the horizon. So you've probably seen some of our coming soon, opening soon, and open now style posts, and that supports that as well as the previously mentioned Pflugerville fines. We also want to mention specifically our work with the Pflugerville Police Department and Emergency Services. Whether it's community engagement like Blue Santa or sitting next to detectives to draft what is probably not the best press release that we wanted to draft that day, we're ready to stand with them side by side. The photo in the bottom right corner is from our most recent winter storm. And I am proud to say that when that happened and we had an event operations sitter, not one person on my team had any complaints about coming in. They actually went out and got that drone footage before anyone asked them to. It's not in their job description, but everyone was willing and agile and able to sit in EOC and support as much as they could during this time. And of course, you all have seen State of the City. You were there. We have pictures to prove it. And then our other staple annual product, the Year in Review. These are products that are built every day throughout the year of us getting that high quality imagery and collecting those stories throughout the year so that whenever it's time for us to tell these stories, we have the collateral already there. And the fun really never stops. We do like to have fun like everyone else across this city. Our collective positive Pflugerville spirit and commitment to making
Are those
Pflugerville...
AI pumpkins on their heads? Or
No, I carved those. I carved them.
I took the photo. It's true.
I know.
Yes.
I shouldn't ask questions.
Sorry, I took that question very personally.
Everything else is called Tuesday.
But this is all a part of how we try to show how Pflugerville is truly where quality meets life and have a little fun along the way. So if you don't have any questions, that concludes our annual presentation of the city's communication and marketing department.
So not a question, Candace, but I do want to commend you and your team on your initiative, on your ability to make us look good when we're going through all the communications that we have to go through, and of course for your whimsy,
Yes.
as we can see in these photos. Thank you for all you do to promote Pflugerville.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Love it.
Thank you.
Heard that. Thank you. All right. That takes us to item 4C. This is to conduct a presentation on the City of Pflugerville water supply.
Hi again. Pleasure to be with you all this evening, Mayor and Council. We have an update on the city's water supply. So May 27th, just shortly after our last council meeting, we started that 2-week shutdown for the river repairs. I'll let Matt dig into that a little bit, but just to review the lake level since then, we started out at an elevation of 635.13 feet. As of June 7th, we're at 634.12 feet. And we are on track to start pumping again tomorrow. But again, I'll let Matt kind of dig into that a little bit more. Again, this is just a graph showing the elevation over the past few months. But again, you can see that decline we're seeing there. Nothing that got us back into restrictions or anything along those lines. And again, this is just a review of current goals and conditions. So that 4 MGD mark you see in green there is the goal for water conservation on an average day. And then 8 is our operational limit of the water treatment plant currently, just the condition of the filters as they are.
Do we have information on the max day calculation?
Yes. So in previous years, you're looking at 2024 was max day July 10.4 MGD. 2025 July was 10.35 MGD. Usually the peaks, even going back, oddly, if you go back previous years, our usage is actually higher than that. And that, I think, says a lot to our conservation efforts over the years. But if you go further back, it gets a little higher, goes into the 14s. The last couple of years, though, have stuck around 10 MGD max day in July, 8, a little below 8 as your average day in July.
And so what about during this time when we've had conservation? Because this, I'm assuming this is the average.
Right, yeah. I mean, currently, like the last...
Total, I mean, for that.
Yeah, last couple of months we've been sticking between that 4 or 5 MGD pretty consistently. Whether that was in stage 3 or stage 1 modified, it was pretty consistent usage throughout.
Because most of the max day is probably related to outdoor watering.
Exactly. Irrigation. Yeah, automatic irrigation.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just as we normally do, I'd like to give you guys some updates on the actual construction that's happening out there in the field. And so again, I work my way from the river pump station up to the lake. And so you can see that this is work that's happening, well, happened, because these are all dated before today, out at the river pump station. So you can see them working on the header pipe section right there. The first picture is them actually putting these straps in to strap the pipe down so that pipe will stay elevated. Last time you heard me talk about how easy it was to turn a valve on and off. So I wanted to give you a picture of them turning a valve on and off. He makes it look a lot easier than it really is. And then the picture there on the right, that's where I have some not so good news for you. So that is where that aerial pipe that you see on the left picture goes underground, and then it proceeds to go under the creek and then connect to the rest of the pipeline. We actually...
That's Boggy Creek?
That will cross Boggy Creek, that's right.
Okay.
So
So the creek that's going under is Boggy Creek? Or
yes.
What's, okay.
Yes. So after we did the shutdown, part of the process was to go and test all this header pipe so that we could turn everything back on and know that it was functional. And we told you last time that if we passed all tests, that there would not be any more shutdowns. I regret to inform you that I was informed at about 4 o'clock today that we did not pass all the tests. So we're going to proceed with starting the pumps back up. But that means that there is a potential for another shutdown coming. However, we think that just by standard operations, because once we get the lake back to a full position, we might be able to work that shutdown into one of our regular down periods. We are hoping that we can time things just right so that when we do a shutdown, because the lake is full, that we can coordinate that work and it won't really impact our system at all.
So that'll be a much shorter shutdown, I take it?
Yes. Yes, that's what they are projecting, that it would take a day, maybe 2.
Okay.
This is what we call bid package 3. So sorry, the river pump station is bid package 2. This is bid package 3. So this is the majority of the secondary raw water line. And you can see here, they're still working to get the line buried in the ground. I think we're at about a couple 100 feet left before we've got all of the pipeline buried. And then of course we got to go through all the testing and all that other stuff. You can see some air release valves and some of the boxes going in, concrete getting poured. This is bid package 4, so this is up closest to the lake. You can see them greasing the joints there to make the connections at the connection to the lake. And then these are the last little bits of connection around that area. And we are projecting that this will be 100% complete tomorrow before we turn pumps back on. So again, the pipe will all be in the ground. We got to do all the testing and that kind of stuff to make sure that the water can safely flow. But that's what we're projecting on that particular one. And then, like I always like to do, the left picture is what the bypass line looked like when we turned it on, day 1. And the one on the right is what the bypass line looked like at the end towards the end of May. You can see there's a lot of the blocks are basically gone. We do have straps that you can't see there that are actually tied to screws in the creek upstream of it. But this is why I keep telling everybody we're not out of the woods yet. We're getting there. Things are looking better, but we're not quite to the finish line yet. And then I'll turn it back over to Shelby for the plant.
Hold on, I've got one question. You said we're burying those pipes. Are we putting any big steel plates over the pipes anywhere that we're burying them? We're not going to do that again, are we?
No, we're not putting any steel plates over the pipes.
That we might find inadvertently years later.
No, in fact, anywhere that we think there's a possibility that somebody in the future could hit we've actually put flowable fill around the pipe to provide an extra level of protection.
You put what around the pipe?
Flowable fill. It's like it's not quite concrete, but it's basically a very thick water strengthened soil mixture that becomes very hardened, so that when you hit it, you hit it. It's like hitting a rock, and so then theoretically that protects the pipe from.
But it doesn't create a sheet like the steel pipe we had.
No, it would be more like you'd have to cut through rock to get to the pipe at that point.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I guess, could you clarify what are the updated timelines of, I'm not sure if I understood everything that you said clearly, but the permanent repair on the 30-inch and the finishing of the 42-inch water line, is there updated? I just wasn't quite clear about the updates on when those might be completed.
Yeah, so the 42-inch up at the lake is anticipated to be fully installed tomorrow.
Okay, sorry.
The 42-inch down by closer to the river pump station, which is the last bit of 42-inch water line that we have to install. We have about 200 feet left. Contractors telling us that they will be done installing pipe by the end of June. Okay. So then we are projecting that by the last week of June, we will be able to turn water on and have it flowing through the 42-inch secondary raw water line, if everything else continues to move as we see it right now.
And the river don't rise.
The 30-inch replacement pieces are supposed to be delivered to the site this week. They were supposed to ship at the end of last week, which is actually 2 weeks later than what we had originally been told by the manufacturer. Nonetheless, we've made it through that. They are supposed to be here this week, and the contractor is moving to start getting all of the dewatering and digging the holes back out so that they can get down the 20 plus feet below the creek to start pulling the old pipe out. That one is not projected to be done until sometime around mid-July is what we're projecting right now.
And those shipments were accelerated with the help of our federal partners?
Yes. So even though they're 2 weeks behind what they promised us, they're still several weeks ahead of what they would have normally been had we not had outside intervention. And then, so the 24-inch line will stay in place, the 24-inch bypass will stay in place until we either have the 42-inch flowing or the 30-inch repaired and flowing.
It sounds like the 42-inch is probably going to be finished first. Am I reading that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I heard by the end of June.
That's currently what we're tracking.
That's the goal. That's the plan.
Yes, sir.
I'm excited to work towards it.
Thank you.
So a little bit back to the water treatment plant. This plant, as designed, the rated capacity is 17.7 MGD. Currently, we are limited operationally to be able to produce consistently 8 million gallons per day, with a peak hourly flow at 10.5 million gallons a day. I did want to present to y'all, we have been in close contact with Veolia, our membrane vendor. I know I had spoke to y'all previously. Typically, we see several months lead times in best case scenarios because they are manufactured in Europe and have to ship over here. However, we got word from them last week that they can have membranes to us this month. So, having said that, the city is working on procuring those membranes, 320 modules, which is a singular train, one of our 5 trains.
How many trains do we have operating now?
Yeah. Is this for the new treatment plant?
No,
or the existing?
no,
This is existing. This is existing.
Let her
Okay.
tell us how excited
Yeah,
she is.
so so a few things. It is existing, so they will be a benefit to us as long as we are on the current membrane building. So once the existing membrane building is online, there is no benefit. That's just completely transparent. But
Okay.
having said that, right now we are operating 4 trains. And as we kind of mentioned previously, it's only going to reduce our ability to produce over time the longer this drags out. So the city is working on procuring, again, those 320 modules. It's going to cost $750,759. And we will be coming back at the July 14th meeting requesting that y'all ratify that purchase as well. And this would give us our ability to operate under normal summer conditions, specific to the water treatment plant. We won't have to utilize restrictions, and they wouldn't be specific to a limit for operational capacity of the water treatment plant anymore.
I want to make sure that I understand what you
Yes,
just said.
absolutely.
So we spend $750,000.
Yes, sir.
Which I think the mayor would be able to authorize under the current emergency program, even without a vote from the council. We would be no longer at even regular stage 1. We would be completely without restrictions once train 5 gets operational. You're looking at 3 to 4 weeks.
So right now, again, they reached out last week. I asked for hopefully a more specific time than just June, but they're hopeful that if we sign off on this proposal tomorrow, that they'd be able to get those membranes to us by end of June. And then they take 2 days to install, maximum, I would say.
So July 1st.
Well, don't hold her to that.
July
And then this is I don't want to stick my head out here and say specifically a stage. There is a river project still going on as well. However, yes, we're looking at irrigation. Whether that's once or twice a week, whether that's conservation stage or stage 1, we would be able to go into those stages where we wouldn't otherwise until the plant's completed.
That's very exciting.
Yeah. I'd also like to add so it's an operational add-on to be able to produce water to our customers. It's also our ability to capture revenue that our water rates are based off of as well. So it's beneficial in both ways.
And how long do you project it'll be before we have the new system fully operational? The last I heard, we were looking at December.
Substantial completion is October, and final completion is December.
Now, I saw you do a little sideways glance when you said October, like you don't really believe
he knows for
October.
sure. I'm like pretty sure, but
Yes, so let me clarify. There are multiple dates that we have to consider when we're talking about construction, right? You have the contractual substantial completion and contractual final completion dates. Those have both passed. You have the anticipated substantial completion and anticipated final completion dates, which we are constantly negotiating with the contractor. Those are the dates that Shelby is referring to. So the anticipated substantial completion date is currently in October. The anticipated final completion date is in December.
And what's our capacity once we get the final completion? That's when we're at the capacity for 30 million gallons a day?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, and which would be far beyond our contracted capacity with LCRA. So if we're doing 30 million gallons a day, what that means is we're taking every bit of water from the LCRA and we're dropping the lake 8 million gallons in order to do all 30. Am I doing that math right?
yeah, the rated capacity is based off of a growth rate as well, but it's also a 30 million gallon based off of maintenance needs and those sort of things as well. But yes, the 30 MGD is more than capable of producing the water we need in a summer every year.
Until we get much bigger. Okay. Thank you for that
Excellent news.
That is incredible news. I'm super excited to hear it.
We are too.
And looking forward to when we can, announce whatever we can announce to the public.
Absolutely.
I did have a couple
No,
extra
absolutely. Go for it.
questions. A couple of meetings ago, we had talked about what was the reasons for the delay in the completion. So I don't know if you could elaborate on those, and then also, what are we able to do anything to expedite the completion, or is there a way to finish before October with substantial completion?
So I want to tread very carefully here because there's a lot of different aspects to managing a contract, and so in conversations with there's our perspective, there's our owner's representative's perspective, there's the contractor's perspective. So in worst case scenario, all three of us can look at each other and point and say, it's your fault, it's your fault, it's your fault. So to try to answer your question in a very clear and concise way, we haven't vetted all that out. There are multiple delays. We had different site conditions.
Matt,
we had
let me ask you this more succinctly. To Melody's point, her question, do you believe we can accelerate the completion earlier than October?
No, I do not.
How optimistic do you think October is?
Is
that,
or how realistic?
How realistic? Sorry, yeah. Is it?
So as was conveyed to me, if it's October, we're out of the summer, and frankly, if we're out of the summer, what are we hurrying for?
Except that September and October have been high usage months in the past, depending, I guess, on our water conservation or drought stages. But October can still be high temperatures and high water use.
Well, when I hear a contractor say October, I think October 32nd, right? So somewhere towards the end of October. It's going to be at the last minute. It's going to be midnight. But all the more reason why that exciting news about membrane procurement makes us even more resilient.
Yes. Okay, so normally we would have our enforcement talking to
There's 2 meetings in a row.
There is no enforcement to it. So instead, what we wanted to do was remind everybody ways that, number one, we need you to continue conserving, and then ways to connect with us because, there are possibilities that coming out of this shutdown, and when we get the membranes up and running, that we could be revising some of our current restrictions. And so highly recommend that everybody follow us. Candace's team does a great job. I won't even begin to speak to any of it, but socials, website, all those different avenues to try to keep up with whatever the changes are that might be coming.
Thank you.
With that, any questions?
All right. Any other questions, folks? Any other cheers? I think we. Shelby, Matt, thank you for all you've done to get us this far. We really do appreciate it. That brings us to our consent agenda. Council, do you have any items to pull from the consent agenda?
Of course.
5C.
I heard 5C.
5B. And 5G.
All right, I heard Baker Charlie Gamma. Any others? Krista, would you do me the honor of reading the consent agenda?
Yes, I have items 5B, 5C, and 5G pulled from the consent agenda. 5A is an ordinance on second reading with a caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, authorizing the granting of 3 easements on city property for the purpose of providing electric service to the city's Downtown East project, which includes the city's new city hall and the Monarch, as generally located at the northwest corner of FM 685 and Pecan Street. Such easement totaling approximately 0.1383 acres and authorizing the city manager to execute the same. Again, 5B, 5C, and 5G have been pulled from the consent agenda. All remaining items may be acted upon in a single motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion from David, a second from Jonathan. I'm waiting on David.
Oh. There we go.
There we go. Consent agenda passes unanimously. That brings us to our regular agenda, items number 6. We're going to open up items 6A through 6F at the same time. Council, these will each require individual action, but they are all related, and I imagine we will be talking about them all together. So that is 6A, discuss and consider action regarding an ordinance on first reading with the caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, approving the 2026 amended and restated service and assessment plan and annual service plan update for the Lakeside Meadows Public Improvement District in accordance with Chapter 372 Texas Local Government Code as amended, marking various finding and provisions related to the subject and providing for an effective date. Also 6B, discuss and consider action regarding the First Amendment to Lakeside Meadows Public Improvement District Reimbursement Agreement between the City of Pflugerville, Texas and Lakeside Meadows LLC. 6C, discuss and consider action regarding pedestrian bridge project reimbursement assignment agreement by and between the City of Pflugerville, Texas and Lakeside Meadows LLC related to the Lakeside Meadows Public Improvement Agreement Reimbursement Agreement and Lakeside Meadows Public Improvement District Financing Agreement. Item 6D, discuss and consider action regarding Weiss Lane Connection Project Reimbursement and Assignment Agreement and City Consent by and between NP Lakeside 130 LLC and Lakeside Meadows LLC related to Lakeside Meadows Public Improvement Reimbursement Agreement and Lakeside Meadows Public Improvement District Financing Agreement. Item 6E, discuss and consider action to authorize the city's acceptance of a maintenance agreement and a public access easement for the use of a city park and open space within the Lakeside Meadows Public Improvement District. Do I have one more?
Great job.
Yeah, one more. Item 6F, discuss and consider action regarding acknowledgement and consent to sale and assignment of reimbursements in connection to that certain purchase, sale, and assignment agreement between Lakeside Meadows LLC and Oryx Public Finance LLC related to the Lakeside Meadows Public Improvement District project and approval of other documents in connection therewith. We have Finance Director Tracy Waldron. Hopefully it will take you less time than it took me to read. Get through all that.
Maybe, yeah. A very high level, very quick review of where we've been and what these are all about. May 2020, creation of the Lakeside Meadows PID. In June of 2022, we approved a reimbursement agreement with the developer. May of 2024, approved ordinance levying assessments and the service and assessment plan. And then August 2025, that service and assessment plan had its annual update. Staff and multiple consultants have spent numerous hours, probably the last year and a half, working with the developer. I know that originally there was going to be a bond issuance, and we spent a lot of time kind of going in that direction, and that the developer chose not to go that route. And so tonight we have a lot of documents, but I do want to emphasize that they have all been thoroughly vetted by numerous consultants. I think our attorney can shake his head and say, oh yes, we've had lots of meetings. So I do feel like we're bringing you very vetted final documents. They all go together, which is why they're all being read together. And one really can't stand alone without all of the rest. So we do have the First Amendment reimbursement agreement. This agreement is very specific on how past assessments and future assessments will be handled, and lots of individual buckets of setting money aside or reimbursing certain entities. The pedestrian bridge, the city has said that they would take that project, and so this is just an assignment to make sure that that money is set aside for that project. The Weiss Lane connection, there has been an agreement with the developer and NP Lakeside to complete that portion of the project. We do have our annual update of the service and assessment plan. It does include a small reduction in the overall levy, which came out of all of these negotiations and agreements. And then there is the purchase, sale, and assignment to Oryx. We do have consultants here as needed. So staff's recommendation is that we approve all of these agreements.
So I heard you say that this also reflects an overall reduction in the levy in the public improvement district.
Yes.
Right. That sounds like good news.
I'd like to, if you could speak briefly about why the city wants to take over the pedestrian bridge project.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah.
So I don't think she can.
Okay.
Please ducking.
And it's funny.
I think I honestly I do remember conversations on the pedestrian bridge. It's been a while. I do believe it was the timing of the project, and just that way the money is set aside, and when we need to, do you have an answer?
Where are the other folks?
In the back.
Yeah.
The consultants wouldn't necessarily, I don't know, be able to address that particular question.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't really paying attention. Can you repeat the question for me, please?
I was asking about why we want to take over the pedestrian bridge project rather than having the developer construct it.
Is anyone from the developer here?
We do have, yes.
That's okay.
It seems like typically
we
do ask them to deliver it, so I was curious why we take it over.
I think, you probably want to get in line.
So I'll try to answer the question, and then we can have the developer jump in. My understanding is we wanted to include it as part of the Pflugerville Parkway project, and so we were trying to take ownership of how that particular part played out.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have any more information on the pedestrian bridge?
I don't have any more information. We were requested by the city that they wanted to take it over, and we said that's good.
And you were okay with that? Did it save you money? Did it cost you extra money?
Yeah.
There was already a cost estimate in the original SAP, so that did not change.
And the total cost, even though we're coordinating it now, is still coming out of the public improvement district?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. Are we getting any additional administrative resource headcount coverage from that, or is that just all built into the cost?
I believe it's all built into the cost. I'd have to.
You believe it's all built in?
Well, we'd have to go to your PID administrator for the city that probably can speak about the budget.
Yeah, the 1.5 is the construction cost of the
Construction cost. Since if we're taking on the coordination and ownership of it, I'm wondering if our staff time is being covered as well.
I wonder about the overall total as well. If the original agreement was whatever $1.5 million in 2022.
If it goes over budget, it's coming out of the public improvement district, or is it already bid?
Oh wait, Tracy's shaking her head.
No, I mean, I'm going to let Andrea speak. I really am, but that line item was already in the service and assessment plan, whether developer did it or we did it, and so those dollars were set, and we didn't change.
What happens if
we
it
didn't
costs
change
more?
anything? We just assigned it.
Yeah, the question is what happens if it costs more?
Yeah, the 1.5 is what's been set aside. So if it costs more, I don't know that.
Who's paying the difference?
Is it coming out of us or the lovely developer
improvement district?
Yeah, or is it out of the pit itself?
So the PID has a set assessment based on the costs that are estimated and included in the service and assessment plan. And sorry, Mayor and Council, I'm Andrea Barnes with P3 Works. So if the budget were to be exceeded and there were going to be additional funds requested through the assessments, then it would have to come back to this body to amend and restate that, a service and assessment plan.
Okay.
So it's not likely that it would be covered in any capacity through the PID.
When you say it's not likely that it would be covered in any capacity, you mean in current state, or would we be in charge of establishing that the PID was paying the
in the
excess?
current state. So there's a few situations that can happen through the PID. So let's say another part of the budget, one of the projects that are included in the PID budget came in under the original estimate, and this one came in over. If the council authorized that difference to be used from the savings of one line item into another, much like your line item budget for your city operations, you could do that.
All right, well, tell me what would happen if we did not take over this project and allowed the PID to continue to manage it and it went over budget?
If you didn't take over the project as the city, the costs are still going to be the same set in the PID. And if it came in over budget, then the developer would be responsible for.
So why wouldn't we go that route? Or should we ask the developer representative that? That's probably a better question.
Well, she said the city asked to take it over, so.
I wonder if that was previous leadership as well, though.
What we got?
I still want to hear. I want to hear
A plethora.
Today.
It's exciting. That's right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the pedestrian crossing, as you may recall from years ago, really came about from development that is happening along this corridor and about having to safely get across to the lake. With whether it's the corner with Lakeside Meadows or even Project Nexus, we wanted to make sure that we could ensure that was incorporated at the location that we wanted within the design parameters of East Pflugerville Parkway. We had seen early on some crossings that were proposed with Lakeside Meadows. They didn't really tie into the lake how we would like them to do so, and it became more complicated when considering the expansion of Pflugerville Parkway. So we've requested that money be incorporated into East Pflugerville Parkway so that we can ensure that design and incorporation not only for the development on the south side, but incorporate the street as well as the lake on the north side. And so that's why we had recommended that improvement be part of our responsibility and paid for through the PID at that $1.5 million.
So I still have a question for the developer representative. If we were concerned with some of the actual designs that are coming up and some of the ideas with that, why didn't you incorporate what our thoughts were with that to actually apply to that as opposed to us taking it over and doing, oh, no, I wouldn't.
You're welcome to hear from our,
Yeah.
the development on that side has not come to fruition. It was being incorporated into those buildings, and at that time, this was a whole different set of development team that was being considered. This was many years ago.
Yeah, well, that was when we did the last plan unit development amendment, and it shifted to more
And we
development,
started-
which would be
we had an adjustment to the PID.
developable due to the amendments that we
That's right.
offered. That hasn't come to fruition yet.
No.
Gotcha.
So
it's
I have
a
a follow-up.
bridge to nowhere?
I have a follow-up question. So 1.5 million is what's allocated. So is that the actual cost of the bridge? Or is that what we're estimating it to
No,
cost?
it can't be because they
No,
already
there's
said
no
that.
way.
We don't have
That's
that.
not gonna get. Yeah, it's not. Gonna,
Okay.
It's not going to be enough. That's
Well, no,
22.
we don't
Well,
know
they
if it is
haven't
or
said
not.
that.
But it's $22. So.
Well, no, but that's
Did not include the design that the city wanted, which is why we took it
Yeah.
over.
so we took it over so we could integrate it. So it will now be part of the Pflugerville Parkway design.
So we'll need a budget update for.
So, but
East Pflugerville
potentially, I
Parkway.
mean, building it into an existing project has some synergies, but it could be a design that then costs more. So it could go either way.
So does our staff have the design or the estimated cost of that bridge using, the parameters that we want?
Is it
So we're just asking,
designed
we
yet?
just want 1.5 to go towards this
So-
bridge, and we're gonna have to pay for it.
Right, we don't have that estimate. The 1.5 was the cost that we said early on. I think we initially said we'll include it as that crossing that we want to be able to incorporate into our project. That was initially. The 1.5 was the amount we set in the PID so that we were ensured that the PID would be paying for, at a minimum, that portion of the crossing, whether it had gone from many things, from an elevated bridge to an underground crossing, and so it was more manageable and more desirable based on the placement for us to incorporate it. And that was just the amount set by the PID.
So I wonder, Council, it feels like these were decisions made many years ago. The world and circumstances with that development have changed.
Mm-hmm.
We're now being asked to design, build, deploy this bridge that isn't necessarily tied into the development anymore and spend more money that we don't have. I still have concern. I am more worried than I was when I first asked my initial easy question. So I wonder, maybe is there a way to delay this particular contract to give our staff time to actually get us a real dollar amount so that we know what we're committing to, rather than saying it's 1.5, probably more than that.
Can I pause for just a moment? Thank you. That's important. I think I might stop some pain do you want a bridge there? I kind of want to start there.
I don't know.
I mean, it goes back.
Because y'all weren't here during those conversations.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
from a safety perspective, and I don't want to rehash out the whole bridge.
Mike Heath made a point.
It is
Yeah.
it is important. It is important to us if you have that many people looking at that beautiful amenity. I would like to get them to not play Frogger across Pflugerville Parkway.
Okay, so then
I just want to.
wait, but I want to make sure. Okay, so then when you
So
said
if-
that, do we want to bridge and the
If you
standpoint?
want-
So you probably want to lead with the rationale as to why we want that, because we don't want to do that. So
Sure.
So we wouldn't necessarily think about pivoting. Obviously, I mean, you know my opinion about, you and Emily know very well about some folks involved in this right there, fiance, who've got us to this point, and it's us. I mean, just being blunt, we're cleaning up his crap, is what's going on over here as well, and we're trying to help make sure we have a good project moving forward without having to deal with the Jerry Springer show that we've had to deal with that as well, which is not a bad idea. I mean, again, that's not a bad idea from the standpoint. I'm just talking about when we're talking about these funds, realistically speaking, okay, I mean, we're saying that it'll cover part from it as well. You're right, from a safety standpoint, we did have some serious concerns, and I thought there were fair concerns. I remember the debate between Omar and Mike about that right there as well, moving forward. It's just, as Jonathan's bringing up, the question is like, okay, why do we need that? I thought you brought up a good point why we would want that.
So
And
I
we
just
may still, and I guess that's
Yeah.
part of what I'm trying to shape here is if we give staff some time to actually look at the latest plans for East Pflugerville Parkway and where the original development was going to be. Is it still the same spa? Is it still the same bridge? Is it going to be easier and just as safe to do a controlled pedestrian crossing? Like, for them to ask those questions. I'm just shaking your head. No, I realize that.
Yes, I remember that whole conversation, like Rudy said. I mean, we actually had a couple of people bring out some crocodile tears, you know, and it was a whole
And I mean,
discussion.
listen, we've got plenty of unsafe intersections around.
We do.
It's not, we need a solution there. I just hate for us to sign up for several $1 million when we don't know what we're doing. We had this conversation earlier with our EDC as well, right? Of we're
So-
committing an unknown dollar amount to an unknown project.
Especially when
So
we make this ADA compliant too. I mean, that's gonna be more money.
Yeah.
And I hear, so we're gonna let the handicap play Frogger? And everybody else, I mean, so, I mean.
My other question is, I don't know how traffic is going to build out in that neighborhood. Is there a stoplight ever conceived somewhere else where we could also have safe pedestrian crossings? You know, and so, yeah, and I'm not familiar with the options if this was a long time ago.
I was.
To the point.
And the answer may be a
2021.
bridge. I would just like to know how much we're gonna have to spend to build the bridge.
Yes.
If that's the right answer, then we should know before we sign up to take it over.
And Emily, we trust your judgment. I mean, what you're telling us is that you've looked at, I mean, again, you're just me, you do this for a living. You looked at the various different options, necessities over there. You take it into mind, as you said, because it's like the ambiance, everything else more for that. And to your point, we do have a lot of unsafe places, so this is a good chance to start moving forward with something, with some safety mechanisms with that as well. And you think this is the right decision, correct?
I do think it's the right decision. It gives us funding for this crossing. We can look at, once we get to the design, we know we have this amount. We could say, you know what, this design is too much. We need to lower it. We need to make it different so that we meet that ballpark actual amount. And so we looked at a variety of things. You're absolutely right. This has taken way longer than we anticipated it when we started this in 2019. And so, but it is funding from this development contributing towards a safe crossing along Pflugerville Parkway, which is a primary corridor for our community.
I know.
Across from our biggest asset that we've spent a lot of time even tonight
I know.
talking about the lake. So,
But what if
Can
this
you-
is a
Can you tell me real
bridge?
quick? Can you tell me real quick based on the plan? because all these public improvement district plans had timing in them, right? When was the bridge supposed to be built by the plan?
I don't recall that there was
Was
actually a timing, because I think at the time that this came on, we were having all these conversations about how do we get across Pflugerville Parkway safely. And it was, you know what, this project's coming on, they should contribute to it. And we said, this needs to be paid for by the development.
Right around the time those apartments were.
Yes.
Yeah, it was the Takara apartments were coming
Yeah.
online. I remember talking about the fence. My question is, if this was planned in 2022 dollars, I would expect an accelerator at this point. I would expect someone, either the PID or the developer, to be stepping up a little more than what was planned in 2022 dollars at this point, because we've definitely seen construction costs increase.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that's and just I get it. Again, I know you are trying to clean up a mess, and I really do appreciate that. It says volumes about y'all trying to get this done with that. To the mayor's point, I mean, I think Doug has a point about, can we get an accelerator in that aspect, that portion of it? And the only person to answer that, I'm assuming, is
She's on the phone.
She's on the phone right now. So.
Yeah, I have a question about it says this item was about a bridge, and you had talked about, well, if we go down, and we figure something out, does it, I mean, if we say, oh, we have another alternative to fit in this budget or whatever, but it's not a bridge, does that change the ability to be reimbursed?
The wording that I just looked at says a pedestrian bridge or tunnel. And so whatever that.
So not an at-grade crossing, but
right, because a lot of the feedback we heard at the time was, we don't want people on next, so that's how that wording got added.
You're right, because we literally talked about the same.
I mean, it was probably super.
Was it by Fenning? Yeah. It's fair.
I don't know, but I don't know the tunnel discussion.
We literally, the reason why the fence is the way it is because we had it was a 2-hour discussion about the fencing right there, and then we also talked about
I guess I don't know about the fence either.
people are going to try to just drive by. You'll see a black fence.
A couple of people wanted that fence right on the
and the height is the reason why. Remember, we had to talk about the height too, and then we said a tunnel because we said, listen, you're going to have people go over to the lake. That's just going to happen right there. And honestly, I'm kind of thinking to myself now. I mean, I'm guessing that's happening. I don't remember. I haven't paid attention enough to know what's going on.
Into the light at Weiss.
Yeah. No. I mean people playing Frogger.
Yeah. That seems like that's got to be happening right now.
There
as we
it
speak. So yeah, I think a tunnel or a bridge. It is what it is. Yeah.
So, but it would have to be a tunnel or a bridge.
Yeah, it has
not
to be.
Another
It can't be
safe.
a grade. It can't be a grade. Not with that.
And we were talking about tunnels specifically at that time because we had a tunnel building company that was headquartered here.
Oh yeah, that's
There might have
true.
been.
That is true.
I think we've got some more information.
I was just going to introduce myself, Mayor and Council. I guess I didn't get to introduce myself. I'm Prabha Sinclair. I'm council representing the developers. So
they
I
put
don't.
the attorney up here to go
I
ahead and tell the
know.
question.
They sent me, and I'm actually kind of new to the project. So
God bless your soul.
So I was brought in at the tail end to kind of clean this all up. So I don't know the history of it, and I was making a phone call, and I apologize for that, to try to find out some of the background on this. My understanding that it turned into a bridge because there was concern from the city about some flooding potentially with the tunnel. So that's why I was on the phone. I just wanted to explain that, trying to answer some of your questions. I was hoping maybe Public Works or Parks Department would be here to help with on the city side of it, but I don't know anything besides we were requested to have the city take over that project.
So the mayor asked a great question. What about getting some more kick in from your client on that 1 point? What is that?
You said it was 1.5 million.
Yeah, 1.5. Yeah.
That is above my pay grade and authority at this time. I know that there is the money in there, and my understanding that budget would have covered more than enough at that time. So that's my
but you didn't
understanding
build
from
it at
here.
that time.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I was like, wait a minute.
I'm not the
Excuse me,
engineer.
your client.
Don't take my word on it. I'm not the engineer here, but the city, maybe Public Works or the planning, your Parks Department might have an idea of whether that budget is really going to meet today's dollars.
No.
So, Mayor, can I back up for a second
Sure, Caesar,
and
what you
ask, what does the 1 million and change cover? Exactly.
To Jonathan's
I mean,
point.
we haven't had, I'm sorry?
A tunnel or a bridge.
It doesn't.
No, but it's not gonna
It'll
cover
be
all of it.
applied to it.
It was the estimated cost of the bridge at the time, or was it a
Okay.
contribution towards the bridge at the time?
I think it was.
It was the estimate of a crossing in a bridge or a tunnel. There was no design related to it
Okay,
even
and
at
so
that
what
time.
we're asking here is approval to reimburse whatever the cost is gonna
No,
be at the end?
No.
That's why I want some
So-
Them
clarification.
giving us 1.5?
So
They're gonna
that's
pay
what I
us.
want to clarify is the 1.5 is in the PID.
It's
It
coming
is
out of
in
the
the
bid.
service and assessment plan as that item, 1.5. If we don't take it over, it will still be in the PID. It's still part of the total cost of the levy as that project. So if we're not doing it, it would still be an action for the developer to complete.
So if the
But
overall cost in the end is 3.5, we're gonna get reimbursed $2 million? That's, okay, then
So
I'd
the
like
only
some
thing this
clarification.
does is set aside 1.5 million
I'm sorry,
for
I
the
can't hear you.
pedestrian bridge.
Can you speak up? Can you speak up?
Yes.
So
So
it could be three.
So we, again, going to Councilwoman Terra's question, then why would we do it? I mean, if the developer takes over and they pay for it, they're gonna have to cover the cost, so why would we have to pay for that extra cost?
So all of these actions tonight will complete what the developer's responsibilities were with the PID. That's what all of these actions are.
All right.
No. Mayor,
right.
can we go to executive session on item six,
Okay.
6A through 6F for legal consultation?
Okay.
Do you have questions for legal counsel?
Yes, I do.
All right, I appreciate that. The time is 8:18. We will reconvene in executive session. We'll be back momentarily.
And that person's lucky I want to do this in exec.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, shoot. I gotta fill out a piece of paper here.
Caesar's on his way. I know. Got it.
Time is 8:27. We have returned from executive session and no action was taken. Trista, can you remind me what time I went back there? 8:18. All right.
Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
Certainly.
Motion to approve 6A is presented on first reading.
Second.
I have a motion in 2 seconds. There we
No,
go.
I'm waiting to do.
Mine's taking a double tap today. All right. Motion passes.
Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
Certainly.
Motion to approve 6B is presented.
Second.
Motion passes unanimously.
Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
Certainly.
Motion to approve 6C is presented.
Second.
Got a motion from Rudy, a second from Kimberly. Motion passes 6-1.
Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
Yes.
Motion to approve 6. Are we on D?
D, Delta.
D is presented.
Second.
Motion passes unanimously.
Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
Yes.
Motion to approve 6E is presented.
Second.
Motion passes 6-1.
And finally, Mayor, we entertain a motion.
Yes.
Motion to approve 6F as presented.
Second.
That's going to be our gift to you. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for that, council. That takes us to item 6G, which is discuss and consider action on the Pflugerville Fiber and Broadband Master Plan.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. For the record, Ashley Bailey, Planning and Development Services Director. You may recall on this fiber and broadband master plan, this was actually approved and funded back in 2024. That is in your packet. It was just under $196,000. At this time, we just want to present the findings of that master plan. The draft was included in your packet as well. One thing to point out on this is that because this is a master plan, if approved, we will be discussing the best practices that are listed in this agreement later with our engineering design manual, as well as our UDC updates that you'll be seeing this fall. So those best practices will be discussed at length. This is the idea of what those best practices would be, and then we will come up with something that's appropriate for Pflugerville when we begin updating our codes. With that, I do have the consultant here from Cobb Family with a presentation for you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. If we could, do we have the slides? Oh, my bad. There we go. Okay. Hello, everyone. Rob Spoda with Cobb Finley, Project Manager. Been working on this broadband master plan with folks here for a little bit. And
have you done one of these before?
I'm sorry?
Have you done one of these before?
Yes.
Okay. What city?
We've done multiple studies, and then we've also done, so I can give you a list of cities, but also county plans. So 32 counties across the state of Texas for the State Broadband Development Office Technical Assistance Program, and recently worked with the town of Sunnyvale, a few other cities like Cedar Park as well.
Sunnyvale?
Texas, up in Dallas.
Yeah, not Dallas, North Richland Hills, Tarrant County.
Yeah.
Was Dallas so snippy?
Oh, Sunnyvale's right next to Keller. Yeah.
It's,
wait,
Tarrant County.
Sunnyvale? Isn't that where the Hellmouth is? Oh, no, that's California.
Different one.
Appreciate the questions, but
All right.
let's see your presentation.
Okay. So the goals with this were to evaluate internet access across city of Pflugerville, develop some public policy tools that can be utilized by the city, and then within that, creating a more sustainable broadband model for the city. We also looked at other relevant plans, so mobility master plan, to see how that would overlap. We also did kind of a scenario planning exercise as well. So our focus in doing this was looking at residential connectivity for the residents of Pflugerville. You know, what internet are you getting at home? You know, do you have fiber? Do you have another technology available? We also looked at commercial and business connectivity. So your businesses, what kind of connection do they have? And then city facility connectivity, just, you know, looking at some of the different city facilities and properties and what internet those locations are served by. And then the plan itself had a visioning phase and then a planning phase. So to break that down a little bit more, the visioning phase, we just did, you know, a demographic overview. We also did stakeholder engagement, speaking both to departments within the city itself, and then we had a public meeting with community members. And then that really was all encapsulated in a community needs and gaps analysis and report, which was delivered, and then was also included in the plan itself as kind of the first 4 sections there. And then there is also the planning phase, which we kind of looked at future planning and those different scenarios maybe for the city itself. We did high-level connectivity improvement options, which is a high-level design. We looked at some public-private partnerships. We looked at public policy tools, so ordinance, looked at the engineering design manual, and then provided overall recommendations. And then stakeholder engagement, just to go back to that, because we thought it was a part of the scope and important to the plan itself. When we got residential input from folks in the community at the public meeting, you know, they noted things like limited number of internet providers, wanting more fiber options, outage issues, repeated outage issues, things that I think y'all have all heard, but just making sure that, you know, that's shown in the stakeholder engagement. But competition was one of the things that came up multiple times, wanting more options. And then city input, we spoke with IT, Parks, Pflugerville ISD, Public Works, utilities, library, and then worked with development engineering for a large portion of this as well. And then, so
Can we go back a moment?
Sure.
So this is the first time that I've heard about this plan, that it was even happening, until I saw it on the agenda. So I'm newer, and I just wanted to maybe get some understanding about what was the impetus for us to move forward with this plan? What was the goal?
Now, do you want to?
I mean, I just don't have that historical context about why we're looking at this.
As one of the 4 people watching the resident live stream when this came up back in 2024,
remember that meeting?
I remember that exact meeting. The council at the time was considering allowing Google to start installing fiber in Pflugerville. And rather than discussing that, there was a conversation about what everyone was paying for their cable internet bill at the time, and a disagreement that the standard contract that Google does with every single city, including everyone in Central Texas, was not good enough for us.
Oh, we all remember that.
And so coming out of that, the recommendation from staff was, hey, let's go look at a study and see what we did.
And this
That's
is
my version of
this is
the-
and this is 2 years later or whatever.
So we had a private provider that wanted to come in and do fiber and.
Who had even already purchased equipment.
and that's it. No, well, no. Let him. Don't let him. That, he's.
That's what they said.
From this morning.
It's not as simple as that, but.
No,
Yeah.
So
Nutshell.
I think I'm like 80%.
AT&T is also doing microtransactions.
Wait, what? AT&T and Google does that?
And I went
Shocking.
out and observed the AT&T installation in Leander this morning.
Interesting. Tell us more.
And it is substantially different than the Google microtransaction. I think they would be more amenable to working with our staff and the kind of restrictions that we wanted to put in place.
I think legitimately they don't have to work under the restrictions because they are governed by the Public Utilities Commission and are required under state law to warranty their work.
Yeah. So they have a different set of restrictions and they have a different set of traditions than Google does. I spent a lot of time grilling them about the difference between what they do and what Google does.
Excellent.
And the short version is that they said, we think Google did something very innovative and we've learned from their mistakes. That's, of course, that's a sales pitch. So I would like at some point in the relatively near future to see if we could bring them in for a lunch and learn and let the whole council grill them about that. But I think that it's important to know that there is another technology player available here doing something that we have not yet discovered or not yet discussed, and I think probably
On your point, Councilman
not what
Rogers,
we've got
on your
here.
point, I mean, I'm looking at the packet right here, and when I looked at it a while back, I'm looking at, let's see, I guess it's number 11, public-private partnerships, P3s.
Right.
And you wrote in here, run an RFP process to find a fiber provider to help achieve the city of Pflugerville's goals by building necessary routes, yada, yada, yada. Who would this be? I mean, since we really only have two in the game, I'd like to know ahead of time.
It's all good. It's all good.
Huh?
There's three.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
okay, so,
Well, so here's one of my fundamental strategic issues here is that we're talking about the city investing residents' funds in building a fiber network that the private sector wants to do. Yeah, that's exactly what it says in here.
No, I mean,
That's one option, and I was.
becomes the plan.
Yeah, I was.
This is such a great, vivacious debate. I would rather hear
it's
from
good.
our.
It's good.
Yeah, let's
I'm
hear
enjoying
because
it.
I'm also
Yeah.
looking back and seeing that in the past we thought we had 23 unserved addresses, but
Yeah.
you should have real numbers at this point. What can you tell us?
Well, yeah, I'll get back to the
24.
that point. It'll take me a minute, but I'll get back there. Okay, just to hit on the unserved, underserved issue that you're pointing to there, Mayor. So this is 2025 data, a little bit old at this point. So a few of these addresses have been filled in.
It's not like 2022. Keep going.
No, new developments, et cetera. So you can see here the hexes. If it's blue, it's kind of it might be one address, one-off, or a cluster of a few. And then the green hexes are and we included the ETJ as well, but the green hexes are kind of the larger clusters or subdivisions, developments that have a higher number of underserved addresses. And unserved, underserved, just for the public benefit, is together that's less than 100 over 20. So in terms of megabits per second.
I'm sorry, you just said it.
So for 100, if you're below 100 over 20, you can do, calls, you could send emails readily. You're going to have potentially some issues with video streaming, video conference calls, et cetera.
And keep in mind that they, to the credit of the federal government, they moved that number up specifically to denote the reality of how folks actually utilize broadband now.
I had a methodology question/issue here a little bit, though, because I didn't see anything, and maybe I missed it, that demonstrated whether or not some of these addresses, especially on the east side, are served broadband via fixed wireless. Because our major cell providers have pretty good coverage. It's not going to be everything, but I'd be surprised if all of these hexagons, especially on the east side, don't have 5G fixed wireless capabilities?
There should be, and I can find the page for you, but we do show fixed wireless versus fiber, et cetera, so we can look. But for instance, you're mentioning like T-Mobile has a home internet option, so just Verizon, AT&T, all of the big
Yeah,
three
they all
now.
have it, right.
So that's another option for folks.
And I guess that, yeah.
But what I will say is some of the fixed wireless can serve speeds that are at or below 100 over 20, so it's not the same
I
as
just
fiber.
think it's a
right?
little bit disingenuous to consider our ETJ rural when there is fiber out to 130 and beyond. There's fixed wireless. Like I know the letter of the law, it may fit, but the intent of serving rural customers, these are not rural customers.
No, that's West Texas.
Yeah, so part of the so I would say that our ETJ is akin to various different areas that we have in Bastrop. And whenever, and I think y'all know that I'm on the state's broadband plan committee whenever we did that several years ago. And we looked at, Bastrop's probably a really good quintessential example of looking at an area where you're thinking, oh, wait, they have all this coverage, they have all this abilities right there from that. They have options to T-Mobile, AT&T, hotspots, whatever you want to call these things for as well. But the actual integrity of the actual unit themselves, even though they fit to the standard, just like you said, to what the numbers are, isn't really there from that. And so when you take that with what we have on our east side, I used to live as far out as possible. Now it's, I'm like
now
five or six neighborhoods. yeah, over there with that. Doug and I were talking about that before. I picked my neighborhood by where can I go ahead and find that, gigapower broadband and the wiring right there from that. But there are still some areas from, what do you have in your neighborhood? Yeah, AT&T, yeah, gigapower too as well.
And ultimately, that's why I keep going back to, I think our strategy should be market-based. That's where our growth is. These providers want to serve these areas, and they have impediments, whether it's microtrenching or whatever else, right? Permit times, who knows what they don't like, right? Totally fine. But without fixing that and now proposing that we're going to go and invest in this stuff,
can we clarify that?
Yeah,
I don't think we're proposing that investment, but let's hear the proposal.
We show some routes of
Let's hear the
where
proposal.
there's a lack of fiber, and we say there are multiple pathways to getting there. So I don't want to.
How about you get to that? How about you?
Okay, I'll get.
I did have a question on the.
Yes, ma'am.
It says unserved and underserved.
Yes.
So, I would like to see unserved separately from underserved.
So
I think we have that broken out in the plan.
Oh, okay.
And
I guess
did
there was
you?
many different.
I'm just showing
Did
you
you
one.
hear the definition
snippet.
of underserved?
Yes, that was
Underserved
under 120.
Unserved is actually under 25 over 3, and then underserved is between 25 over 3 and below 100 over 20.
Which to
And
be fair,
I don't really know what that means, but I'm assuming it means how fast it goes.
And that's why
it's up and down. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
for just a brief
It's not
snippet, we
dial-up,
showed them all
but-
together just to see where the
Bring
issue
us
is.
through.
Okay.
Unserved is 9,600 baud.
No, it's
So,
All right, keep going. That was fun.
and then we also, when we talked to city departments, we got a sense of what facilities, ideally need fiber. So this isn't an ideal state. And we talked to the Parks Department. They prioritize the 3 parks that you see. We also talked to utilities and the AMI collector locations that were not served by fiber. We included those along with just future facilities for planning. So that was all the unserved, underserved map that you see. And then this map, we're all pulled together to then do kind of to understand where the needs and gaps are, to then do a fiber design that would serve all those unserved, underserved locations or facilities that don't have fiber. And so that's
So the parks
Yes, ma'am.
is so that community members who are visiting the park will have better self-service?
So it was largely, one priority was, staff being able to have internet for events and for management of systems. And then beyond that, there could be a world where once you have fiber there, you could deploy other things like Wi-Fi, et cetera.
the parks called out here are specifically large facilities. The lake, 1849. This isn't Will Barger Creek Park. We're not trying to get gigafiber to a dog park.
Yeah, and
We're trying to get it to a
High
place where
priority.
we hold events and festivals and large gatherings.
so it'll help leverage that because the original concept, just like Jonathan was talking about, was our citizens. Like how do we help our citizens, particularly so many of them who own their own businesses and work from home.
And we just deprioritized the skating network that would actually deliver fiber to some of these areas, but
Private fiber loop, though.
it is. Could
So-
be the same conduit, could be.
To the fiber network itself, this is identifying routes that could help serve those underserved, unserved locations and the city facilities that were in need. So this is the high level, where does all that, where would there need to be fiber access? But we took the existing fiber out to then say this is really the greenfield, like new build, fiber in places where there are not existing routes from private providers that could be leased, utilized by the city, identified to then extend, a fiber line from an existing middle mile route, which is shown in the dashed gray color, to an AMI collector location, for instance. So we don't think, the city needs to necessarily fund this outright. There are multiple pathways to ensuring that some of these routes are covered or have fiber put in the ground. So
let's hear those multiple pathways.
Yeah, an anchor tenant agreement with a provider where actually the cost of building it is amortized over time. So it's wrapped up into a monthly agreement, as opposed to it being a large capital outlay by the city. A dig once ordinance, which if you were doing a capital improvement project along
Dig
one of these.
once ordinance. I feel like we've talked about that before.
And you know what? The recommendations for code updates, great.
So
That's one part that I actually do
If
think is
you're-
extremely valuable here.
if you're building, if you have a capital improvement project down one of these routes, a roadway project, can you put conduit in the ground at the same time? Additionally,
Have we overlapped that with proposed?
we did. I think a few of those projects changed a little bit, but we also did it with the master mobility plan to kind of look at where's the future, roadway infrastructure going to be and future plans or improvement projects around those. So we also, when we talked to the school district, they have some fiber. So it's potential that you'd leverage some of the school district's fiber in some kind of partnership, at least have that conversation, pursue that. And then there's also grant funded programs. The state runs a middle mile program that could help fund these. And then on top of that, the next slide I'm going to show you is going to show you a federal grant program that is actually already going to help with the ETJ. Okay.
Go back to that last slide.
Yep.
Can you identify for me these places on the western side that are in green?
Those are really just infrastructure gaps along major roadways. So
Can you tell me what roadways those are?
off the top of my head,
Looks like Heather Wild.
Is that Heather one?
It looks like it.
those would really be the dig once opportunities in our mind. Is if there's an improvement project and conduit could be installed. So, anything?
So there's just, as far as like in the city limits, there's just the area on the west side and I guess a little bit over by Seal, and I think the other one is
Generally, the city
Cameron or
facilities.
Pecan. And the rest is, I guess there's patchwork of city limits. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, anyone?
Just the question as I look at this, I see, as Melody was referencing, lines that extend well beyond city limits.
Yes.
Is the intention that the city should build and pay for infrastructure along those lines, or is this that we should tell a third party that this is where they need to put the the infrastructure?
I'm hoping we almost have an answer for that in the next slide.
All right.
Okay.
I teed you up. All right.
So BEAD is a federal grant program that is funding broadband across the U.S. The good news for y'all is that you have a fiber provider that's been funded in the ETJ to build out fiber.
Which fiber provider is this?
Nextstream, they're a fiber provider from Central Texas. They won a lot of BEAD funding. Some of those
You want to explain what BEAD funding is and how they came up with that?
So BEAD funding, federal grant program in the IIJA, $42 billion. It's administered at the state level, so the state of Texas had $3 billion to fund broadband access, so last mile broadband to the home. Texas only ended up spending about $1 billion of that, so some of the money went to other solutions that are less costly than fiber, which is
disappointing.
LEO satellite in large part, or fixed wireless in some cases. Like I said, the good news as it appears on the map for the ETJ and for Pflugerville is that you have a fiber provider coming into that area to install fiber, which would in large part line up with a lot of these green routes on the east side over here. So one of the recommendations we have is get with them to see where they, obviously what their plans are, and then talking through the permitting process, et cetera.
So we know.
Are you saying they could fund the fiber infrastructure?
They have federal funds from the NTIA.
Convince them to use their grant
Yes.
on non-rural parts of the state, as opposed to and maybe they will.
Well, it looks like they have.
They are required,
Some of it's
if they sign, as we understand
I was about to say,
it, they signed
say this part.
they signed their agreement last week, as we understand it. So they're required by the federal government to build to the locations that are in the orange hexagons here, if that helps.
So that's already underway then.
Well, it's
Or I mean, it's in the process of being.
2 to 3 years.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not,
but-
it's not underway, but
It's
part
in
of
progress.
Yeah,
It's
part
in progress.
part of the,
Starting gun has been fired.
but because the part of the procurement process was, okay, listen, if you're going to be able to do this, because there's some big boys. Well, you already have one named in there, who are trying to box out other folks. Then you actually have to commit to actually doing this. To your point, it may not necessarily look like, tumbleweeds in West Texas, but we also saw that it's not just the urban or rural areas. It's literally like you can go a block over in Fort Worth, and you have absolutely no coverage whatsoever. So, it's
To
trying
that
get these
question,
pockets.
if we're exploring this option to go wireless, basically for the rural area, or entering an agreement with them to provide that wireless network for the rural, am I so far correct?
No. They would actually we're talking about broadband. We're putting fiber.
Well, if
Real fiber.
it's wireless, are they putting fiber up to the house?
No.
So hold on.
So this,
let
the
the
green,
expert
if
answer.
you look at the second map here, the green hexes are the locations that are inside the hex on the map. Those locations have to be served with fiber to the home.
Yeah.
Those are the orange dots.
Fiber has to be installed all the way to the house.
Okay,
And the
'cause
green matches the.
Where I was going with it is that in 2 to
Matches
5
the
years,
orange.
as we talk about, I mean, we're marching
some of
east,
the blue.
and it's coming at a breakneck pace.
Yeah, some blue.
And so let's just say in 5 years, a lot of those areas that are now considered rural, where we're seeing this orange, will be developed.
Absolutely.
Right.
And so will other providers be able to have fiber out there, or will this Netstream have a monopoly on it?
We need to figure out their plans a little bit more.
Because
since
we
they
have a
just signed the
provider that
agreement.
has a monopoly on some stuff here.
Would that be the county commissioners?
Well, no, the county commissioners have already approved.
Effective monopoly, not legal monopoly.
The commissioners
Right.
court has already approved for AT&T, or no, who was the people that came before Google Fiber to go into the area of the ETJ before? Now, it didn't make economic sense for them to do that while at the same time missing the entire city.
Here, I do want to take a moment and correct some of the terminology we're using. There's no such thing as Google Fiber anymore. It's G Fiber. And as I understand, it's not owned by Alphabet.
But
They sold those
Yeah.
assets
They sold it
to
off,
a
yeah.
different firm that also owns
a great
Astound.
point, Mayor, but I didn't get my answer.
And your question was, can other providers serve those areas?
Well,
Our
yeah.
development code would certainly allow for other providers
Okay.
to lay.
Well, I want to make sure
fiber
of that
in
that
the
we're not
right-of-way, correct?
entering into an agreement with one provider there to provide line to the areas and then have an exclusive
I assume that would be a
Exclusivity to that.
non-exclusive franchise agreement, or
Well,
actually, we probably don't even do franchise agreements for this.
So the agreement is between this provider and the federal government or the state. And
For
So we're
this,
not-
for this,
for the funding, so there's, the
Okay.
city doesn't necessarily have to form a partnership per se. You would just want to get better
We
sense
still
of
have
their
neighborhoods
plans.
that are serviced without fiber by a particular provider that doesn't want to let anybody else use their
Yeah,
stuff. So
Councilmember,
that's why I want to make sure that doesn't happen to others in the future.
We've got them retrofitting.
Yeah, to his point, that's,
They are building out.
that was part of the problem. The part of the problem was that we had people who were having as janky as possible internet, and there was nothing that we can do about it because there weren't any other options available to that. And that's when the whole Google Fiber discussion started. G-Wagon Fiber?
G-Fiber, yeah, G-Wagon.
So the high level point I think I want to emphasize is that this green area out to the east and the ETJ should have a plan with an enforceable commitment from the state and the federal government to build that fiber. Maybe not every segment, so I do want to make sure I caveat on that, but that's where the conversation needs to happen with the BEAD funded providers to just understand what part of this they may be covering.
By what's the time frame? As I like David put it, the shotgun or starting gun. They have three. Is it 36 months?
The end is, I think, 4 months, but most of the ones in Texas were signed for 3 years. So I'd have to check.
Okay, because that's the critical point, right?
Yeah.
And if they don't do it, then they have to give the funds back.
Or they probably wouldn't
If
get the funds.
they have to sign a grant agreement with a number of stipulations that require them to build out on that timeline.
Yeah, because the rationale, again, to go back to, I think what we're thinking about is that it's cool that they got the funding, but is the reality is, does it still make a business sense, particularly given the environment that we're in right now, for them to actually go ahead and execute on that right now?
Yeah.
Or in the next 48 months.
Hear you, totally. So if I can, I'm going to go to recommendations now, which in the plan, that's the last few pages there. And there's a whole litany of recommendations that we didn't include in here. These are just the key ones we wanted to point out. The first one there, if you're working from left to right, is coordinating with the BEAD funded providers. So AT&T has a subdivision, next stream, at least the wireline, satellite, may not, I don't know how much you could do there. Broadband provider availability tool, we demoed this with folks working on this master plan. It's essentially a map that looks like your water utility map to help citizens, folks, see what options they have at their home, be able to look to understand, what other providers they might have beyond the incumbent provider or the provider that they already have a contract with. We also, this is kind of a blanket one, at the top and the middle is collaborate, incentivize, and partner with fiber providers. So you could still do an RFP once you kind of sort out where folks are building to and what sort of routes are not built. If any of the green or the yellow routes that we showed earlier don't have a provider or fiber provider covering. So you could partner with someone to serve a city facility or otherwise.
I was going to ask that question. How does that happen? I mean, and it might be under joint trench opportunities where I see consider partnership with PFISD to lease fiber. Is that under this one or joint trench on?
That would be under this one.
Okay. How does that look? How does that happen?
That's a little bit different, just because it's a school district versus a private provider. Go to them and get a sense for what fiber count, like strand count they have available or dark fiber lease, and you could sign an agreement that might help serve some of those facilities, but you have to get a better sense of their network and how it could help you serve your facilities, city's facilities.
Okay.
We also proposed a dig once policy, so and we provided some content for this to folks, but essentially when a project along one of those routes is built or that's identified as a priority by the city or in a CIP, ensuring that a roadway, any such roadway improvement or otherwise, installs conduit in the ground that could then be used by a fiber provider. So that's a dig once policy. We also then, just beyond that, there's number of kind of specific ordinance engineering design manual recommendations that you could read through. But we provided some recommendations, content there. We also suggest kind of a uniform telecom permitting checklist for folks at the city to help. In the case where there is a fiber builder coming through and they're checking all the boxes for the things the city wants to do, just helping get them through that process more quickly. And then to your point, council member, the joint trench opportunities and coordinating with the county or TxDOT on other projects, that kind of aligns with the Dig Once policy, but it's just if there's a capital improvement project that's coordinated with the county or otherwise, can shared duct or conduit be
How does that come into play
built?
with micro trenching? Because obviously they're, the level that they're actually penetrating doesn't necessarily necessitate a full dig for some of the actual allocation of resources that you may normally want to put in there when it comes to utilities.
Everything we're talking about there is kind of like an underground build in conduit, as opposed to something that impacts y'all's assets. But we're basically, this is the alternative, an alternative to help ensure that fiber goes into conduit and right away where you want it. And then there can be other decisions about construction methods.
In my conversations with these providers, they would prefer the open trench approach. They'd prefer that. That's going to be cheaper and quicker and better than micro trenching.
And
Micro trenching is retrofitting.
What is open trench approach?
Open trench is literally a trench.
You're building a road.
Yeah.
The dirt's already moved
So
for the
Dig Once
utilities.
policy?
Yes.
Yeah,
Like
Dig Once.
you are literally.
You're building something. Throw something in underneath the road while we're building it, right?
But to Jonathan and
give you a few minutes and take care of it.
To David's point, there have been interesting policies, and they're not ubiquitous across the board, even in our region regarding micro trenching. What Leander does is differently from what Georgetown does, and some other things with that as well, and how they allow for it and where they allow for it.
And micro trenching is doing it after the fact?
It is. It's digging a hole between the curb and the road and shoving the wire down in there.
Threading a needle.
It's that machine that kind of pushes in the.
Yeah, well, it's removing a little bit of asphalt. Yeah. I'm sorry. Where are we?
Okay.
No, that's all I have as far as major recommendations.
This was as exciting as you expected it to be, wasn't it?
I liked the discussion. I was excited about that part. So I just let you go a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
So, and to your point, council member, about the funding, we say we suggest all those pathways I mentioned, and those are kind of suggested throughout the plan. A number of different alternatives to helping make sure there's fiber where the city needs it.
So let me ask this. Again, one of the things I know that all too well, that you had folks who, look at Ashley waiting in the cut. You had people who specifically came to us and said that they wanted to do this here in Pflugerville. They said it didn't make economic sense to just do it in the ETJ. However, what you're presenting to us is that now that we have an entity that is doing that has been charged, for a lack of term, to implement broadband deployment, for a lack of term, out in our ETJ, it may make economic sense for those folks to start talking to them about what they're doing and seeing if we can get that all in one curb.
Yeah. And like I said, those agreements have just been
Oh, I know.
executed. So there's some conversations that solve that.
You mean that provider that was selected for the ETJ to look at doing things within the city?
Well, I mean,
I'm trying to make sure.
So
you got to run a line to get out there.
Yeah, that's the thing, and that's what my thought is. Like they've got to run a line from somewhere, right? AT&T is pretty much a cabal in a lot of different areas where we have that. It's just the way it is.
I mean, that's AT&T.
Yeah, it's
been there
AT&T.
for 150
Yeah,
years.
exactly. Yeah, Southwestern, but whatever you want to call them, right? And so
I was like,
I kind of like it.
and a cabal is. Sorry.
It's like Pacific.
I was just like,
But and so trying to get in and get those folks to play nicely to get that implemented has been part of the issue with it. now that at first it was just Google Fiber who was talking about micro drenching. Now DT's is talking about that, but this gives us an opportunity to actually talk to those providers and say, listen, as the mayor put it, you got to run a line anyway. If we're going to allow for you to do that, how are y'all going to play ball over here with that and get it to the folks who actually need it? Because I still think that there's some people. They may not be in the city, but each folks, they got janky internet, and it's because the developer put janky internet as the sole provider.
Four people.
So, Ashley, I saw you stand up. Do you have more to tell us? What's next?
What's next is just the recommendation.
Okay.
It was just to approve this so that we can come back for the EDM and the UDC and create Pflugerville friendly policies.
Nope.
Okay.
No.
So we don't need action. Feel free to pass that.
No, just do we have
Well, it has
feedback into
it on
this?
here, that's all.
I just want to say out loud. It sounds like from my conversations regarding micro trenching, AT&T seems to be doing it, and they seem to be doing a good job at it. They seem to be doing it within the parameters, my understanding of what we would require. So getting providers in here to expand it. Now their government affairs person also provided me with a map. I sent that to the city manager a while back. I don't know if you've gotten to see that of all the fiber connections within the city, and it feels pretty saturated. I know there's still some build out in some of the neighborhoods. I think encouraging current providers to retrofit and expand within the city is primary for me.
Yeah.
So, do you talk to Gessner?
I'm sorry?
You talk to Gessner?
Madison.
Yes, Madison.
Yeah, Madison. No, Madison does a
So I
good
want
job.
to say a few more things here before we take action. I read this thing really thoroughly, and the footnotes, and all of that stuff, because I wanted to really wrap my head around it. And I still believe it misses the mark. I think that there are parts of the analysis, such as the service speeds and pricing, where they didn't even call a provider or put in an address, right? Nothing in here is marked whether it's a short-term promotion or a long-term contract. Things that really matter to customers, whether you're residential or commercial. There's a whole section in there about economic development, fiber being a driver of that. Amazing, completely agree. However, the recommendations and proposals are literally the places where we already have our large industrial and commercial zones. And so misses like that in the program make me think that this is not a completed thing that really aligns and matches with our community. I think there's some really good stuff in here. You've got a few of them on here, right? A dig once policy, the EDM revisions totally make sense. One of my concerns even on that side is there's a whole lot of ordinance and rules that you're recommending, and that's going to slow things down and make everything more expensive. And I genuinely think that some of those things are going to be needed, yes, to protect the city and our residents and make sure everything's put back the way it should be, et cetera. But I also think that if we add additional regulatory burden, we're going to see even fewer people expanding their networks when they're telling us they want to be expanding their networks in Pflugerville already. And so there's just like, fundamentally, if this is a master plan, our master plans turn into CIP projects that turn into budget and funding. And I'm not comfortable with the set of recommendations and the priorities and the ideas that are in here because I don't think they reflect the reality of our community. And so I don't think it's appropriate to approve a master plan that just feels like it missed the mark. I may be the only one with that opinion, but I just wanted to share some of my rationale, right?
No.
It's not because we all want better, faster internet for all of our residents, but I don't think this set of strategies and recommendations is the right set.
So the reason why I asked you the question about how many times you've done this, the specific plan and working for that, is that I know that staff had worked to try to find somebody who could give us something, right? Like, because it is I'm guessing it's going to become more and more of a request by various different cities, but it is a niche area right now that's developing more, especially since the governor specifically said that everyone has a fundamental right to the internet, which is key.
Crazy.
Well,
I want to make sure it's right for us.
So the question is, and that's where the concern comes from, is that what did you want to do in here that you couldn't get the information for them? And if there was something that you believe that you think us as a council should do, what would that be it?
I mean, We looked at a lot of data for this. From
No.
both the
We get it. Like I said,
providers
and
the
you're
FCC
creating.
and all of that.
Yeah.
And at the provider level, their own pricing.
Yeah.
We talked to providers. We also did an RFI where providers responded. So some of it's dependent on that. But at the end of the day, I mean, a lot of what we heard too was to focus and go towards the public policy tools. So we really tried to make sure that we developed some public policy tools that could be utilized by or incorporated into the UDM. So.
And if I may, because we might have missed, I think there might be some miscommunication. Councilmember Coffin, you said we were going to spend money and do CIP. We're not
Well,
proposing.
master plans turn into projects on the CIP. So,
No, we're
right?
not. We're not proposing at all a future CIP. What I believe the scope, and I believe was ill done to serve Cobb Finley fairly, is that I don't believe you had a great scope from my staff. So I do apologize for that. We were leaning towards how do we make this easy and protect the city moving forward for a third party to come in and do this. Because what we've also seen throughout cities in Texas is micro trenching may not have been as great as we thought it once was. And clearing up, there was just
depends. Let's be honest. More often than not, it is. But there have been some pieces.
And so
there's been
I'm sitting in
progress.
meetings with other city managers who are saying, whether the yard tear up or whatever it is. Our purpose of doing this scope was to go to public policy, not to create we have no intention of building Pflugerville's fiber system at all. What we wanted was to be able to mainline, and I can't remember the details, but if you remember, one of our vendors came in and they said, well, sure, but if we tear up your road, we'll give you $10,000 to fix it. Y'all remember $10,000 won't buy me a set of plants to put it back at government pricing. So our big concern was how do I protect the city while streamlining? So when she says next steps, what she's saying is we would like to put this into the UDC. Maybe we need to do, so ours was public policy. We are not asking in the future for money.
And I just think if we're going to
it was
approve a
unclear to
master
me.
plan for something,
I understand.
we should be clear on what's included or not. So if it's not our intent, it shouldn't be a recommendation in
So
what we're
the
being
way we
asked to
have,
consider.
it says options on that page. So he was just providing, this is to give council, you have lots of options. If you want us to put a big red line through that we are building a fiber system, I'm happy to do it on every page.
I mean, that's one of
Yes.
many things that I brought up, and that's fine. But again, and maybe this is not actually a master plan. Maybe it's literally the name of the document. If this is not intended to be a master plan that we treat like every other master plan that we create, build, approve, then I'm fine. If this is just a set of like, hey, this is some stuff that staff is going to go back and actually develop a plan for and a set of recommendations, which I think is what
I
we're trying to
actually
do.
am very comfortable with that.
You're
right.
Master
plans go into the CIP.
And again, let's be clear. How many times did you go out looking for folks to try to do this? Like it was.
That's why it took a long time.
Yeah, it was a lot.
I was like, I've never heard of
because
this.
you don't have people doing this.
And he does a fine job. We wrote a crummy scope.
So if I could, I think
if I could, or if I may,
if I may, Councilmember, I do think that a lot of what you see is a study, typically on broadband, to come up with, here's everything we know about your connectivity, here's the data, etc. Getting to the planning part is difficult, and I think as it came up in the conversations about not wanting to spend a lot of money on capital investment on fiber, it wasn't going to end up being that master plan.
Did we say that?
Or just that if the focus was not on funding large fiber builds, it wasn't going to end up being that kind of master plan, but it was, as the manager mentioned, focused towards public policy tools. How can y'all build a sustainable broadband model that y'all can put into action through the code, through EDM, et cetera, so that you have providers doing what you want to do, and then also building fiber throughout the city.
I think to the point, and maybe this is where we do a lunch and learn with what you said, AT&T, someone. We have a conversation about this in general. This is the policy because, I mean, I like the idea. Look at the opposite. Coordinate with TxDOT on 973. We know we're already doing the expansion on that. The right-of-way's already been fixed from that. The Commissioner's Court in Williamson County has been very helpful for that. What if we're actually building from the outside in and we pull from there? That's an interesting idea. You know what I mean? Like, so...
And those things aren't included in there, right? Other ways that our team can be more efficient, make it easier for people to put in these networks, not mentioned in here, right? There's a lot of really good specific ideas, but there's just, it feels like there's also a ton that's missing that was just completely ignoring the market forces and our growth patterns.
So maybe that's, I mean, Serena, maybe that's, I said this to your last meeting.
Just call it what you want. We really.
Yeah, this is a study, not a plan.
It's a study.
Yeah.
It is. So now I understand where that phrasing might have thrown y'all. I get that. So it's a study. What I think is most important is what Ashley better do is get this streamlined and figure out a better way. I do not recommend bringing one provider whenever you have two others in the game to a lunch and learn. I do not actually suggest that.
Sounds like three.
Or not do it and allow them to come to the table. I don't think that's very
Because all of
transparent.
us have not already gotten phone calls.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah.
I would choose one.
Right.
I would say three. Yeah, you said I'd choose one, so that's three.
So I do want to take this time because, again, I didn't have the historical context. I would like to, it would be appreciated if we could get large documents of this many pages, more than just the 5 or 6 days in advance, because there was so much information in here that's hard to digest. I would just appreciate, a couple weeks more notice so that we can mull this over and understand and have time to ask questions in advance of the meeting. Thank you.
We'll do our best.
Oh, you?
So where do we go from here?
I know.
This was a 1,200-page packet.
It is my last meeting. I will tell you. I mean, how many pages was our packet?
1,214.
Let me be very clear about how this organization runs. It is high speed, fast pace. We will do our best to get you, but we read it too. And so we can try to do that. The state law has actually helped that, I guess, that we have to give it like a week in advance. So
instead of 4
we
days.
will, if you just think about it, the amount of work that we're pushing out, we will do our best.
Well, I didn't know if there is there some sort of timeline or like deadline that we needed to.
No, this is just a presentation.
Yeah.
There's not even.
Well, I thought there's no action.
You could also just redo it again at the next meeting.
No, it says discuss and consider action.
No, there's actions.
Yeah, they're requesting.
Oh, it is.
So,
Sorry, I was
that's
looking at the next.
I just if there's no timeline, it would just be nice to have more time to.
Then the
read.
council can decide to wait and vote on it in 2 weeks. You absolutely could.
5 months.
5 weeks. 5 weeks. There's no timeline for us, so.
Okay, yeah, so I mean, I
The city
didn't know.
manager is not in a hurry.
No, we're not. No, I'm just kidding.
Councilmember Kaufman has brought up many great points about that and about what may be missing, and I don't know if there's an opportunity to go back and address some of those in a new draft, or if this is just it. But yeah, I mean, because I want good service for all of our residents, but also don't want it to be onerous, want it to be, and then also work with the market and what's already being done, and, maybe finding ways to encourage them to do it faster, I guess, but without spending any money.
So council, to help move us forward, it's 9:20. How about this? How about we come back in 5 weeks and we help give feedback regarding some things we want included, and we have a discussion, with it, and see if it's feasible for them to get the information.
How about we say the July meeting, and that gives the mayor.
Yeah, we have 2 meetings. We have 2 meetings in July, right?
To be able to,
I mean, it could be after that too, because.
Well, there's no timeline,
I wanna
there's no
ask a question.
deadline, right, except for being,
And
finishing a
we
project.
Hold on.
change the name
Is
of the
it-
document to Broadband Master Study?
Hold on. Thank you. Go ahead.
So listening to some of the comments that I've heard, what I want to know is this even the right direction? Is this salvageable? I don't want to waste 5 weeks and consultant rate getting this changed if we don't want anything of it to begin with.
I mean, this could be the.
Well,
end of- this
are
could
there
be the
drafts
end of it,
that-
And our planning and development services takes the good ideas out of this and
I
we
think
call it
so.
a day. I mean,
Yeah.
we don't approve this.
Yeah.
We let it die, let the contract end when it's gonna end, and we develop an actual plan.
Okay.
But
Because I still think strategically, sorry, to more directly, I think there's a strategic direction problem in here still.
And the strategic direction needs to be find ways to get broadband to houses.
No, I mean, all my comments apply to commercial as well, but residential is absolutely what.
Okay, quit being facetious.
I don't know that we've got any commercial that's lacking.
That was my very first comment, is the fiber is already on 45 and 130, right?
So does the scope of the contract that we signed allow a presentation to council and then time to take comments and make changes? Or is this one presentation when we're done? I mean, it's not collaborative.
Are you running out on us?
I mean, to your point about if there's extra costs, I mean, generally when you do a scope or a study, you allow time for feedback.
It's usually T&M, so it's going to be
hours.
hours.
I don't know.
But Ashley, what is it?
Thank you. The contract was actually over in November, so we're trying to finish this out, master plan or study, just to get those best practices that we know that the team is going to have to go back with on the EDM and the UDC, Engineering Design Manual and Unified Development Code, to make those changes to policy that would have to come back to council to say, is this what we want? Is this what Pflugerville needs for those policies? Is it a PID change? Is it a permitting checklist? Those tangible things that you're going to need to see and to make it easier for
So Ashley, let me ask you this. Does this document have what you need in order to move forward with those changes? Do you know what you need? Do you have what you need otherwise to move forward with those changes? Or are you asking us to approve this document so that you have the policy points in order to make those changes?
it would be great to have the policy points. It's not going to be necessary. Obviously, I've heard the feedback here, but it's up to council.
I mean, maybe it comes back as a workshop at some, or a working session.
Because I don't want to junk this because I think it is salvageable. I think it's given some great information. I think you've given some great feedback about some things that we'd like to hear about it. And that's why I was saying, like, it's 5 weeks. Like, if he can get the information to some of the things we're thinking about, and then we can have a conversation. Hell, we can have it in August. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need to push it, but
or after
we want
budget.
just to get it, just to have it right. But I do think that this is a great start for when we're doing, and then we just figure out what we want to branch out from it.
Could I
and as
propose-
Ashley mentioned, the contract ended in November.
Yeah, could I propose that, trust your staff.
They'll work for free.
She's got enough from this to come back to with policy points, to outline what that future policy should look like. Whatever this document said, if you do or don't like it, I would now just say we've taken the ball and she can move forward with policy points. And I think that's what should come back.
Yep.
That sounds
Use
good
this
to
as
me.
input for y'all.
Yeah.
As long as you can get, the only thing I asked is because part of the conversation why we hired him before was getting someone who knows where the information is we're seeking.
Yeah.
So then
I thought fiber was in bananas. I didn't know.
No, you're fine. You're fine. This is good.
It's potassium.
Yeah, this is great.
Do we need a motion on this item then?
No.
Do you
We're
need-
good.
do you need-
We're solid.
Feeling good? All right. Where were we?
So we'll see. So we'll see.
So we're going to build our own.
We'll see you in 5 weeks.
Thank you.
Wait,
We're signing
the decision.
Signing the proposal. It's gonna be $59.99.
Wait a second. Is that
Maybe
was
4.5.
Are you joking? Okay. All right.
Item 5H, conduct a presentation on the roadway impact fee study update. Mr. Rector, we're keeping you busy.
Yes, Mayor. I like to stay busy. Good evening again, Mayor and Council. This is to give you guys an update on the roadway impact study update. So we're giving you an update on the update. And tonight we have Ben was here.
Did he think it passed on consent?
I think
this one is just a presentation.
This is just a presentation.
Thank you.
to
Let's
give
go.
you-
Let's go. Do we need him?
He's coming. He's coming.
He's gotten a little too comfortable with us. I just want to let y'all know that.
You're up.
Thank you.
I'm already keyed it up for you.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that, everyone. Good evening, Council, Mayor. Today, I'm here to present the roadway impact fees. So there's no action on this today, as we were talking about previously. We have to, get here early before we're actually doing the first reading of this, just in case there's any comments or anything you want us to look at associated with it. So this is really like a 101. I know we're not in a council work session, so it'll be a quicker 101, I think, in the interest of everyone's time.
Oh no, we're used to going to midnight, so.
Oh, please.
I'm here all
You
night.
promised yesterday we were not going to midnight.
I said me.
All right, so the longer we banter about it, the longer we're here. So
I'm good to talk as long as you all would like. I did originally prepare the presentation for a work session, so if I'm speeding through it, that is why.
I like that.
We also previously gave a version of this at the CIAC meeting here. I'm going to flip a little bit back and forth here. CIAC did recommend that the council adopts the 2025 roadway impact fee update. We presented this to them back in March. That was a newly formed committee. For previous studies, we just used the P&Z board, but there's different requirements in the state law. We have to have
The law required it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the chapter 395 was amended. Just to kind of define the city council's purpose here with the roadway impact fees. So just to give discussion direction on the land use plan, capital improvements plan, the maximum assessable fee, and then really to set the collection rate. So the first three things here are things that are within my study, but the collection rate will not be within the roadway impact fee study. That is something that is a council policy decision. Right. Okay, so quickly, what is an impact fee? It's a one-time fee for new development. The purpose is to recover infrastructure costs required to serve future development. So the part of the roads that's needed for the growth that is coming is what they're to pay for. It's a legal way to collect a flexible fee for infrastructure and gives gives the city flexibility to spend money on high-priority projects within a larger service area. Good reason to use these. They're equitable. Everyone pays a similar fee if they have a similar study type in a similar area. If you put a Whataburger in the same service area, they'll pay the same fee. They're predictable. Day one of the development, they can go ahead and calculate these online. They don't have to do a whole onerous traffic impact analysis study to know what they're going to pay. Ensures accountability. Everyone pays one, and then mathematically proportional as well. So what can we pay for with the roadway impact fees? We can pay the cost to construct CIP projects that are identified within the study. That includes survey and engineering fees, land acquisition costs, including court awards. Also kind of interesting, includes debt service. So if there's a roadway that's already paid off, but we're still paying debt on that roadway, impact fee dollars can be used for that as well. And then the studies themselves. So this study is recoverable by the roadway impact fee, as is any studies required to build a future CIP project. Things that can't be paid for is any project that's not shown on the CIP, any repair, operation, maintenance, upgrades to serve existing development, and then any staff time as well to administer the program is not recoverable. Okay, so jumping into this study, the roadway impact fee 2025 update, we'll go through each of these as well. Here's the land use assumptions. This is the growth that we're expecting to see in the next 10 years. That is Campo, is kind of where we started for the funding sources here. We also used the future land use map. We actually worked on the mobility master plan and then fed this directly into the roadway impact fee. So my name is on the mobility master plan, although I was not like the lead project manager on it. So we worked together basically and fed that plan into this plan immediately. Then last, city staff coordination. I know these are just a bunch of letters on a map, have maps coming of what the growth actually looks like. But yeah, we really started with the Campo model, their TAZ zones, verified that with the future land use map, and the MMP, and then city staff kind of worked together with them at the end to make sure this encompasses all large developments or anything like that.
I have a question.
Yes.
We are in 2026, but this is talking about growth from 25 to 35.
Mm-hmm. So kind of like the clock on you have to pick a date, right? That is your final date of the study because things constantly are changing. So that date was 2025 for us.
Okay.
We were really working on this mostly in last fall That's where we're doing most of the production for this. And then due to the state law changes, it kind of set us back. So we had to do a financial audit. I know y'all heard some of this with water, wastewater too. We had to do a financial audit, and then we had to establish the CIAC. So that set us back a little bit. Pflugerville, I do a lot of these. Pflugerville's actually the first one that's done the audit, so you kind of had to figure out the process for the rest of the state of Texas. So that did take a few months.
Well, I haven't heard about that. So about what the,
yeah,
the
so that will
audit
go
or
through with the
anything, so-
that will go through the first reading. So it is an audit of the program, not an audit of the study that we're currently producing. So it's almost like a conflict for me to present the audit. I don't know exactly what the plan will be for the audit to be presented, but it will go through council at the same time as the study does. So it's kind of like two separate things that go through together. It is currently posted online, I believe, as well. I know it is. I looked at it right before this. They said this is, I feel like, an easier way to look at the land use assumption. So this is how many residential units. All of those sources kind of project that we will see in each service area here. This is the residential growth, the same graph coming next for the commercial growth.
And what percentage growth is that each year?
I could back calculate that number, but that is not what we don't use a percent growth in the study. It's purely by number of units, but we could back calculate that and show it to you all if the next we'll present it again or provide it ahead of time.
And when you say residential growth, so those are the new units to be added.
Correct.
So
Both
how would you get
multifamily
that information?
and single family. So when we're getting this growth, the final number is you want how much growth is going to happen in the 10 year. But within the report, we have that number, and then we also have how many units of residential do you currently have. So if existing, we have, I don't know if the number is 50,000 homes in one of the service areas, and then we add 4,000 on top, we can easily get the growth from that. So yeah, I can calculate that as well. I generally don't show that in the report because when you see a growth rate like that, you're assuming, like I'm going to back calculate it, but that's not how we got it. We got it by actually looking at the number of units that's expected. So when you see a number, you're like, oh, they just assumed 3% growth rate, and they pick on that number, but that's not how we did it.
So
how did you pick that? The last time I saw the number, we have, roughly speaking, 28,000 water connections in the city. Residential water connections.
No.
What's
No,
the
28,000 is the number of residential units.
Residential units, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So we have 28,000 residential units. So you're looking at adding here an additional 16,000 residential units. So we're looking about an increase in the residential units over the period of 10 years of about 40%. What makes you think, given that over the last 5 years our growth rate is averaging about 1.5% or less, what makes you think that we're going to get this much faster growth over the next decade?
Yeah, and another thing to kind of set the stage with this plan is I'm interpreting plans done by other people, right? We do come up with this number, right? Because Campo and the Fantasy Land Use Map don't specifically look at these areas. So I use, mapping software like GIS to pull this for those specific areas. But whenever Campo took a look at this same problem, this is what they expected to see. And then when I go and corroborate that with the future land use plan, it makes sense that the developable acres correlate to how many homes you can have there.
Do we think Campo got their numbers from us? Surely, or are they generating their own number? I don't know.
What usually happens is that it's a combination of from the member cities and then its own expansion of there as well. Because what you're getting at, and it's kind of different from what they've done before, but you're looking more at, they're doing more forecasting and it's more planning for the region as a whole. So with these specific areas, I mean, I like the way you put it is that they look at the square footage, and then they think consequently, well, how many applicable housing units could be applied to that area, so consequently that's where the computation comes from, which is not dissimilar from any other industry standard or average on that?
Yeah, this is a really common process we use for a lot of cities. Some cities have like incredible building permit
Sorry,
data.
Trista, I know my microphone.
So we could use that sometimes. When we reviewed y'all's, it wasn't quite enough to give us that like exact growth number that we could apply. What happened in the past 5 years? What happens in the next 5? So when you see like water meter data, you have to know every water meter connection, right? Because they have a utility bill, but you don't get a bill for the roadway to drive on it. So we don't have that same level of information that they do for water, wastewater. So
I feel like we're focusing too much on that. Help me understand the applicability of that rate, and then keep us going.
Right. Just the applicability of this is just to just show you all how much we're projecting in the next 10 years. And for you to understand that we started with the Campo model and we refined it by using the future land use map. And finally, we got a number that we were pretty comfortable with, and we sat with city staff and looked at it all together and said, does this make sense for what you're seeing? Is there a large single family development we're missing? Or have you not had a single permit in service area C in the past 2 years, and we're saying there's going to be more growth there?
So I'd like to draft a little bit off of what Councilmember Rogers was saying. So if I didn't do the math, if it's 40% or if it's 20%, fine.
57.
But what is the impact to the end result of this study, which is ultimately becomes our impact fees?
Mhm.
Yes, I'm restating.
Yes, yes.
Sorry,
He was more specific about what I was asking.
I needed that. So what you're really doing here is you're making sure that the roadway network that you're proposing can handle the amount of growth that's coming in. And the answer for Pflugerville is that it does.
Which makes sense.
Yeah. So we're like making sure that we're proposing enough roads to carry the traffic that we think is coming.
And maintain our service.
In the next 10-year, period.
And
Yes.
I guess if I'm playing that out, this is not going to be a question. If we overestimate how many roads we have to build because we're assuming 40% unit growth, or 40% more unit growth than what is really being seen right now on the ground and in the macroeconomic climate, doesn't that push up our infrastructure costs, which feeds into the model, which means our impact fees are going to be way more expensive than potentially they could have been had we had a more accurate estimate of an input?
Well, except the impact fees are going to be incremental, right? So the idea being, if we say we need 100 new roads, 100 lane miles, whatever unit of widgets we want to use,
okay,
and we charge the impact fees, but we only charge the impact fees on a small amount because that's all that shows up. Well, then that's all the impact fees we have to spend on the roads, so that's all the roads we need to build.
I thought part of the calculation, though, was what we...
rate based on expected growth, which means we're charging a rate that is too high.
No, because the number of units that we're planning for is in a ratio to the number of lane miles, the expense. So if fewer people come, there's less expense. We're charging them in proportion to the
what
amount.
we expect, not to what actually happens.
Well, but because it's in proportion to, it's equivalent.
If these numbers were
Maybe. It depends on.
That is exactly how math works.
It depends on how the lane miles change. I mean, some of the roads may not change just because there's more units.
One of the pieces. So what you're saying is correct, right? So if these numbers weren't half, the roadway impact fee would be the same. Or in practicality, if over the 10-year period these numbers are in half, they will pay the same impact fee they would if this was higher or not. Another point to be made is these land use assumptions run completely separate from the CIP, the projects on the ground, right? So we have a MMP that was adopted already. So we just took those roads that added capacity and put them into our CIP. So what we're doing is checking and making sure that we don't need way more roads. And if we found out we needed way more roads, we wouldn't do anything about it. We wouldn't add them because we're not adopting a brand new mobility master plan. We're just taking the mobility master plan and transferring it for our usage here.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I believe that number is our expected growth.
And that's,
I guess is that more of a maximum? Is that, I don't know I'm trying to think of how to categorize it. I don't know.
I mean, again, I defer to the people who do this for a living, right?
He said he relied on the plans that were done by others, which were in the past.
That's fine, but
And actual can be different than projection.
again,
Yeah.
but this,
It always is.
But this is
It always is.
and that's and this is where
Significantly different.
But again, this is where the concern, consternation comes from me, is that is not atypical. That is what's been done. We're acting as if we're at some finite point in history right now where, hey, listen, that is so outrageous to be thrown out the door. History has proven for that to be something applicable and has been a standard because it has been approved and seen as predictable as a standard and reliability moving forward. Could it be different here? Sure. I'm not telling you that it couldn't be the case, but I'm saying is that to cast it out as something that's so atypical, so outrageous for this specific moment in time, that's my consternation. It's a reliable.
Rudy, the predictions that have been made have been consistently off. We've projected.
We're not talking
for
about
our water.
We're not talking about.
We're getting wrapped around the axle on this, and Ben, I would hope you can get us to where we see where this is plugged into the calculation, and I imagine it's going to make more sense then.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Happy to move through this. We could have the same discussion about commercial. These are the numbers for commercial. Here, I think all the things we were talking about previously probably apply there. The next component so what we were talking about there was kind of the numerator of the calculation. Now that we're talking about the denominators we were just talking about. Now we'll be talking about the numerator, and I'll show you the math equation at the end. It'll make a lot more sense. So the next thing we did is develop the capital improvement plan. And as I alluded to this is really taking the mobility master plan that was adopted last year, and the portions of that adds capacity for future development. So the growth that's coming in only pays for the growth that they're doing, right? So build 1,000 family homes, they're going to add more vehicle miles on the system. Where are those roads available to them from the MMP plan? That's what we've picked out of here. So there's a few different types of projects here. So funded projects, that means it's either already constructed or in design. They have funding sources already. That includes, as I alluded to, debt projects. Those are still able to be funded by roadway impact fees. Widening projects, there's 2 lanes. The MMP calls for ultimate cross-section that's larger, 4 lanes or 6 lanes. Access management projects are eligible, adding medians or 2-way left turn lanes. And then just brand new projects, so line on a map where there's not currently a road or right-of-way. Then also, we build the roads, that's great, but there will also be intersection projects that come along with building roads, right? You need to build signals or roundabouts or turn lanes or whatever it is. So those are also identified in the CIP.
So I have a question. So if there's an existing road and then you have a new development, but the road's already there, it's already funded, but it's going to make the road busier and it's going to have an impact on the wear and tear, that's not part of the impact fees?
I might need the question clarified a little bit. So you have like a 4-lane roadway that's already at its ultimate cross-section, right?
Yeah, so it's already, but I'm thinking about SH 45 frontage road is just what comes to mind.
Right. There's a large project on the frontage road. But you're saying that, okay, so new development's going to contribute to the needed maintenance for this road in the future. That is not impact fee eligible.
So basically infill projects around established infrastructure would not be subject to impact fees?
You're saying the development wouldn't pay a roadway impact?
I don't know, you tell me.
Yes, all developments will pay a roadway
All developments
impact
are paying impact.
And the thought is, eventually you're going to make it to one of these CIP roads. So there's enough of them that someone within the service area is expected to use.
In the service area, there is some amount of road that is impacted by a redevelopment.
Right, yes, exactly.
And 45 has its own concerns.
There's a big...
It's on the CIP.
Yeah, there's a huge
It would have been
project.
nice if Amazon didn't drive on Pecan all the time, or if they paid for.
Well, they did.
Well, I guess that one did get widened a little bit, but we have along 130 and 45, and they're going to have a huge impact on our road. But the roads are already built. Now maybe there's some additional lanes or whatever. But
those turn lanes. But
that's the small potatoes compared to the impact that they're going to have on the roads.
They have impact in the region, which is why they pay the impact fee.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Yeah,
So it may not
it's
just be
regional
the exact adjacent road, but it's in that.
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
They do have the
There's an
option
example of one. This might help.
They do have the option, instead of paying the impact fee, to invest in the infrastructure.
Yeah, they could build a road or
They
build
could
one of
build
these
a road
signals.
if they have direct impact.
Generally, I think that's preferred for them to build the road, but not everyone has a road adjacent to their site, so it's not always an option.
for pedestrian.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, no problem. I do have a dollar amount here. That is the cost to build all of these roadways. Now, that is not the cost to the developer. That number will be greatly reduced by the number of vehicle miles that they need. Kind of the discussion we were having earlier. So, of this 147 million, I don't have the exact number. They'll only be responsible for half of that or something. The new development will be. But all these roads do have excess capacity to supply to the development in their ultimate cross section. Here's service area A. We're talking about the 45 frontage road. There's two very large projects right there, kind of adjacent to A1 there. Service area B. Service area is a little bit more built out, so there's a little bit less to do in this one. There's also been a lot of developer-funded roadways in this area. Service area C. One thing to note is roadway impact fees only apply in the city limits. So that's why you see a lot of these weird cross sections where they stop because we can only collect a roadway impact fee for a road that is in. Yeah, so it's very chopped up.
So how would that work in neighborhoods that are broken up, like say Rudy's neighborhood and what do you call it?
Oh, you say that.
So when they build Verona, let's say the new Verona that's going to go out there, it's in the city limits. I'm just making this up. It's in the city limits. They're going to impact Kelly Lane coming up and down, and some of the other roads around there. Will they have to pay impact fees?
If they're in the city limits.
Everything around them is in the ETJ, but they're in the city limits of that neighborhood.
But they're in that service area.
Yeah.
So if they're in that service area, they have to pay based on the service area they're in. Yes.
Yeah, that's
as long as
correct.
they're in city
Yeah,
limits.
regardless, they could be out on an island. I mean, you can see that project up by
There are some islands.
C-27.
He was talking about an island.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But a project that is 10 feet outside the city doesn't pay any of these fees.
Well, they don't pay the roadway ones. They do pay the water wastewater ones.
Right, if they're inside our water or wastewater.
Correct. Yeah. So it just has a different boundary basically than ours does.
So, and what are they? If they're outside the city. What's the county roadway impact fee?
The county does not have roadway impact fees. What they would do in the county is just do a traffic impact analysis. They would do one with the city as well if they're in the ETJ.
So
if they're in the ETJ of the city, instead of an impact fee, they would have to commission a traffic impact analysis, and they would pay a fee based on that.
Right. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, they would have a consultant prepare a study and then negotiate with Travis County and the city.
A roadway impact fee is a way to alleviate the requirement for in-city development to pay for a traffic impact analysis and specifically commission a study for each and every development.
Yeah, and the city does still do traffic impact analysis. They kind of, I feel like, and I'm projecting now, but I think like the final goal of like a mature program is a traffic impact analysis becomes what you look at for like, does this site need a turn lane? Do they need a signal at their entrance? Do they stuff that really serves their development? And then they pay the roadway impact fee for all the other roads that are shown on here because they're going to go, get on a different road further away, 686 or something. They're going to go get on that road and use it, but it's not right next to their development. So that's how they fund like the system roadways, is how I would say it.
So that's how the city is funding it, but the county doesn't have.
They do. There's no roadway impact fees in the county. I think it is allowable by law, but no counties in this area do roadway impact fees. I'm not aware.
But to reiterate,
sorry,
anyone developing in the ETJ is still paying a traffic impact analysis and paying fees to the city based on that.
That's correct. Yes.
So they are contributing to the roadway infrastructure.
To the city?
It would be negotiated who it goes to. You probably know better than I do.
So if they are in the ETJ and we are part of the review, then the TIA, the traffic impact analysis, would be negotiated between us and the county because they're going to impact both of us. And so our engineering team would work with the county's engineering team to talk about the TIA, make sure that the scope fits both of our needs, and then whatever projects come out of that or whatever costs mitigating the impacts come out of that, we would negotiate how that all works out.
So they are paying fees to the city, even if they're developing in the ETJ.
Or they are helping us with an intersection improvement
or they're investing in infrastructure.
But they're contributing.
They're contributing to some sort of traffic
I want to be clear
improvement.
that just because they develop outside city limits doesn't
get them
they're
off the
not
hook completely.
contributing.
No. Right.
They are contributing, just not through this process.
But a development in the city would also have to have a traffic impact analysis?
Not necessarily.
But you said,
We,
okay,
we,
I thought you
we
said some of
have
them.
we have specific criteria that would require the traffic impact analysis. If they don't meet that criteria, then they would only be responsible for paying the traffic impact fee or the roadway impact fee.
Okay, so ETJ, they have to do the TIA. In city, they may have to do the TIA if they have a certain criteria that's required for it, or they may not. Now, for the ones that do have to do the TIA, is there an additional fee for whatever that analysis says, or is it covered by the roadway impact fee?
It is not covered by the roadway impact fee. So if they have to do a traffic impact analysis, they would have to pay their own consultant to do that. And then our staff would review with that consultant whatever they come up with. And if there is some sort of mitigation or additional cost outside of that, then it would all end up being negotiated, I'm sure, because most of the time that's what the developers are going to do. But and I don't know if Ben's going to get to this, when you're looking at your roadway impact fee, state law only allows you to give them credit for things that are on this study that he's presenting to you now. So if they came in and they did a traffic impact analysis, let's say off of pick a road, and they had to do a right turn lane, okay, that's not part of this CIP. They cannot get credit for that. So we could not offset their fees for that unless they came to you guys and said, we want some sort of special deal, and then you guys would have to negotiate with them.
All right, thank you, man.
On area B, you had said it was more built out, but on the units, it was actually the highest number of residential.
I'm sorry, the roadway system. There's just been more attention paid to this area and the roadway system. And I'm saying that compared to what we show in the mobility master plan. So the other road, or, the other service areas, there's more work to be done in the mobility master plan. Whereas in service area B, a lot of the roads are at their final cross section already. I check, it says this should be a major arterial. It's a major arterial already. Or this should be a major collector. It's already a major collector. Thank you for asking the question. Yeah, that's a good point. So I was saying I was going to get to the math here a little bit. The math is much more complicated than this because you get the reductions for how many vehicle miles you actually need, a credit for ad valorem tax. There's lots of credits through it that just reduce the fee basically. But at the end of the day, what you're really looking for is the numerator is the total dollars recoverable by the CIP. So the dollars to build the infrastructure that new growth needs, and divided by the number of service units. So those growth numbers get turned into vehicle miles here. So the numerator is going to be reduced by the denominator ahead of time, basically. So we say the whole CIP needs, or it provides 50,000 vehicle miles, but we show that in the next 10 years, the growth only needs 25,000 vehicle miles. We cut everything in half ahead of time, and that's where it happens in the math here. The end result is the dollar per vehicle mile, which is the maximum accessible fee is what we will deliver. I'm going to show you on the next page. This is just the service areas because I think we always need to flip back and forth to look at them because the next page shows the updated max fees. So the top line here is the current max fees from the previous study. I think everyone's aware the cost of construction and inflation has certainly gone up in the past few years. So the new max fees are shown as the bottom line here.
Oh, wow.
Most of them, or A and C has more than doubled, and service area B has actually reduced.
B's reduced.
Well, C is
a lot of open area.
quadrupled, almost.
Yes, there's been a lot of annexations in C as well, I believe. So there's more CIP roadways, right? All those little slivers of everyone annexing a little at a time, those CIP roads get added whenever that happens, so their CIP gets more expensive. B's reduction, I think, is largely due to, we talked about Amazon earlier. There's people building, developers have been building some of the CIP roadways in that area, so they've just taken dollars off the map, basically. The middle numbers here is the current collection rate. So as the biggest decision that council makes generally is what that collection rate is actually going to be. I believe the thought behind the current collection rate is the 1590 is 100% of the max in service area A, maybe? I need to look it up.
Yes. Thinking.
Yeah. Yes. So it's consistent. If you want to build a single family home anywhere, it's the same price in all service areas. whereas the others are, I believe, 50% of the max. That's for commercial development there. Again, the numbers, I've run these for, the most recent ones I've done is Georgetown, working on City of Austin, helping out City of Lander with theirs. I work on many of these. These are pretty typical escalations over the next update. I'd say you're in the middle range. Some of them are tripling in areas. Another thing why these get more expensive is because when you update your MMP, you update new cross sections. And in the past, 5-10 years, got very popular to add shared use paths and lots of big concrete cross sections. So not only is construction costs going up, but we're adding expensive components to the cross sections, which makes it more expensive to build a vehicle mile. The purpose of this slide is to say that the roadway impact fee is never going to build out your total transportation network. Right now, when you set the collection rate, you're saying how much of the roadway transportation network that it's going to set up, but you're still going to have other funding sources, taxes, growth that happens outside the 10-year period, credit for ad valorem taxes. There's a cost to meet existing demand on some roadways. Some roadways are over capacity. You can't recover that. So you're basically setting how much the roadway system you want to pay for with this. Even if you adopt 100% of the max, you will still have to do other things to pay for your roadway system. This is only the part that pays for growth. The next question is most commonly, how does this compare to our neighbors? Here, so I have several slides for several different land uses. Hopefully I've guessed correctly which ones y'all are interested in. Single family home is the first one we have here. So the dark green is the current adoption collection rate, right? Remember, they were consistent for residential, so A, B, and C all collect the same for a single family home. Then to the right, I'm showing neighbors and how they are collecting right now. Neighbors all have very different, unique stories. So Georgetown is the most recent one that I personally worked on, but they pushed theirs through very quickly, and they purposely wanted to be really conservative with costing their roadways. So the maximum fees, I'd say, are on the lower side for a new update. Round Rock went through in 2023. You can see it's higher than Georgetown's in 2025. I personally did the Round Rock one. I did not personally do the Hutto one. The Hutto one is also pretty recent here, although a little bit lower collection rate there.
Did you also give the percentage of build out they still have available land wise in these? Because I think part of the discussion is that we have half of our population, whatever you want to call it, right? Half of our footprint is what we have right then. We still have another set of footprints as compared to places like Round Rock, which is built out, Cedar Park, which is built out, Georgetown, which has taken everything east of 130 and taking it out, de-annexed it. So
you'd almost have to do it service area by service area because there's a different story in each of these as well for that. I've done something similar to that for Leander, just for single family homes, but that's the only one I've looked at before. Okay. I think that would be a pretty easy exercise within the GIS for the future.
I would love if you can get that information.
Yeah. Let me try to find that.
So how do we get the number 6773?
From 67?
Yes. So this maximum assessable fee here is multiplied by the amount of vehicle miles that a single family home produces, basically. So this is not exactly what a single family home will pay. So in the PM peak hour, and I have a hidden slide that does an example calculation, and now I'm kicking myself for not having that. So you basically multiply this number by the number of vehicles. I'm sorry. Whatever the collection rate is, so currently 1590 here. Okay. So you'd multiply that number by the number of vehicles that a single family home produces in the PM peak hour per ITE trip generation, big manual that produces, it's one, generally in the one highest peak hour. And then you multiply by how far that trip goes on average. For a single family home, I think it's usually between 4 and 6 miles. I'd have to look up the specific number each. So there's a ton of land use, and they all have different numbers in them. So I can't quote them exactly out of my head. But that turns into dollars. So this number here is dollars per vehicle mile. Then you multiply it by number of vehicles, number of miles, and that gets you just dollars for each single family home. So this graph here is just for one single family home. So right now, a single family home pays $6,773 in roadway impact fees.
So wouldn't we actually be lower than the current rate? Or like
Yes, good question. So it's like, I think it's just barely hidden there, but since the maximum assessable is 2009, but there's only charging 1590, it's still cleared.
So what's important to recognize from this table is that the current maximum fee for B is $29.16, but what we're currently charging is $15.90 because we set it all to the level of A instead of setting it based on the zone.
And what's the historical context to that decision?
Because someone thought it would be confusing to residential developers instead of actually collecting the amount that is appropriate for the impact for the development.
Yeah,
Not that I have a bias
Well, I guess
on that.
council approved it all, so the majority
It's also
of council-
affordability.
Yeah, I think it's, I will say it's a little less common to do that lately, but some cities still do it. Georgetown has it for a few of them. Round Rock has it.
I bet Georgetown does.
Yeah. The thought is this is really what each unit of growth needs, right? The number that I come up with, the current max fee. So if you reduce it, you're saying, okay, well, the taxpayers are going to pay for that gap or whatever it is, or we're going to pay for it with bond funded things.
Well, and that's what's important about your ultimate recommendation for the max is that gets locked in. If I think my understanding is, which gives us the flexibility to set anything at or below that amount, right?
Correct. I'm setting a ceiling. It is y'all's policy decision to set the actual collection rate. Another thing to note, I've been talking about the Senate bill update, but anything that is adopted is locked in for 3 years now. You can make an escalating plan, you just can't change that plan. So some cities will be like, okay, it's not palatable to change the fee overnight, so they change it slowly over.
We'll make a 3-year plan of it's going to change every 6 months.
That is currently allowable as my reading. That would be up to the city attorney, of course, but we're currently doing it in Georgetown. And yeah, so it's everyone's reading that it's acceptable thus far.
That's why there's a future collection rate there. Gotcha.
Yes. And really I'm showing so some of them do have future
Only
for Georgetown. Yes, good catch.
Nobody else has futures.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't think there's another
They're
estimate.
doing one this year, one next year, one the year after.
I think Leander might have a small escalation with theirs, but it goes like 50%, 55, 65 or something like that. It's pretty different when you switch to a non-residential use. So shopping center is probably the most interesting to look at.
96,000.
So the maximum fees are much higher for shopping center here, although the collection rates I think are still relatively in line.
So, but we have different current fees for shopping centers, but not for residential.
Yes, that's correct. It's just 50% of the max is what was previously done.
Thank you.
And College Station is charging basically nothing.
College Station's commercials are very low. Some cities' strategy around commercial is they build a tax base and they want to incentivize that, so they allow that. College Station considered getting rid of roadway impact fees at some point, so I think they just want to keep the policy on board but not have a huge impact fee, I think is their attitude. Currently running theirs right now, their update right now.
Because they have to beat Brian.
That is probably part of it.
Yeah, and College Station's not growing, but Bryan is growing leaps and bounds.
Bryan does not have roadway impact fees.
Yeah.
Huh.
Oh, we know why.
Because they want growth?
Oh, that'd be a good question to go ask your because it's definitely split opinion regarding developers on that, which has been interesting to hear. Thank you. I appreciate the presentation.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave it on the page about, this is, again, today was just a presentation. I think I took a few action items to look at. For next time, this is the current schedule for the first read and everything. There's a lot of requirements to get in place for 395. Yes, okay. So this is the current schedule that meets those requirements as well.
So
All right. So will we see you again, or
I will be here for all of these.
all right, Ben? Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, cool.
And
Thank you.
and
Yes.
can we get that slide deck so David can give it to some people?
So he doesn't have to just
I'm
take
emailing.
photos.
I'm emailing my requests. So.
Yeah, there are a bunch of hidden slides in there because it's part of a longer 101. So yeah, please take a look at the calculations are in there. There's many slides in there.
All right.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right. What was that? That was 6H. We're moving on to 6I, discuss and consider action to approve a resolution consenting to, continuing, and renewing the mayor's disaster declaration issued on March 4th, 2026, imminent public water supply failure. Typo.
Mayor, council members, how are you this evening?
I was going to ask if you entertain a motion.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. So, Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
Sure.
Motion to extend our mayor's disaster declaration until July 15th.
I'd like to have some discussion.
Well, we got it first and second. Now it's discussion.
All right. So,
What you got, David?
I'm hesitant to go all the way to July 15th. I do think that we should probably extend it a little bit so that he has the ability to
That's the day after our next meeting.
Yeah, you the 7th or 8th?
How long does he need to have in order to make this deal go through with the new train? Because I think he can do that without council action. He can authorize that expenditure because it's water related. And I think we do need to do that as quickly as possible. And I'm comfortable giving him the authority to do that, but I'm not comfortable with the idea of a long extension or going past when he really needs the authority.
The reason why I give that date, I agree with that date, and I think Melody already said it, is because it's after our next council.
It's our next council.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I don't think we need it to go all that way.
Well, right now.
Can we? If we go to July 15th, does that mean it cannot be ended early?
Yes, it can.
I don't know. Can I end my declaration early?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'm missing the entire point here. This just allows for an authority. So if you want to declare that you don't want to do it anymore, I guess, but that's not how that works.
Yeah, I mean, Mike.
Well, and I know y'all don't want to necessarily hear from staff, but I think staff, when I was in the room with them, gave me some good, some background for why they wanted it through the 15th because of the ongoing construction projects and the vulnerability of the bypass line and all that. So
Better to have something and don't need it than need something you don't have.
We believe we should be in a state where it's no longer necessary by the end of June. But if we're not, at least get to the next meeting.
Absolutely.
Right. So does that answer my question that if the situation changed and we could exit out of the disaster early, that's a possibility. It doesn't preclude us.
Can I ask why
I would only,
you want to do that?
Would I exercise my authority if
Why?
I don't need it?
I mean,
You don't exercise if you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, who are you doing it for?
It sounds like
We
we're not
haven't
necessarily in.
exercised.
We don't have an imminent failure ahead of us, though, either. I mean, the lake is full. I'm not saying there's not risk. There is absolutely risk. But we are not at imminent failure of the public water supply anymore. Doesn't seem like it.
My thought is that give him something if he needs it. If he doesn't need it, it's fine. Because that's it. I agree with you. And that's why I think just give it to him. If he needs it, just in case. Say call the question. All right. Did you say that earlier? Or it was just teeing us up?
I still don't think I understand it. I think I get the answer to my question.
I don't even know what's going on.
All right, motion passes. That brings us to, where are we? Discuss and consider action to approve the purchase of virtual server hosts and enterprise storage infrastructure utilizing Texas Department of Information Resource Cooperative Contract in the amount of $1,180,858.62 and authorize the city manager to execute the same.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is before you because we have infrastructure that is at end of life. The city had planned to purchase new servers in the FY27 budget in preparation for the fall opening, to purchase in the fall for the opening for the city hall. And based on the current market trends, we're bringing this before you now to go ahead and secure pricing and secure this purchase.
So to your point, Terry, and this is why unless anyone has any questions, I know we were caught years ago in between when we tried to get server space and it was expensive. So I think this is a very smart and prudent way to try to secure what we can, if possible, sooner rather than later. So this, and I'm guessing, just like you said, we wouldn't be doing this unless we necessarily needed it, given the amount of information we're computing now, correct?
The information we're receiving is that we should proceed now to guarantee that we can get our product and also lock in pricing.
I like the idea.
So I have a question, because part of that fee is license and support, which is time-based generally. So are we paying for support services during a period of time that we won't be using it, or are we going to still be using the servers when we purchase them, or they're not going to actually be installed until City Hall is open?
Great question.
We're anticipating that they're going to be installed when City Hall is open, and that will be approximately the same time that they are received. So we plan to do this all at one time, have it all installed for the new City Hall, and we need to go ahead and secure that purchase now. There was a typo that related to fall of 2027. We were meaning fall of this year and FY27, and I think that caused a little bit of confusion. My apologies for that. But that is ultimately why we want to do this now. It is bringing all of our infrastructure onto the same software and hardware for both City Hall and the police department, and doing this collectively and together is what we're asking of the council tonight.
Well, I think that sounds an unacceptable typo. Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
Certainly.
Motion to approve 6J as presented.
Second.
I do have one question.
Motion and a second, further discussion?
Or clarification. I'm curious strategically when the last time we actually thought about whether or not we should be in the business of running our own hardware versus any number of cloud solutions, et cetera. And we need this. I'm positive of it, but
I'm under the impression this is a cloud solution.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it is.
But our IT extraordinaire.
It looks like a private cloud, but I don't know.
This will be hardware.
It is hardware.
Servers that we will be hosting at the site. We have evaluated certain
Is it
cloud aspects.
co-location, or is it even in our facilities?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Is it co-located or in our own? Is it literally going to be in City Hall?
It will be literally in City Hall. There was also a core closet that we host at the police department, and there is a backup in the cloud that might be where y'all are.
So
that's why I was trying to ask about.
Gotcha.
Do we really want to be in the business of buying hardware every few years versus others? And I'm not trying to.
No. And I think to your point, there's a tipping point, right?
Yeah.
At where it is. I don't think we're there yet, but given the way things are going.
I mean, and I looked at the quote, and it's some of the most expensive hardware on the market for storage and memory, which, again, maybe we need it. I'm not saying we don't. But in a scenario where we're buying best-in-class, hardware, that...
We did do price comparisons, and this was the best offer I could find.
Sure.
For the equipment that we require.
And then you mentioned end of life. What is the expected life of this?
5 years.
So
this is a TCO.
And I almost guarantee at that point it'll be going virtual.
I would imagine.
Yeah, I think so. All right, cool. Cool story, bro.
Thanks, y'all.
Motion passes unanimously. That takes us to item 6K, discuss and consider action to approve an ordinance on first reading with the caption reading, an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, authorizing and granting of an easement on the city property for the purposes of providing electric service to the city's public works complex, as generally located south of the intersection of Weiss Lane and Jesse Bowles Road.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. So as indicated, this is just to provide the electric easement along the roadway for the public permanent service of the public works complex. pretty standard process, typical of all of our buildings. I believe you guys just did one for the City Hall and Rec Center as well. We have confirmed with Encore that everything is lined up and good to go. They are going through our permitting process as we speak, and we are almost about ready to wrap that up. And we are asking that, Mike, if you could help me out here. What's the verbiage that we're asking for to approve it on? Okay.
Wants to be effective first reading? Okay.
Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
I would.
Move to approve on first reading.
Second. He did.
Being effective upon first reading.
That was the second, Rudy?
Yes. I guess I'll agree with that.
All right. Motion passes unanimously. Let's see where we are now. No, we're not to consent yet because we needed to keep going. We covered 6L in work session. We did not finish 6M. Discussion regarding the 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 27 to 31. Matt, do you know where you left off?
Yes, Mayor.
Transportation, page 3 or 4, I think.
Matt, where's your table?
No. Hey, he stands up. He's uncomfortable. We get it through quicker, right? Now let's.
To be fair, Mayor, I don't think it had anything to do with me sitting down or standing up.
It's going to take us just as long because it is that important. All right, where were we?
Let's see. We were looking through the transportation projects and discussing if there were any changes on how you wanted them shown in the order on the table.
I'm going to apologize in advance for even asking this, but is there a difference between the transportation master plan update and a mobility master plan update? Are those going to be separate things? Is this?
They're basically the same.
Okay.
I mean, they are the same document.
Okay.
Not basically.
Not
It's just
basically, it is.
I think we call it mobility now instead of transportation because it does include bike lanes and scooters, right?
I mean, again, I apologize for even asking about it.
No, good call. Good call. Any rearranging on this? Anything that shouldn't be there?
So the last thing we were talking about was 2410, looking at the timing with our partners.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Everything else, it is what it is.
Okay. Then we had this one.
That's again 2024 LA.
Impact Way extension. Why does that show that it's funded but 3031? I'm assuming that is funded by our partners at PCDC.
I believe that was true. Yes, I believe we
And is that why it's double dollar signs there?
Yes.
It's just not needed yet.
Fully funded and prioritized to go in 2031. That's correct.
Gotcha.
So I have just concerns about the amount of
Down the
money
camera.
that can be spent in 2027 on some of these projects that are listed as not started. Do we actually anticipate being able to get a design go out, get that design go out to bid and actually start a substantial amount of construction like on Schultz Lane or the old Austin Hutto Road? And I just wonder about that timing.
So yes, Old Austin Hutto, we are already negotiating the design fee on that as we speak, and we anticipate bringing that to you guys for award in July. So we fully anticipate that we can finish the design there as shown. The Schultz Lane, we are working with the consultant now on conceptual plans, and we believe that we can produce what we have stated here. And I think it's the same for Finnig Lane, TR 2906. We've already started working on concept plans and laying that out. Terra Lane, we've already started working on concept plans. Pavement maintenance is just an ongoing thing. So yes, I think we're pretty confident that we can.
So on the Schultz line, though, where you're looking at half of that in 2027, half of it 2028. So you're probably not going to start turning dirt until late in the 2027 fiscal year. Is that right?
That's what we're thinking, yes.
Okay. Those safety improvements at Schultz Lane were badly needed, and I hear about it often from the neighbors. So
It might be a little
appreciate
bit
that.
alleviated with that Kenny Fort Road.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was about to say Kenny Fork.
I am looking forward to it. I haven't made it yet, but
Let me tell you,
I thought David drove
driving
on
down
it.
Kenny
Yeah.
Fork is so exciting.
Driving on the new road.
Yeah.
I missed it by one day. It wasn't ready the day before.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Not hearing any changes on there, and then these are all pushed out beyond 2027.
Yeah,
so-
why are you even putting the frontage road? Why are you just teasing us, dude? You got to deal with that stuff that I don't know.
I'm confused on that because obviously it's an orange. Money is allocated for that. Why isn't that green?
So there, it was in the 2020 bond. That's why it's orange. But as I indicated earlier in my presentation, we shifted a lot of money around on projects that we thought we could get done. This is not one that we thought we could get done, so that's why it's showing that we would need.
So we're going to have to go find the money for that again.
Correct.
There's repurposed, huh? Okay.
Yeah, we have to go down to the ledge.
Holy crap, that's a big number.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is what happens with, it's. We got screwed a long time ago, and we continue to get screwed with. I hope the citizens. I swear, you should put this like on a billboard and explain to them why that's such a mess.
It won't fit on a billboard.
It's a mess.
Road, I noticed that's enormously expensive and not even toehold in a plan. I guess the 725 is a conceptual plan, or what are we looking to do on the Seal Road project in 2031, and where is that $85 million coming from?
So in all transparency, we have kind of kicked the can on that one a little bit in hopes that our county partners will come in and help us out, since a lot of that roadway is there.
We're hoping that Commissioner Trevelyan is going to prevail on his friends up to the commission
and to that, to your point, the problem is that we should have. That's like one of the regrets I have is that it was up for 2020 and we pulled it off the bond in 2020, and all you're getting is more growth and congestion on that 2-lane road. And they're, even when they do the potholes, because there's numerous potholes that continue to go on there because of how many cars are driving on there. It's absurd.
But it is also a county road too.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're saying. Like, we're literally. But if we had the funds back then, 2020, then we can go to the county and say, listen, y'all need to come.
If we're ready to spend the money, they'll typically
Exactly.
come to the table.
Absolutely.
But they're not going to come to the table first.
No, they're not.
Any other?
Having with that with the row lane from 2011 bond done on Travis County.
All right.
Any amendments on this?
No, just frustration.
Is there?
You're welcome.
And
Last page
the
of
final slide
transportation.
here, right?
This is the last page of transportation. Again, nothing happening in 2027.
Well, that's nice. The total project request is less than $1 billion.
It is.
I mean, it's a deal.
For now.
Just barely.
Yeah.
I do appreciate this presentation and the way that
Did
you
a really good job.
Yeah.
No, it is. Very,
I think
very
this is exactly
thorough.
what we
Gives us
needed
a
in
lot
order
of-
to work through it. I hope you've been able to extract our guidance from it.
Yes, we have been taking notes.
And now,
Can you send us a copy of that slide deck?
Yes.
We're not done yet, David.
no, we still got a couple more.
Hey.
We got reclaimed water
we
now.
got reclaimed water and wastewater to get through still.
Just get the whole thing.
Whole thing. Yeah.
No shooter.
So on
Purple pipe. Wait, why is this pink and not purple?
It is purple. It's kind of like, what's that guy's
Y'all, let's get through it.
So I did have a question on this one. I wonder if we should potentially push out the 1849 pipeline, knowing that we have a water contract with Manville already. It'd be nice to not have that, but this project is a lot more expensive than just buying that water. Would we?
How much is that water?
I don't.
Our contract with Manville is, I don't remember the dollar, but I know it's 685,000 gallons. I don't remember the dollar amount, but I know it's kind of pricey.
So is it more, so to Jonathan's point?
I mean, yeah, what's the ROI?
Yeah.
How many years does it take?
Maybe we wait until we have a master plan update, and money could be better spent in a economic development zone, or instead of serving the park as our first reclaimed water. But
We got $2 signs next to that though.
What is it funded by?
Correct me if I'm wrong, isn't the idea behind doing the 1849 park purple pipe, isn't that primarily proof of concept so that then we can sell that purple pipe water downstream?
Well, two other users, yes.
Yes, there would be other users once we're ready.
Take the peak off of our treatment capacity.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest reason why we have a reclaimed water program is to take the peak off of our water treatment requirements for capacity and save infrastructure costs.
I'm just wondering if that's our best bet. Maybe it is.
I'm trying to figure out why we've got apparently we've already spent $2 million on it.
Yes, this one is already well into design. This is one of the ones that we are kind of trying to hold back so that Weiss Lane can catch up to it. So that we build it all at one time.
So Mayor, you had mentioned we're doing this to take the peak off of our water capacity, but we're going to have plenty of water capacity. So I guess I'm trying to understand that comment.
So the idea being when you build a water treatment plant, you have to build it to serve the peak demand hour throughout the entire year, right? Like when everyone's got their water on, kind of like your wastewater treatment plant, you have to build for halftime during the Super Bowl. By taking potential irrigation uses off of that takes down your peak hour, your peak time that you're producing water, which means you no longer have to build your plant to be big enough to do that, which is contemplated in our current plant design.
But we're going to 30 million gallons a day. Our peak the last 2 years was 10.
But we're planning
So I'm just saying, but why?
We're planning for the future.
14, not 10.
Oh, I thought she said
last year was 10. The year
10.4.
before that was 14.
It was 10.4 daily. I think it was 14.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I wrote some notes when she was talking.
But that's a lot less than 22.
And less than
Is
30.
there any reason why
It has
we
to be.
wouldn't?
I'm just saying, why now?
Fully able to
It's
do everything
future-proofing.
and bump this back.
It's long-term
2 or
strategy.
3 years.
Yeah, it's long-term strategy.
Yeah.
So
Okay, but
we could.
But do we need to?
I
Spend
would-
the
I would
$8
ask our
in
engineer
2027,
when-
or would it be
I
better
would
to
too.
spend it in 2029?
I think only our engineering team can answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that they're prepared to now.
Well,
But
I
at
mean-
what point
You
in
wanna
time does
answer
the
that
reclaimed
question at the
water
next
have an
meeting?
impact on our treatment capacity?
That's a very loaded question. I don't know if we want to stay here that late, Mr. Mayor.
Me either.
So I will tell you this. One of the reasons why we are suggesting that we look at the Reclaimed Water Master Plan and doing an update of that starting next year is because, as we indicated earlier, there are directions that the city has gone on, and you've kind of heard it in multiple presentations tonight. There's directions that the city has taken in the past that may not be the direction the city wants to go in the future.
So do we need to pump the brakes on that?
And so the reason I'm hesitating is because we're trying to align the Weiss Lane Road project, and we already talked about digging once and putting everything in that make sense. So
That's
if
not going down Weiss Lane.
a portion of this will be going down Weiss Lane, yes.
It should be going straight out Cameron.
No. Portion of this is going down Weiss Lane.
Go slow down Weiss Lane to Canyon. Cameron.
Well, I mean, it's going from Pecan, and it's going from the park, from the wastewater treatment
So
plant.
he's saying it's snakes, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
That
looking at the
surprises
map.
me.
I mean, we're not going to have a capacity issue when, in October and December. So I don't see the urgency to spend this much money now, which is going to contribute to higher water rates.
Will it?
Is it?
Really?
Well, it's in the utility fund, right?
Well, if you sell water.
It looks
The
like it's
reclaimed
already-
water is in your utility fund, yes.
Yeah, I guess that's my, that
this
was
is an
my
already fully
question about
funded
whether this is the right
project,
project,
yeah.
because we're selling water to ourselves
Mm-hmm.
versus negotiating rates with a commercial user for this. Maybe that's good, maybe that's not, I don't know.
I mean, I'll
And if
just
we're doing
say,
a master
so
plan,
this is gonna take, in theory, this would take the place of the Manville contract that we're currently using to fill the lake to handle irrigation at the park.
Which also
So,
And the
eases
Manville,
the curve because it's not even our water.
the Manville contract is costing us, we don't know
I
off
don't
the
know
top
the
of your
number off
head
the top
how
of my
much
head.
that is. Maybe this is, I think we'd like to hear more about this particular line item at the next meeting. Does that seem reasonable to everybody else, or am I the only one who cares about that?
I mean, I love purple pipe. I
Okay.
mean, it'd be nice to know, but I don't necessarily see it as a thing to stop the train on. But
I want to make sure Matt's got an idea if we want to pump the brakes on this. You said we're most of the way through design. We're finished with design. We haven't started construction.
We're actually revising parts of the plan to fit with the Weiss Lane widening project. So we're actually redoing some of our design. That's how close we are to being done.
Well, I think that's important. I don't see a reason to pump the brakes between now and the next meeting, but I would like to get some more detail about
some more
this at the
information.
next meeting.
That's fair. Sounds cool.
So what I'm taking away is I'm going to leave this as it is for the final draft, and then we'll discuss it there. And if we need to make an edit,
bring us an ROI on the Manville. Evaluate when it's ripe. If we need to, if it's better to put the plans on the shelf, or if it's better to get it done.
Okay.
And then does the master plan update influence that project at all? Because usually we're now having the updates as number one.
It could update that project, but I do not see it eliminating that project. The reasoning is that
I mean, the plans are going to be done before we do an update.
Yeah.
Well, and
I don't see the need for reclaimed water going away. I just
and the
think that it might change
1849
direction
is
a
the
little bit.
first reclaimed water project,
Right.
right? That's the way it's scheduled. Right. Okay. Weiss Lane is next, and then is that correct in terms of the timing?
Yes.
Okay.
Assuming that the master plan doesn't tweak things some more. But yes. Okay, so I'll leave that one as it is on water.
Only 60 more slides.
We're getting there.
500 more questions.
Wait, Rudy, didn't you say we were going to be done by 7 tonight?
Keep going, bro.
Or you meant 7 a.m.?
Careful, we'll make it true. I'm sorry. Go.
So
go back
these
there.
top three are in construction. The Weiss Lane kind of been put on pause to let Weiss Lane catch up to it. 12-inch loop is in design still, and then the rest of these on this particular slide have not started. Anything that you would like to see adjusted here?
Old Town South Rehab. Can you tell us a little bit more about where in Old Town that is? What does Old Town South mean? Anything south of Vaughn or
yeah?
I'd have to go back and look at the maps.
Okay.
To be able to answer that.
That's fair.
I'm not hearing any changes. Okay. And then we're on to these. None of these are in 2027. So I don't know if there's anything that you would like to adjust or if you're just okay with it. One thing I will tell you is that we've been looking at the WA 2901, and there is a high probability that that's going to just come off the list altogether because we think we figured out a way with the developer to not have the city pay for this.
That sounds nice.
901?
Yes.
That's the
Do you think
LISO.
The developer's going to cover how much of that?
100%.
100%.
I like that. That sounds
Okay.
good.
I'll take that.
we don't even have to build a pedestrian bridge for it.
Too soon.
All right.
That $3 million, you can use that to buy a new train, right?
The what?
We could buy a new train.
Don't.
Nope.
All right.
Just keep going.
Already
Okay,
done,
so
David.
I'm hearing no changes on that one. Last slide for water. Most of these are kind of in design or on hold.
Okay.
The one that you see that's got the yellow triangle, that's negotiations with a developer, and so we're talking through that one.
And is that the one that we also got federal funding?
Yes.
So obviously we want to move that along to capture the federal funding.
Right.
All right.
Any
changes?
No change.
I think at some point we need to look at what our economic development looks like across those, just to revalidate our assumptions on growth. But
I know we've got our small area plan, but I mentioned it needs to be updated.
yeah,
What else you got, Matt?
All right, wastewater, last category.
21 projects.
So again, most of these are either in land acquisition or construction already. Any changes on this slide?
I had a question on Boulder Ridge. I just wanted to get an understanding about why it's not a candidate for the gravity interceptor. I'm still learning about all the things, but why are we doing a rehab and force main when a number of the other projects that we're doing is converting from the lift station and force main?
That lift station is actually down very close to the creek, and part of the project is actually requiring us to actually build it up higher, because when the creek floods, the water actually gets into the lift station. So there's no way that we can convert that to a gravity. It's just too low on the terrain.
Okay.
Looks good.
It's a really good question.
Iron laws of physics.
I'm trying to
Close
learn.
downhill.
Okay. Sorry, I went too fast.
No.
Anything on this one that we want to change?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah.
Anything we want to change on this one?
On the sunlight near main rehab, the description said that there were integrity issues and line breaks. But I wanted to understand why it's prioritized lower and not using utility fund reserves to get it done sooner if there's integrity issues.
Would you say it's lower? I mean, it's this year. It's the coming year.
Well,
It's not fully funded. So
Right,
I think that would
this
be
year
a
is
question.
to start doing the
Yeah.
design of the rehab. Is what we would do this year, and then move on to the construction in the next couple of years. As far as priority, again, this was ranked on funding only, and so I wouldn't say that it's not important. I wouldn't say that it's super important. It's not the most important project, but it's patched right now, and we're working with it. This was just a way to avoid having to keep doing patches.
okay.
But I mean, we can shift it around if that's the
I guess it was mostly about this was listed as future debt, and we had some other projects that were later using utility fund reserves. So I was just wondering why we wouldn't use utility fund reserves first
well. And
on that project versus using it on others.
correct me if I'm wrong. Some of those future utility fund reserves are not current utility fund reserves. Is that true? So when you're seeing utility fund reserves coming out in let's say 2030, that's not money that we have in the bank right now. That's a projection with finance of what she thinks we will have in that year to use at that time. So that's why you might see, let's
Yeah,
just say
'cause
the
the
CLO
convoy
station,
piece
you
was
see
like that.
maybe that's utility. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. Let's just say for now that 500,000 is utility fund reserves, but that's a projection of what she thinks we would have at that time, not what we have right now.
Okay, so those are future utility fund reserves.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Anything to change on this one?
Then I did have a question on the rehab 2706. So it was talking about, expanding capacity, and so I'm wondering why it's needed in this time frame when, in the next 2 years when we're opening up Wilbarger Creek. And it said it was going to help with extending the time on when we need a phase 2, but that phase 2 wasn't projected for a long time. So I was just wondering why we're prioritizing this now when we're going to have a second plant open, and then the expansion on that is way down the road.
So my understanding of why we went ahead and prioritized this one is because not only are we doing the expansion, but also it's a focus on rehab. We have some issues with our influent lift station. We have some issues. You guys are aware of the case that we recently settled where we have had some other issues with the previous construction project. And so part of this project is to fix those issues as well. So that's why we just said, just lump it all together and go ahead and get it done.
Okay, so, and just to clarify, this is a rehab, not an expansion, because there were additional maintenance and operations expenses. And so I wasn't sure why a rehab would need that, and so I thought maybe it was an expansion.
We just kind of combined it all. If we're going to do it, let's do it and be done and not spend a bunch of time doing rehab and then just come back in a couple of years and say, okay, now it's time to expand, kind of thing.
Okay, so it's actually an expansion.
It's both.
Okay.
Any changes on this one? Hearing none. Last one. Any changes on this one? None of these have started. You only have one that's doing anything in 27. And that's to finish up design. And then we're going to take a year off and then we'll start construction, assuming we get funding.
Any questions? I'm good.
Last thing on there is just kind of giving you guys a rundown. I've already mentioned it. We are right here on final direction, and then we'll bring it back based on the feedback we got tonight for one last round of conversation and formal adoption on the first meeting in July.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent job.
Thank you so much.
As we have come to expect.
All right, Trista, would you remind me? I don't think I need any action on that. The items pulled from consent, that was Baker Charlie Gamma?
Correct.
All right, so the first item, we're going to move to our items pulled from the consent agenda before we hit executive session. Item 5B, minutes of the May 18th, 2026 work session, May 19th, 2026 special joint meeting, and May 26th, 2026 work session and regular meeting.
Okay.
David, you pulled this?
Yeah, there were a couple of edits I wanted to make. The May 19th special joint meeting, there was a notation of some absent members. The Charter Review Commission member not in attendance. Terry Newsom was also not in attendance. Wanted to add that as an edit on the May 19th and the May 26th. Give me a moment to find where the edit is on that. Oh, yeah. On 7I, 7J, 7K, and 7L, all three of those, it says Mayor Weiss read item 7I, 7J, 7K, and 7J. It should read 7I, 7J, 7K, and 7L on each of those four items.
All right, you have a motion?
So I move to make those changes to those 2 minutes and then otherwise approve all of the minutes as written.
Second.
Motion passes unanimously. That brings us to item 5C. City of Pflugerville short form contract that will provide 5 months of right-of-way and drainage mowing services with Earthworks Landscape and Maintenance LLC in the amount of $138,793.70. Melody, you pulled this item?
Yes, so I had a couple of questions. I wanted to understand how when we reduced the, almost 24% of the acreage, that the price actually increased. And then the other thing, I wanted to understand the policy of what we decide to mow as right-of-way, because a number of, when I was looking through the maps, a number of the properties along the street side is privately owned vacant land, and it can be adjacent to another property that's developed, but they're mowing all the way to the street. And so it seems inconsistent with why we're mowing some privately vacant land. When I was looking at the requirements or the ordinance in the city, it said that, they have to keep it mowed to 8 inches within 100 feet of an adjacent street. So I'm just trying to understand why some vacant land is being mowed and some is not.
Sure. Well, Terry will cover those two questions.
Absolutely. You identified the financial discrepancy here today, and basically what occurred was we went back, as you know, and reviewed our maps, and we did reduce the number of acreage, but the crew that was allocated to this responsibility went to other jobs. So when we went back to the vendor, they had to get another contract together, get together additional crews and put together for us. That is why we're now locking in a 5-month contract with them, and the price was adjusted. And this is so that we can have mowing coverage. Our goal is to secure mowing for this year, and we'll continue to refine our mowing maps so that the mowing maps next year are even more precise. We've gone through about 50% of the city so far, and as you identified, we've reduced it by about 24%. The amount of acreage that's being mowed. We are continuing with that, but we need to go ahead and get mowing underway for this year. So that's our current goal. And the second half of your question pertained to specifically how we were choosing what we were mowing, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a lot of things that we're reviewing. Of course, we're going to be looking at specifically, is there a ditch in the right of way? Because if so, that may be more difficult or require a special type of equipment for the area to be mowed. We're also looking at history of what we've mowed in the past and contacting landowners to let them know whether or not a certain area is their responsibility. We're also looking at safety and visibility of the roadway and taking that into consideration while we're making our modifications. And we've also looked at the topography and property owner information from TCAD, specifically looking at is, the documentation, is there specifically a maintenance responsibility in an annexation, a stormwater agreement, a final plat, an easement, or an other related document. It's quite an involved process that the team has been going through for each individual piece of property. And so while we're reviewing that, we're really trying to look at why historically has the city mowed it? Does the landowner have the ability to mow it at this time? Knowing that we're moving into a contract pretty quickly to get mowing underway for this year, it also affords us a little bit more time to approach those landowners to let them know for next summer some of our additional expectations. So we will be continuing to go through the mowing maps, etc., and making sure that we further refine. But our recommendation is to move forward now so that we can go ahead and get that mowing underway.
Thank you.
All right, do you have a motion?
I motion we approve 5C.
Second.
Motion passes unanimously. That brings us to 5G. Resolution with the caption reading, a resolution of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, setting a public hearing to discuss and review the city's water and wastewater impact fees as provided for in Chapter 152, Subchapter A of the city's Code of Ordinances. Mr. Rogers.
I just want to make sure that when we do that discussion, that we get something similar to what we got today in roadway impact fees, and we get the comparison with relevant cities as part of our discussion there. That's all I wanted to add to that. And otherwise, I'm ready to move to approve 5G.
Do we have, I don't think we have.
Second.
Resolution? Well, it is a resolution, I'm sorry. Oh.
You can move it. It's the same thing. You're just moving.
Melody?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion passes unanimously. Not quite yet, Rudy. I forgot. I've got one more thing to do. Actually, Mayor Pro Tem, I could use your help if I could.
We're doing it now. Now?
We'll make it. Well,
I mean,
Sit down. He always wants to be the first in the back.
Well, no, I'm saying we're doing it now as
man.
opposed
I'm
to
listening.
at the end.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
so am I supposed to move to approve?
You can do both. You can do both.
Okay.
Can we get maybe front and center? Front and center looks nice.
Yeah, and you're
I think you
matching.
need to
are
hold
matching.
those. If she holds them, will she float away?
No, that's a movie, like Up.
So Serena, this is your final official late night city council meeting. I know you're super excited, so
Excited to be here.
I do have a proclamation for you.
Oh, gosh.
Because I'm going to do all the whereases on this one
Clearly.
because it's
Important.
super important. Whereas Serena Breland has steadfastly served the city of Pflugerville for nearly 8 years, give or take one trek across Spain. And whereas during this time, Serena has contributed her knowledge, her dedication, her sense of humor, and unparalleled energy to the city. And whereas Serena has regularly turned challenges into opportunities and has seen the city through its ups and downs, always with a ready story to share. And whereas Serena will soon be able to set aside these back-to-back meetings, answering those text and phone calls of, as we all know, just one quick question, and all those emails, those will finally stop. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Doug Weiss, Mayor of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, do hereby proclaim that Serena Breland is officially and enthusiastically congratulated on her retirement. May the days ahead be filled with adventure, laughter, and maybe some brand new stories to tell. I think we need a photo.
With everybody in the room.
Go get your balloon and go right over there and take a picture.
Y'all come too. I think we need everyone.
Speech.
She's already done all my questions. I'm trying to get a picture just for numbers.
The balloons are as tall as her.
David, you're the only one though that when you say it's 4 minutes, you actually, it's 4 minutes.
Yeah.
You do really good at that.
I did one we did for some.
Good.
Right here for me. Shots.
What cover is that? Those are going to be circulated, right? That's nice.
That way nobody else walks away with it. There you go.
Clearly.
Yeah, nobody wants it. Y'all starting without me.
All right, folks, we got a few more things to do, but that will take us to our executive session items. Bear with me for a moment. Where's my glasses? We're moving forward to item 6N, executive session deliberation pursuant to to chapter 551.072 of the Texas Government Code regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, transfer, and/or sale of real property located within downtown East. Item 6O, deliberation pursuant to section 551.072, real property, and 551.087, economic development of the Texas Government Code regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, and/or value of real property and economic development negotiations related to Project Print. Item 6P, deliberation pursuant to section 551.072 and 551.087 of the Texas Government Code regarding purchase, exchange, lease, and/or value of real property and economic development negotiations related to Project Princess. Item 6Q, consultation with legal counsel pursuant to section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code regarding provision of emergency medical services for the city of Pflugerville. And item 6R, consultation with legal counsel pursuant to section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code regarding the Texas Open Meetings Act. The time is 10:54, and we are in executive session.
See you in a couple hours. Then I'll go on
there. Hey, Jerry, just be ready.
Welcome back. Thank you for sticking around with us. It is 11:46 p.m. We have returned from executive session and no action was taken. Let's take a look at our open session items here. Wrong page.
No, we got to talk to them about
Our open session
Do you have a
items.
copy of
This
it?
will be. There was no action on downtown east, right?
I have
Okay.
copies of the
No, all right, so that's going to be open session, discuss and consider action on project print.
Who's got the copy?
I'm going to ask Jerry, do you have a presentation for us on project print? No, there were some other changes on print.
You got a copy. You got a copy
Yeah,
of the
there's
sheet.
that print.
I never got the. Yeah, I don't know if you need one. Do you need a copy?
So, Jerry, one of the things I wanted to talk about is that there was a corresponding email given with this.
No, this is print, not princess.
That's the other one.
Oh, that's the other
It
one?
was both.
Well, we did have,
Make sure you're talking about the right one.
we did have changes on print.
Yeah,
We did have changes.
So print is the one that has the
one-liner.
that was almost there.
Page 5.
This?
Yeah,
So
I thought it was that
there,
one.
Jerry, there's a paragraph on page 5
Oh, yeah, you're
where
right.
I believe
Yeah, nothing herein shall be
the
construed.
mayor and council previously provided almost something that you could copy and paste in there. And what is in the agreement right now really doesn't match the intent of what
I'm
we're
sorry,
asking for.
Councilman. Can you tell me?
I'm trying not to say
So-
the exact words of what it is.
Yes.
There's no reason not to. So it says,
Oh, okay.
nothing herein shall be construed to incentivize the reduction of taxable value associated with the newly created taxable improvements or business personal property related to the project. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, so that
Nothing
paragraph-
shall be construed. What we were asking was to ensure that the entity is prohibited from protesting their taxable value to a level that is below what their required investment is, since that is the basis for the incentive. Obviously, we say, hey, you're going to put this much money into it. You can't turn around and say, oh, Mr. Tax Appraiser, it's only worth half that, and that's all we're going to pay the ad valorem on, since we wanted you to invest that because we expect the ad valorem growth.
So the Doug and Jonathan's point, there was form language, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was form language offered. Substitute the form language for that sentence.
That's fine.
All right.
Yeah. On that paragraph.
I want to make sure that I'm being transparent when I say the reason why. So you're more than likely seeking to make sure that they don't push back on the equipment.
In that case, you have business person
because
property.
they don't own the facility. Mm-hmm. So I just want to make sure I'm being transparent. I don't want to walk away and go, yeah, green light, and then they go, well, wait a minute.
So then that wouldn't be ad valorem,
So-
it'd be business property.
Well, it's business person property.
Yeah, it would be
Yeah.
business property.
Okay.
Which we wouldn't want
Sorry,
them
I
to
don't
challenge
really
that
understand
anyway, especially since we're investing in that. So
Yeah.
we wouldn't want them to challenge that.
I think we're on the same page for intent. We just want to clean up the language a little bit.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think the paragraph that Doug provided previously was spot on. We read through that again, and I think
Form
that's-
language. Yeah.
And I'll play this back and make sure that we get the wording that you shared.
Yeah,
make sure
I
that
think
it's-
it was somewhat
an email.
surprising and a little disappointing that we had provided pretty clear and direction, I think, on what we'd wanted, and then it just didn't end up being changed, or like just totally different thing. So I think that going forward, I think a little more attention to detail on that type of thing would be good. But if there is a specific thing that council's asking for, making sure that you work with your attorney or whoever to make sure that
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
language actually matches what the direction was.
Yeah, I think that form language that we provided, obviously clear with your own counsel, but it should likely be included in everything.
Do we want it? Did we say?
And the other changes, by the way, in this one, I think
Yeah.
we're very happy with. The particular
feel free.
Pieces. What was that was repeated over and over again?
Do we need to iterate it?
He's really trying
Anyhow,
to
we like the other changes that were in that one.
Okay. Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
Certainly.
Motion to approve 6-0?
Correct.
Yeah. I'm tired. All right. 6-0, subject to the change of the form language in the contract as presented.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second.
Why does that look like a 60?
Oh. Because the O and the,
It's like
the
zero.
0 are very similar.
0 million.
I was like, what the?
Motion passes unanimously. That brings us to item 6P, discuss and consider action regarding Project Princess.
So that's what I was talking about. Your backup. So there was an email that was sent with the actual proposed terms and conditions, and we saw nothing on that email that denotes a rationale to not actually perform what is in that email. So consequently, we'd like that actually incorporated in the corpus of the agreement itself.
Okay.
So do you need me to say that more plainly?
You saw, I looked, and I was like, okay, I want to follow.
So you sent us back the agreement with no changes, but you sent us a justification, and you sent us supporting material from the prospect. The prospect listed out many things that they wanted to do. None of that enshrined in the agreement. So we love the things that they want to do. The price seems worthwhile if we were to have all of that enumerated in the agreement. But the fact that it's not in the agreement makes it not worth it. Sure.
I think we want that as a term sheet. Is that?
Yeah, so basically the email needs to be a term sheet added to the agreement. The activation of the space. And also there's one other word that I really didn't like in this agreement. It said they will invest approximately $2 million into, approximately has no place in there. They will invest at least, they will invest exactly, approximately. I don't know how we measure approximately.
And I'm okay with 1,999,999.99, but everyone else isn't. So it's gonna be that number.
I mean, if we're going to say approximately, say 1 million plus or minus $5,000. I mean,
Well, on
2
that
million
subject of
plus
the $2 million, y'all had the discussion. We had the discussion about does that cover what they're going to pay?
So it does
we want to
say
make sure that covers that.
Net new $2 million. We want to make sure they understand it's net new $2 million of investment.
So
And the same clause about what we talked about with the previous one. We want that same clause about
clause in there too.
The taxable value for not
So
processing.
that's where I sent that email. Mm-hmm. If we do the net, we're going to put ourselves out of running competitively.
So the
well,
issue,
you say that because of the ROI calculation?
Well, no. Part of it, yes.
Okay.
That is.
So what we're telling you is your argument resonated that this is a revitalization, repairing a blighted structure, and from that perspective, I believe the price is worthwhile, provided that all the cool, fun things that they say they want to do, they actually do. Those need to be the benchmarks, the metrics for receiving the payment, right? That needs to be part of the clawback, part of the. I don't want to just give you money and trust you to do things. I gotta have it in writing because we all know there are all no oral agreements. This is if it's not written down, it's not real.
Okay. And I think, Jerry, were you clear on the part of that was talking about the net of the investment? Because I feel so. The part of the context behind that statement of is it $2 million, was that previously the agreement basically said that they could use that, part of that investment would go towards purchasing the property.
Yes.
But the property is already purchased, and so that's part of the reason or the context why we want to make sure that these other things are enumerated, because it's not, it's not the $900,000 or whatever of the $2 million, because they've already bought the property, so we shouldn't be paying them back for the property, basically.
Okay.
And part of, and I want to be clear, first of all, I like the way the mayor put it. If you don't have a written agreement, you don't have a written agreement. But if you don't have a written agreement, you don't have a written agreement. So if they're willing, if they're
wait.
Say it again.
Yeah.
So put the term sheets, put those in there with that. Additionally speaking, because I saw your face when you asked the question right there.
Yeah.
If there are things, and I want to make sure I'm saying that there's a reason why I'm saying this from the dais here. If there are rationales that in your capacity you see are hindrances to our ability to execute any of the projects that you're proposing with that, please talk to folks and let them know those rationales.
Folks meaning?
Yeah.
Well, so
Council.
I will go I'll go a step further. What I expect when we're presented with this, and what I imagine your board expects as well, is a public presentation of terms. I'd expect a PowerPoint slide that lists what our obligations are, what their obligations are, what the payments are, and the duration, right? What they bring, what we're paying to make them bring. That needs to be on the public record at the time it's approved.
Because if we're busy debating, what happened? This is what we sent. There has to be a rationale as to why.
And that's your opportunity, of course,
to say,
hey, this is the deal. This is why it's the deal.
Yeah.
And then, as you know, we go thumbs up or thumbs down on it.
Yeah.
But we want to make sure that the deal is clear.
I want to add one quick thing to the pleases of the mayor over there. I would really seriously encourage you to go back to the email that the mayor sent to you and your board previously about updates and upgrades to the templating of the contracts and the agreements and the expectations that we have around these agreements. I think if those changes had been in place, we probably wouldn't be talking about these specific things because the language would already be set up according to what we expect to see. It'd be a heck of a lot easier. So I'd encourage you and your board to go back and work with your attorney and figure out how to get the overall agreements to a better place before they come back.
And if they don't work, tell us why they don't work.
And we can and we can say yes or no then. But
yeah.
And I'll be just super clear with you. To what Rudy is saying, it sometimes feels like you're not listening to us when you don't make changes and you don't explain why you don't make a change. If that makes sense. So.
And so because it appears that way, it's important to let people know. Yeah. No, I heard what you had to say, but as you heard the mayor put it. But this is the deal that's presented, and this is the rationale as to why.
Yeah, you're just bringing us the best.
Yeah, you're bringing us
and we decide if we take it. Jerry, what questions do you have for us?
More so just the new, or however we want to word it, the cap or the exceeding dollar amount past what the values are.
Mm-hmm.
That is a space that, don't take my word for it, trust but verify. That's not something that is being touched on in this realm of economic development. It's just not something that is brought up, especially when it comes to BRE projects.
Mm-hmm.
If we go and say, you're already here, so we can't count what you already are contributing and bringing to the table. We can only talk about what you're doing that's new. You're going to have another competing community that's going to tiptoe over and say, well, you'll be completely new to us. And that's, we really should be trying to
calculate if it's a retention project, calculate the retained value.
Okay.
I think it's a, yeah.
But
think
real
it's a-
property is not necessarily a retained value. Business personal property may be a retained value, right?
Yes, I agree.
So
Yes.
calculate the retained value.
Okay, good job.
Yeah.
I think if nothing else, it's a good sign for you to raise your hand and bring those issues up.
That's what.
Right. It's another signal of like, okay, this isn't going to meet what y'all typically ask me for. Here's either an alternative solution or, hey, needs to come completely out. But I think we need that type of information going forward.
And it's key because, and this shows the council listening to your lowly council members who are on your board over here who are apparently sadomasochists. Because it's that there's a rhyme or reason to what you're doing, but it has to be conveyed what it is. We get to hear it on your board. We're the only folks over here with that, so you've got to let the other folks know about it.
That's fair.
All right.
All right, we didn't touch on everything, Mayor. I mean, y'all had a lot of concerns about this and nobody's speaking out, barely. Y'all had concerns about the facade. Y'all had other concerns about the finances. I mean, let's get this out here right now so that he knows exactly what we're talking about that's not conveyed in the email and everything else. So we can have this done and we could be done with it.
I thought we did say, put in what was the term sheet.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
tell them
And then-
exactly what you want.
I want everything that.
Tell them what you want.
I want everything that she promised in the email.
Not me. Tell him.
That's,
Yeah,
we
that's what
did.
he did.
We did.
Yeah.
I mean-
No, we've talked about facade. We've talked about.
Yeah, we
talked-
did, but I'm just
you know what?
asking
That
for clarity.
this, as he conveyed, this is the best deal he could get. But the best deal he could get included commitments that the property owner, the business owner made in an email that are not enshrined in the agreement. I want those enshrined in the agreement.
Good.
And we also talked about how this is a unique project as compared to others because of what it.
No,
what
that's
it
fine.
serves.
I just, when it comes back and we discuss it, I mean, I know somebody's going to say, well, what about the facade?
Well, we
Oh, Lord save us if this has to come back again for more
We-
provisions, or needs more.
we told him what we want. If it comes back that way, and,
Okay.
and there's anything else, then
Do we need to take any further action on this?
no. I
Are
don't think we
ready
need any
to-
further action tonight. I don't think we're prepared to
Yeah, so-
approve this with amendments. So, Council, we are at the end of our agenda. Trista, did I miss anything?
We're close to making this.
Well, it's
It's understood.
thank you, Serena, for everything.
It's a new day.
Does she get to gavel
We got
out
one
on
more
her
day
final-
out of you here.
We need to
What
get some more. We
happened?
need to get some more work out of her.
The time is 12:04.
I've got all sorts of reports I want to get.